Good morning, Shufflebus Nation. What is up? It's World's Day. There's nothing so great as looking at Ashteki and seeing like 6 concurrent games going, all competitive and ready to take off. We've got
Also, nothing like getting up in the morning for your once a year tournament that you've been planning for months, and your Ashteki immediately says 505 gateway error and is broken.
April Fools.
Yeah, December Fools.
Yeah, yeah. So we've got a great lineup of players today. There are 15 players entering the gauntlet today. Everybody is. I'm excited for everybody to really see what they've brought and bring their A game and see who comes out of this on the other side of this as a world champion. Obviously,
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Yeah.
Everybody in the tournament obviously are great players. We got Table 1 Asterix and Carl as match number 1 here this morning. It's gonna be a long day, but it's going to be it's gonna be great all day.
Yeah, no doubt. And this is a little different format from last year, where last year we had open deck lists, so we had a lot to talk about in terms of the player lists. While we have the player lists on our side because of deck registration, they are not published at this point. So
I'm still going to talk about them during the thing. We're not going to show the actual list on stream. We're just going to use it for commentary help.
These lists will become public knowledge after the tournament, so I will get them posted to our website hopefully this week for everybody to review. So so we're ready to dive in. Let's get this thing started. Let's get everybody off and ready to go. I'm going to tell everybody.
Good luck to all our competitors. Thanks everybody for showing up this morning. We got 6 people in the stream already on a Saturday morning. Treatment says hi. Charlotte says hi. Cass says good luck to everybody.
Yep.
Clue says hi.
All right. So
Charlotte's leaving us because she hates the shuttle bus.
That's it.
she's our worst fan for sure.
Something like that.
So I swear, Charlotte is the glue that holds the shuttle bus together. That's
for sure. There's like duct tape on the bus, and then there's the glue that's much stronger, and that's Charlotte. So round 1, we've got a heck of a pairing. We've got Asterix and NIE Math Carl, 3-time Shuffle Bus champion Carl Diaz. He is on Hope.
And one-time champion Asterix, right? He has a first place too.
These are both past Shuffle Bus champions. Getting that round 1 pairing, we're in for a doozy here. Asterix coming from Russia, so welcome from international house of Shuffle Bus. I love when we get worlds to actually have players that are outside the United States involved.
Yeah, we have a couple. Tim Ninja Dance Mat is playing as well today, right?
That's right.
From Ireland.
Treatment says, I have a family Christmas party later, so I might just catch one game. Excited for you all. Tim, or Treatment, dude, we're going to be streaming like a bunch of games today, dude, and it'll be done before tonight. Christmas party time. I got a Christmas party tonight too.
Obviously, come back for the VOD if you miss it, because I'm sure that every game is going to be just amazing. So
So these players are obviously going in blind, making first 5 decisions here. Carl on that Hope plan. Looks like a creeper plan.
Yeah. Carl on Hope creepers. This looks very much like.
Do you think that's for a gates? Carl got a spicy gates in here.
Carl has had an illusion dice in most of his Hope lists, so that he can first 5 a Void Pulse in some matchups.
Spin it down. Yeah.
And spin down a Fate Reflection or a Golden Veil.
We've got Asterix on the other side playing Odette. Dice spread would look like, if we're following past Odette's, would possibly open you up to at least the Crypt Guardian and the Cloudburst Griffin. You'd still have 2 more. It's probably Lightbringer for the last 2, since it's a 6 conjuration count pile.
Right. This looks a lot like the deck that I was playing when the Rowan Tristan was previewed, that had the 3/2s and Crypt Guy and like protection spells. I don't know what protection spells he has. He has 2 charm dice, which is, you'd only really need the 1.
Could be on call to action and something like Golden
Yeah,
Veil.
this might be, well, there's not really a good call to action knight in those colors.
Oh, you've got
Maybe
access to Grave
Grave
Knight.
Knight,
Yeah, Grave Knight, and you've
but
also got Crypt Guardian, who's fine. I mean, it's not great, but fine.
eh, the 2/4, like Crypt Guardian is an attacker, right? Like
Yeah,
uh it's like a weird sit there and then be a removal spell next turn kind of situation. But
treatment
we'll
calling
see.
out
I
Blood
mean,
Archer as well as a good potential here. Although Blood Archer wouldn't be as great a call to action, but
right. I mean, obviously he has knights. He has access to Blood Archer, Grave Knight, Crystal Archer, uh whatever the 2/5 Sun Shield,
yep.
all those things, but none of them besides Grave Knight really are like a great call to action.
Although Grave
They're
Knight call to action
they're
is probably pretty
okay.
baller.
I mean, that sounds not very good against Hope, though, is the thing.
Well, for sure. I mean,
Like, uh,
Hope's tough. Hope's a tough matchup for a traditional swing deck. So
right.
we're
And
we're not going to see. I don't think you're going to see a lot of burn out of Asterix here, just because the colors don't warrant it.
while I think Grave Knight is very powerful, I think it's about as bad as it's ever been right now. Because so many decks are just playing like salamanders and stuff. Like
Mhm.
as every deck has salamanders and snappers now, and so they always have like a crappy chump blocker for your Grave Knight, and they always have enough dudes to like attack it and kill it after it attacks. Um, but I mean, he could have one. Like, I guess I can. Uh,
All right. Looks like Asterix has chosen their first five. Waiting for Carl to lock in his first five. And then we will be ready to go. There we go. So looks like Carl rolls 2 basics. Asterix rolls 4.
an incredible role for Carl.
Asterix chooses to go second. Yeah, Carl rolling 4 power
Like, not,
sides.
yeah, not only just 2 basics, but like a million powers.
Yep. Just
There's the creeper. Yep.
immediately slams Creeper Book. No surprise, right? Your opponent knows you're on this plan. There's no reason to hide it or delay it or do anything like that. So might
Yeah,
as well get it
there was
out.
no question when you put up the time sympathy nature that he's on creeper. So there's the Lightbringer,
Yep. I do
which
like the
is,
Lightbringer here.
yeah, it's interesting. Unfortunately, Hope is like very very good against Lightbringer
Yep.
because duplicate is busted. But
One of the things we'll see here is Carl's definitely in a position as it sits right now to double down. We'll see if he starts to double down in this. The threat of double down's great enough, but starting to double
yeah,
down it can be really tricky to play around. So we'll see how well.
I mean,
Asterix
and
handles
that's
that.
why you have the one illusion dice. I should have said that before, not just talking about the void pulse.
Yep.
Because you want to like you just want to be able to have that threat.
Carl just continuing his book plan, putting a crab down. Interestingly enough, he doesn't use his nature die basic for that crab book. We do see a fire archer, so we do get a little bit of burn from Asterix's plan here.
That's an interesting card. I don't know what that indicates. Like maybe he's on the full set of burn spells. Like he has all the final cries and all the sympathy pains.
Yeah, he could be on all the sympathy pains and final cries. That's true.
I mean, I don't think that he would first five those cards, but
I think he'd have a hard time. I think he'd have a hard time reaching the finish line without Molten Gold. Just if you go strict burn plan and your only burn spells are final cry.
Well, obviously he's going to have guys to attack with, sure. Right? Like, he's going to have one of the 3/2s. He's going to have maybe a Crystal Archer.
Carl bringing Time Hopper to the mix on this.
Interesting that Carl has both the crab and hopper.
Yeah, I'm very.
You don't see a lot of doubling up there.
It does give you some nice redundancy for sure. Well, I wonder if Carl will sneak out any kind of cheeky flash strikes in this deck. We do see a Seafoam Snapper on the other side, so we've got Lightbringer Seafoam Snapper. That's wildly different than what we had originally predicted out of the Asterix.
Well, Snapper is unfair too. So
yeah, sure.
The card is so good, and it's good with Lightbringer, and it's good with the 5 Battlefield of Odette.
There's the Creeper. I wonder if Carl's got a start Huntmaster start here. Let's see, Crab.
I think Carl's going to have another book.
No Huntmaster start. Yeah, he's got another book for sure. I don't know what that last book would be. Maybe a Frostbite Bear?
All right,
There's
Charlotte. See ya. Hopefully you'll be back in time.
so there goes Creeper into Lightbringer. Like you said, Hope being unfair against the Lightbringer.
Yeah, Lightbringer. I still think Lightbringer is the most powerful conjuration in the game right now, but because Hope exists, like it's not as effective into the current meta.
Yep. And shout out to Dijon for doing a bunch of work over the last week or so on Azteki. If you notice now, the active player has got a green bar on their side to let you know who's currently playing.
Oh, that's nice. I didn't even know that.
It's a nice little quality of life improvement,
Yeah,
and
Dijon
makes
does
it
too
easy.
much work for us,
Yep.
like every single time. So we'll see if Asterix decides to fire off the
Enter the fray here.
enter the fray here. I think he probably do.
He better
He's using a
spin up his.
side
I was gonna
action.
say he better spin up his own fate reflection die because he's at risk that his opponent has a fate reflection right now. It just goes
Or
to the
he just
snapper.
chooses to make a 2-1. Okay. I don't hate that so much. I mean, I was interested. He spent his divines. I was interested to see if we're going to see a meteor start
Yeah,
from him. Um, yeah,
meteor
Clue. Everybody shout out Dijon in the chat.
meteor being a good potential first five answer to these indigo creepers.
Yeah, unfortunately, we won't see it. He's going to unburden onto that seed right away. So now
Yep.
the seed is out of range for Enter the Fray or the turtle. Um, but this is just what happens, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
the deck just makes 45 life worth of units with its 10 dice.
Yeah. It's not
And
actually 45, just to be fair, but it feels like it.
yeah, I mean, once you get past like 12 or whatever, it might as well be infinity.
Sure, sure.
Uh,
I'll be very curious to see what what kind of answers Asterix has here, because obviously, if you're getting ready to play Shufflebus Worlds, you should be preparing to play the Hope Creeper, right? Obviously, you should be. The
you should
Hope
be
Creeper,
expecting this deck. Yeah.
absolutely.
I
And so
mean,
you should have an active plan for it. And if you don't, then you're probably in trouble coming into a tournament like this. So I'm not sure what
oh,
the ODET has in place.
I don't know about this pass. I know Asterix traditionally has loved the early pass,
Yeah,
but when he's on 7 dice and Carl's on 4, Carl can make a time hopper and pass here,
just
and that seems like it just annihilates his opponent.
for sure because it sets up another seed.
Or he can make a snapper to set up the 2 status seed, or he can nature ping the 2-1 and pat. Like either way, he's like miles and miles and miles ahead. I was just about to comment on the dice differential between them, and like how it would be okay for Carl to pass.
Yeah, it's
I
interesting. Carl's in the tank on this. So
I mean, the one thing that I will say about this is if Carl passes now, he won't get the like trees to loop in round 1.
right,
But I don't even think that's necessary.
I
You
agree.
know,
I mean, I guess the only risk Carl takes is if Dijon is running Meteor and if
asterisks,
or
you mean?
Asterix. Oh, geez, brain too early. Hey, guys, I normally do this at night.
I was
Okay?
like, you were like, if Dijon, I'm like, what's he gonna say?
Yeah.
If Dijon hacks into this game and
That's right.
removes Carl's cards from
Dijon might do that. You never know. He is the god of all when it comes to Azteki. Yeah, I mean, if Asterix has Meteor and his hope is to just try to draw Meteor and draw out Meteors in round 2 and 3 to try to slow down this tide of creepers, there is a point where he gets some. He could turn the advantage on his side.
right. It feels like if that's his plan, he should have just started a meteor and put more books and stuff into play before passing like that. It looks like Carl's manualing or something.
Oh, misclick, he said.
Oh.
Carl really is in the tank on this. He's been in the tank for 3 minutes or so.
Well, he has just essentially 1,000 options right now. And this is a big contention point because you know, this, if I was in his seat, this is not something I would expect his opponent to do. So he chooses to take the line of snipe the 2-1,
Mm-hmm. I
which
would
I
think this
think
indicates as a
indicates
pass. I
I
think that
I
indicates a
think
pass.
yeah, right. Because I was gonna say like, yeah,
Yep, there it
yep,
is.
and that's what he chooses to do. Okay. So I think I like that better than making the time hopper or moving the unburden counter
Yeah.
as his like last side action around. Um
So Asterix goes first this round. He's kind of got an ETF this seed, but you know Carl's probably sitting on sitting on a fate reflection. He spun up dice for it last round. Um, and Clue adding in chat that choke in round one would make this round pretty much over. Uh, I think choke is one way that you can slow hope down, but I'm not sure once there's two seeds online like this, and you've got your opponent's got crab and time hopper.
yeah, if he had had the choke, there would not have been two seeds.
Right, there'd be one.
Um
So there's the new Lightbringer. This is a good Lightbringer here. And the
I
reason,
agree. Yeah, this is a fine light bringer. Okay, so you see, I guess I called the burn spells. I suppose I could just be looking at the list, but um
yeah, you are supposed to be our list guy. I sent it to you.
yeah, I've just been enjoying like
The back
the
and forth.
well, just the guesses, kind of like
Yeah, me too.
the
I
speculation. Um
So we see Crab go into the Lightbringer. Obviously, Lightbringer is going to make that trade. Well, it's not a trade, but is going to put that one damage on the Crab and soak that damage up. So Odette's health is
yeah,
protected.
that crab with the unburden before attacking uh got its job done there.
Yep.
Um
I mean, we're really close here to just seeing Time Hopper make trees, right? So I'm sure we're going to see Thorns here this round. It'd be very difficult to imagine a round where Hope's not making Thorns here, unless
from now on, you would think that the thorns would be like at least threatened
and
um
Asterix still
for
just
every
making
turn going into the future.
Asterix still just on the Seafoam Snapper plan here. Um, no surrenders to put a token on the Snapper, but I actually think that's okay because this is a space where everything would eat those tokens anyways. It wouldn't really matter, short of the Time Hopper like this. This is going to probably force an early guard, which is really good for the Hope player here.
uh it depends on if he has a threat in his hand.
Sure.
If Asterix has like a big unit in his hand, he can't guard this. He needs to save the guard for saving his crypt guy or whatever that he tries to stick here.
Yeah, it is a little interesting that we didn't see the Cloudburst Griffin or the Ruin Dweller, and there is a Sympathy Pain, so he did take the guard and then just put damage back on Hope here with that Sympathy Pain. Um, it's an interesting decision here. I almost feel like Sympathy Pains in this matchup are you have to try to get back control of the board with them.
He didn't really have a good target for that, even
He could kill
though.
the crab. It's exhausted, but it's at least gone. Then it's not a threat you have to deal
Yeah,
with future
the
guys.
well, once the crab has its tokens off, like it's much less of a deal. I mean, it's still a 2/3 or whatever, but
Just
here
gonna
we see
go.
Asterix coming across with this the turtle.
Just gonna
Asterix
go.
seems like he's just on the hope I draw enough burn spells to kill you plan now.
Yeah, go as fast as I can. Get as much damage as possible because I'm gonna lose this board control race. So seedling should blossom here, I would imagine, because Carl's running out of
Yeah.
battlefield space. Um, he's got one more slot left, so he can make a creeper and turn on the loop. If there is a kneel here, that's a very good kneel clue. It's possible that Asterix is on a kneel here.
That would be sweet. That would be a reason why you'd want to attack with the turtle there.
Yep.
Get a little value before you kneel. Yeah, that'd be really dope actually. And then he follows it up with a crypt guy. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that would be one way for you to really kind of put all of the heat on Carl here and slow down some of this creeper
Yeah, since
stuff.
Carl didn't start Snapper, um, he doesn't have like the out to beat the kneel.
We don't know if
You
he
know,
started Snapper or not. He only got through 3 of his 5 cards, so
that's true, I guess. He does have a Snapper in his deck.
So it could still be sitting in his hand from round 1. It just never got played. So we don't know that for sure.
That's very true. I mean, his last 2 cards from round 1 could have been Salamander Snapper.
Yeah, or could have been Snapper and Fate Reflection, or I mean,
I guess it's Snapper Double Down.
yeah. I mean, there's so many like combinations there. Like I don't even know how you figure it
I guess
out.
he had 4 dice left when the weird passes happened.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we have Asterix passing again. The pass is better now because Carl has like a ton of value in play he wants to use and a ton of dice.
Yeah, Carl connects here for 6 damage just off of that Frog Pain kill the Fire Archer.
Yeah,
that's a rough spot for.
Yeah, Carl just goes to the dome.
Yeah, you have to, right? Like you're in like 0.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he could have done any main action, but 6 damage is a lot, so I think that's fine.
Carl could go Creeper into Air's End, which would be pretty hype here too. If he's got the Air's End. And I think he just blows out Asterix here if that happens.
If you think he has an Air's End in his deck?
I don't know. You got the deck list. You tell me.
He does not have an Air's End.
Okay, right.
We won't be seeing that.
I just thought, man, like that might be pretty good.
Okay, so there's the Crypt guy.
Yep, there's the Guardian.
So if Asterix's plan was to get Carl to tap out those 3/2s before, like I think that's a good pass.
Yeah.
Just to like bait your opponent to tap the things that can actually attack and kill the Crypt Guardian.
The interesting thing is though, Asterix is active player, so when it comes to the end of
there's
round,
the Snapper.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, we knew there was probably a Snapper in there.
Well, I mean that the Snapper now means more trees this turn potentially.
Yeah, you play the Snapper, you make the Seedling, and you've got no room left on your battlefield unless the Snapper somehow dies. For
right, it just the Snapper makes just so many random weird things happen.
Yeah.
Like it gets to kill a tree or a hopper. I mean, I think you'd kill a tree.
Well, here's my question: would you actually kill the tree? Because here's the thing.
Well, the reason that you kill a tree is to get a counter on the Seedling, but I suppose you could like make a time hopper, or you can't make a time hopper. That's you could make a crab.
But even if you do that, again, you've got a Snapper on the battlefield, you've got a Seedling that blossoms, and you've got all the thorns, but you can no longer play another Creeper, so you can't turn. He's gonna take the Snapper and kill a tree. But what I'm saying here is in this play, like if Carl blossoms this seed, he's got no room to add another Creeper to keep the Seedling Creeper
right, and he doesn't need to blossom though. That's the thing. Is like this creates the threat of blossoming, but still just like lets him make a crab if he wants to, kind of. Right. You know what I mean? Like
Asterix with 11 life remaining, Carl with 10 life remaining, Carl with massive board advantage here. Asterix early passing yet again. We kind of expected that. If Carl tries
now he's kind of out of stuff, right?
I wonder if Carl. Well, he's holding widows. He's holding widow dice. I would not be shocked to see Asterix have widows in this deck.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Widows would be another.
Do here?
Well, it's worth at least 2 damage.
Okay, so Carl chooses to blossom. He's just going for the throat here.
Yeah, you got it right.
Wait, he didn't have to. He could have like he could have duplicated Snapper.
Well, right now you go to 8, right? If Carl's even holding 1 Molten Gold, which he hasn't shown yet, but could be, he's got the win right now with Snapper 2 double Thorn attack, putting Odette at 15 life, 15 damage.
Yeah, if he's got the Molten, that's a good play. I mean, if you're going for like value board advantage, if you don't think you can kill him this turn, then you can like duplicate Snapper, which actually opens up 2 spots and gives you the 2 power attacker for 1.
His battlefield's full. He has no. Yeah, you would have.
I'm talking about instead of the blossom.
Sure. Absolutely. Because you could have cleared your hopper off the board that way, opened up another battlefield slot, had 2 battlefield slots remaining.
Yeah, you duplicate turtle, kill the hopper, attack his turtle, or attack his crypt guy, whatever. Then that'll die. You have 2 open slots. You can still blossom. You could make a turtle or a crab if you wanted. You know, that opens up more space for him to make plays because he's still got 7 dice.
Right.
Doing the Blossom here puts a lot of pressure on Asterix to not take 8, but it kind of ends his turn unless he has a way to kill one of his own guys.
That's right.
Which I suppose he could like frog ping his hopper and then duplicate the
We got Sword of
crap.
Virtue
So
here. Untapping the Crypt
untapping the
Guardian.
crypt guy.
This does save you 3 life. I mean,
maybe he feels like he needs the life points.
He's definitely. I mean, Carl's got a significant threat, but the issue. Well, I mean, he doesn't have Void Pulse kill here. That's for sure. He could ping into Void Pulse.
Well, if Asterix blocks one of the trees, he has frog ping. That's the like. So Asterix is like priced into blocking the turtle, which just doesn't feel very good.
Well, he could also he's showing the dice for Golden Veil, so he could be sitting on a Golden Veil for that potential outcome.
Yeah, the Crypt Guardian is probably dead if Carl wants it dead.
Yeah,
It's just that doing it this way, you're allowing Carl to like do maximum damage to you as well as getting the thing dead.
right.
Because when he blocks here, it's going to open up a slot for the duplicate Snapper. I guess if he blocks Snapper, that's a good reason to block Snapper and not a tree, is so that he can't duplicate the Snapper and like open up another battlefield
spot. Yeah,
yeah. God, Snapper is so bonkers.
it's good.
Card is incredible. Is that the best card out of?
And Asterix just taking it to the face, just going.
I like not blocking better than blocking.
Sure, because the battlefield's clogged, right? Carl's got to somehow clear his own units out, but he's got a frog pin.
And I mean, and you're going to give yourself a Crypt Guardian. Like Crypt Guardian living is like insane in every board state almost. So
I imagine we'll see Carl frog ping his own hopper to make an Indigo Creeper. He's going to play Seeds of Aggression, which is just as good here.
Well, if he, yeah, I guess he needs a main action.
Yeah.
Oh, Seeds is insane.
Yeah. So now
does he frog the crypt guy? Probably not. Oh, he's got another sword.
Oh man, double
sword.
Got him. Double sword.
Yeah, unfortunately, Carl still has PB guard, so he can't kill that Snapper because Carl's going to do all those things I was talking about, or not.
Oh, he's going to make he was going to make a creeper. I knew he was going to make a creeper because he's got the engine online here. This creeper, even if this creeper doesn't connect at all, the seed
right.
is...
But I just thought you should duplicate Snapper first. Like use the duplicated unit and get another battlefield slot.
So here's the thing: if you're Asterix, Asterix passes. But if you're Asterix here, he's not used Enter the Fray, and he's not pressured that initial potential Fate Reflection out of Carl's hand from round 1. We do see the Seedling attack. We do see the Crypt Guardian block it. The good news here for Asterix is he can exhaust this seed off the Crypt Guardian and make something happen. Carl has a backup plan maybe here.
Carl meditates to horse. He just wants the horsepower, I think.
No, he's going to ping that time hopper, clear the hopper, and make a crab. Oh, he's got seeds again. Okay.
Oh, he's got another seeds. Okay, so the whole duplicate thing I've been talking about this whole time doesn't matter because he's had the seeds to do the clearing for him.
So he's going to go
top, passes.
He's going to go top around. He's not even going to have to make another Brilliant Thorn because Carl can ping this Snapper away.
He's dead, right?
Yeah, he is dead on board. 100% because
this round, not next round.
Yeah, you're right. He is because he did get to make another Thorn. How did he make? Oh, he had a time power.
Yeah.
I didn't think.
I mean, he could have done it in a bunch of ways.
Yeah, he had a
he could have duplicated Snapper, attacked, and then with the space made a crab, moved 1 and attacked for 1. That would have been 18.
What happened to our timer?
What do you mean?
The timer for the game disappeared.
Because he conceded, the game ended.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah. That's why it went
My
away.
scrolling stopped working. That's what
That
happened.
that was a cool game. Again, just always showing the power of Hope Creepers. They have so many tools.
Absolutely.
So congrats, Carl, on the round 1 victory there.
Yep.
Is anybody else still playing?
Let's take a look. We've got lots of games still up. We've got Chaos Theory and Josh, Apple Sith and Redentor, Tuxedo and Brian B, Killer and Matt Bowers. Which one should we
Do you
jump
have
into?
uh
Should we watch Chaos Theory?
I don't sure.
Okay, let's watch Chaos Theory. All right.
Okay.
Chaos is on. It looks like a Herald list. I wonder if it's similar to what he ran.
Just in time for a Chaos Gravity.
Yeah,
right.
we came in right at the right time to get a Realm Walker back off that Chaos Gravity.
Okay, so
Josh pressure in this Herald with that Realm Walker. It looks like.
Chaos at 8 playing Herald.
Chaos has another Raptor. That's a good answer to.
He's got so many men.
Oh, a Hunter's Mark on that Realm Walker.
Yeah, look at all the men. Realm Walk Isolate is just bad.
Yeah.
It just does nothing.
Yeah, that's a tricky place for
who's Josh.
For Josh here. Looks to me like Josh needs to have a good AoE spell on the draw. Otherwise, it's going to be a GG.
He has meteors in his list. I mean, he's not actually dead, right? Like,
no, the issue I have with attacking Realm Walker to units like this is you could just exhaust the unit that's getting attacked, right? So you essentially turn Isolate off. You really want,
yeah, when you attack, like he should have attacked like
and Chaos just
like
exhausts his other
Peacock,
hatchling, right? Yeah,
because you want to turn off the. Oh, that's weird.
yeah. I mean, it doesn't actually matter in this scenario unless Chaos has another unit to play, but he could, right?
He's got 5 dice.
Yeah, he's got his own Lightbringer still left. So
yeah, I guess he can make a Lightbringer.
So I feel
yeah,
like
definitely should have definitely should have put the exhaustion counter on the hatchling that was going to die to the attack.
Yep.
I
also think you could have just taken the 3 there just as easily, right? And if you do,
you mean
that,
PB guard?
Yeah, PB guard. Your opponent's got 1 dice left, so there's not many actions left that they can do.
Think that I don't think there's a scenario where you PB guard because you know you're getting isolated.
Mm-hmm.
So you isolate and he plays a heal, going up to 10 there.
Yep.
Since you're getting isolated, one of your hatchlings or your herder is going to get tapped like unusable anyway. You might as well just like let it die, keep your PB guard. It's not going to matter in this case.
Honestly, I think Chaos should have probably also attacked that Lightbringer directly, personally. And the only reason why I say that is because now while Josh is going to go first here.
Did he have guard down?
He did, yeah. So
okay.
So
I think I would have taken that. But if I'm Chaos, I don't attack all out here. I might attack with 3 guys just to get my hatchling value.
Well, like hatchling's going to just get blocked by the Lightbringer, so it doesn't really do anything.
Well, it forces him to do that. Like,
right. I think now you're going to have to use Salamander Monks as like early, like guard pressure here.
I guess you're right that like I would attack Peacock with a Spirit as a potential attack. Now that he's played a Raptor Herder, your 3-mana attack is a little worse. Him playing Raptor Herder indicates to me that he does not have a Meteor.
Yeah, I think if you had Meteor or Nature's Wrath, you just go for it. But he does meditate up the dice like he's got a Meteor.
Well, he doesn't have any Nature dice, so he can't have Nature's Wrath. But
right. This Meteor is marginally okay now because of your own Raptor Herder, but just because
so he's making that attack I was talking about, just getting the like essentially forcing the hatchling block.
Right.
You don't want to let your opponent convert a half dice to damage.
Right, absolutely.
Though, I mean, if he has meteor, he's definitely just blocking, right? Like,
Yeah, you should.
uh,
100%. You
because
should,
your
and
guys are
then
going to die to it anyway. If he doesn't have meteor, I think there's arguments to be made to letting it go because Echo has such a high life total. You just like take it and try to like hopefully just ignore those things this turn.
right. You'd only, I mean, you go to 12, so you got 7 life remaining. You kind of even the battlefield out a little bit. Chaos still having a small battlefield advantage, 4 to 3 at that scenario, but especially if your
And
plan is
Chaos's battlefield is better. Like the salamanders are much better than
yeah,
Peacock Herder Hatchling.
one of the things that's kind of interesting here is the meteor actually would make Chaos allow Chaos more room. He is currently tapped out on battlefield space.
Right. That's another reason to just let this go.
Yeah,
And it looks like Josh makes that
yeah,
choice.
yeah, he does. I think that's a good choice from Josh here.
Um Again, that indicates to me that he doesn't have the meteor. And he's just by making that play, you're saying like, okay, I think my life total is safe from dying this turn. I want to like keep you locked up until I can set up my board, and
Right.
then I'll be okay.
I think now you take your Lightbringer and you pressure one of these Salamander monks. In my opinion, mainly because you
He
want.
also has like mirror spirit, which is a big reason not to block there, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Potentially the mirror spirit could be a giant. I might
yeah,
make a peacock here.
it's an interesting decision. I don't think it's a bad decision. You're gonna probably trade Peacock on Peacock, right? But or
Well,
you might trade Salamander into it. Or he makes a Griffin.
okay, he makes a griffin. I think that's fine. He just needs some actions to like fill his board while chaos can't. But there's the hunter's mark.
I don't think I
So we'll
counter
see if
him.
he decides to. I don't think I would. And
Yeah.
he's got to consume.
So Chaos just
It
healing.
just that the consume is soul crushing
Yeah.
right there. Like
So the
you like made your cloudburst griffin to try to like reset this board state while he's tapped,
mhm.
and he's like just kills it for free.
Yeah, and
Okay,
he gets another hunt on the first mirror spirit, and you can only make one mirror spirit here, so that's a real problem here. Um, you
what
know,
did he spend his other horse on? Did I miss that?
the Raptor Herder.
Oh, okay.
So here's
Yeah,
the
I suppose
Lightbringer.
that's a defensible.
This will
Both
I'm assuming this is going to turn a Salamander Monk into an attack. The question is that he is holding the dice for double down. It would be pretty wild if he had a double down on the Hatchling. It would really because with a focus
you're
mirror
talking
spirit,
about Josh.
yeah. So
I
with
mean,
the
he's not going to attack Hatchling.
no, I don't think so either. But
He's going to attack Raptor Herder
yeah.
with a Peacock, probably. No, with a Sally.
So the interesting thing here is that Josh could make Mirror Spirit exhaust the other Salamander Monk or Lightbringer, and then Gravity Flux, but he's only going to connect for 4 damage off of that. That's just a lot of work for 4 damage. There's
It's
the
kind of just the position he's in,
yeah, for
and I
sure.
mean, we don't know that he doesn't have a
Another Chaos Gravity or something.
right or like a Sonic,
Yeah,
just any kind of heavier hitter,
right.
and I mean that's what it looks like to me that he has a Realm Walker or a Sonic or something, because he's playing in a way to try to tap out Chaos
Right.
to get a big attack in, and potentially like if he has Realm Walker plus Chaos Gravity this turn, um, he definitely could do that. So we have a guard here. That's interesting. He did make the attack that I was saying. He attacked
I
into
honestly
the
think you
Raptor
do that
Herder.
because the Mark Prey is still up, so you're not going to get to guard anything of value anyways. So you might
Yeah, that's
as
a good point.
you might as well
Have it
just do this right. There's a sympathy
and
pain from Chaos Theory.
and Realm Walker is not safe, I guess.
No, not even
No,
close.
wait, it is because he
How?
can't mark prey and frog ping.
Right, but he can mark prey do something else, and then
I mean, like the Realm Walker will get to attack,
sure.
right? The Chaos doesn't have an attacker that kills the Realm Walker in one attack, even with Hunt Prey right now.
Sure. So there's a
Okay,
mirror
so
spirit.
he's chosen to mirror the one of the Sallies.
Yep.
So he's just gonna go for a big swing here of some kind because he has Gravity Flux left. So if he has, but he doesn't have top around.
No, but he's sitting pretty even on units on battlefield to protect from a big top around swing from Chaos. So
Right. I was just trying to figure out if he could win.
yeah, I don't think he can win this round. I mean, like the best, I think, if he's got a Realm Walker in his back pocket here, and he uses the time power to put a status token back on the Mirror Spirit, he could connect for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So he would take Chaos to 13, but doesn't have top around as mentioned before, and you can't put the Realm Walker into play first here. That's the real fundamental problem. Because
yeah, you can.
No,
Like
no, because he can even just go. Well, I mean, he could, I guess. That's true.
he could play Realm Walker. Okay, he's got another heal. All right,
all
that's
the healing
fine.
from Chaos here, extending that Herald life pool.
Yeah, we've seen him gain 6.
Mm-hmm. That's made the Herald's life effectively 22. That's a pretty good
he
number.
really needs a Realm Walker here.
Yeah, I think
I mean, I suppose it could be like a
Celestial Knight would
like
be
a Celestial Knight even.
Celestial Knight would be actually maybe better than Realm Walker here, to be honest.
Realm Walker would be better. Isolate is too good, even in the squad of like little dumb guys, because he needs to remove blockers is the issue. He's just swinging now. Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, I agree.
If he doesn't have a Realm Walker to play, I don't know what he's going to do.
There's a Sympathy Pain on the back end, pushing Josh to 4 life remaining. Harold going down to 9 life remaining. All of the battlefield.
Is he dead?
No, he's got a Mirror Spirit to block. The Mirror Spirit won't kill the Salamander Monk.
Well, so let's say that Chaos goes like Sally attacks one of the guys, not that won't be a Lightbringer. It doesn't matter what it is. Frog Ping. And then Josh passes again.
So here's the Frog Ping.
To
deal 1 damage to the Lightbringer.
It pings his own guy. What are his summons? Shadow. Oh, he's got a Shadow Spirit, so that's like a little bigger. Or a Sally. He can't make a Sally though.
No, he's gonna make that Shadow Spirit for sure. He could have technically made that Lightbringer as well and connected.
So now I think he's dead, unless he has something to do.
Well, the Mirror Spirit's going to get enough power to block something and kill something here.
Well, the Shadow Spirit's going to kill the Mirror Spirit, right?
Yeah.
And then Sally's going to attack a unit or face, probably a unit. And then he'll have 3 guys in play against.
Well, it's interesting because Chaos could have another Sympathy Pain. I don't know where his Sympathy Pain count is currently at, but if he does, he's got the win just off of making the Salamander Monk attack and kill the Mirror Spirit with a Divine Power. And then
oh yeah, the Divine Power changes it too. Yeah, I think Chaos has this locked up in the absence of another unit from Josh.
Right. I would agree. Seems that way.
Gotta play Nature's Wrath.
There's the Herald Mark Prey. So you don't even need the Divine Power, right? You just take Salamander Monk into the Mirror Spirit with Mark Prey.
Yeah.
If Chaos has another Consume Soul, this is
he can't counter.
Right.
Well, the Consume Soul doesn't actually matter now.
Yeah.
He has it, but it's meaningless because he's not going to mark again this turn.
Heals for 8 this round, everybody.
only
have fun.
Only
Clue.
4, right? I don't know.
No, he's
see you later, Clue. Thanks for hanging out.
And 2 Consumed Souls. He's healed for 8.
Not in the same round.
I'm pretty sure.
One of the heals was in the last round.
Oh, okay. So he's healed for 6 this round, 8 this game.
Right, but it doesn't matter though.
Right.
Because he wouldn't be dead at 13.
Yeah. I think this is definitely the consume.
Yeah, for sure. He has top around swing with 10,000 men, and Josh is at 1.
The only thing you got to watch out for here is there could be this. There's still the possibility of a Realm Walker here. Not that it matters as much,
It wouldn't
but
do anything though. That's the problem.
well, you're right because you're at 1 life. You're right.
Yeah, he just has to get. He would have to make. He doesn't even have the battlefield to make enough blockers.
It's true.
He couldn't possibly do it.
And that is going to be a GG for Chaos here.
I'm trying to think of a reaction he could play. Like
None. Figures in the fog.
but that doesn't stop enough guys.
Right. Well, that's the problem, right? Because you're at 1 now because of that.
Right. Yeah, so the consumes were good like they're always good because resetting Hunter's Mark is great, but the heals actually didn't have an effect on this game.
Right.
But that was sweet. That was a really cool like last turn there were like 10,000 actions and a million little crappy guys in play.
Absolutely. All right. We have got just Applesith the Redentor playing right now.
You need to fix the reporting form because Killer isn't in it.
Oh. Okay. Let me do that. You can commentate this one.
Yeah, jump on Applesith and Redentor and I'll talk about their game while what's going on here. Okay. So Applesith on Echo, Redentor on Mayoni. Currently having Cloudburst Griffin killing a peacock from so hey there everyone. Hey there, Applesith. Nice to see you. Okay, so we have a PB guard to save the peacock, put a counter on the guilt link. Mayoni going to 8 remaining. Echo, I think, is somewhat problematic for the Mayoni in general. I don't have the list up in front of me because I haven't we just jumped into this game, but because of the 4 battlefield and Chaos Gravity and Gravity Flux and Realm Walker and whatever, obviously that locks that up pretty quick. He has a False Demon, a Mirror Spirit, and Cloudburst Griffin, so just a stack of efficiency guys. And then the standard, not the standard. So this deck has the dice for Gilder, but does not currently have a Gilder book in play. They have a Gilder book in the discard pile. Makes a Lioness.
Yeah.
Looking pretty good here because both the remaining summons as well as the unit in play are killable by that stock.
It's also he's still got the guilt link online, so he can actually get a 3rd unit from off the board too.
Is he gravity fluxing right now?
I guess so. Wonder why. Oh, to make False Demon ping it.
Oh, okay. That's okay. Just eke out a little bit of value if you don't think you're going to use your gravity flux aggressively this turn.
Mm-hmm.
And it forces the Lioness to attack it next turn. I mean, I suppose you could choose to kill the Griffin, which you probably should.
Yeah, I think that's your plan.
I guess if you kill Griffin, you take 2 additional damage, potentially. You give your opponent the choice of going to face or Lioness.
Right.
If you kill Demon, you don't. But he could also attack Griffin and then Guilt Link.
So he could command the strike the Demon and kill the Cloudburst Griffin here.
Oh, command strike is a good call actually. You're doing it into a turtle dice potentially, but
you're showing a Golden Veil, so I think you have to make that decision here.
Yeah, that's a really tough one. Is do you want to trade your Golden Veil for a potential Fate Reflection when you know that your opponent has a Chaos Gravity left in their deck?
Sure.
Trading Golden Veil for Fate Reflection is not great for you.
Mm-hmm.
Because all it does is save your guy. Their guy remains saved. So they still get half value. Yeah, I like this attack. I think this is the correct one. You just take the Griffin, let them do what they will with their false demon.
Yeah, because otherwise they're going to use the false demon and have a 2-power mirror spirit on the top of that as well, because they'll have. Well, they still
Right.
have the one.
And
Assuming
this
you
is the
counter.
play I was talking about, is using the guilt link. I think that's probably good. It gains you some life anyway.
Yeah, he's going to have
And
something
your
to come
guilt
from
link,
hand. I mean, obviously he's up on dice here by 1 dice, 7 dice to 6. There's Crystal Archer.
I mean,
Crystal Archer.
he's still got a snake to make.
Yeah, right. But the snake's a
Which is
zero.
too bad that
Is zero
he didn't
power.
get to make the snake before the guilt link activation. But
This would tell me he's maybe on a Hammer Knight on the back end now.
well, he needed a nature power to make a snake.
Right.
And obviously with Call Upon the Realms, you're just gonna do whatever. He's pretty close to getting decked, which is unfortunate because Maoni is not great at going from 0 to hero. It
Right.
takes like a round or two. So I think that they're much more likely to have issue with the fatigue before being able to win than the Echo. Though if the Echo's out of gas now, then that's different, I suppose.
Right.
The Echo, like, what could they play? Obviously, they have a Mirror Spirit. That's not great. It could be Sonic or Battle Seer or Celestial Knight as the 3 dice ones. Ooh, Master Vampire. That's good.
Yeah, Master Vampire is a way to extend your life here.
And he just fires off the command strike.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got
Now,
it right.
now that the turtle's gone, you know it's safe. Yeah, that was a big swing for sure, because now whatever, even if it's a Sonic or something, it's dead to the Master Vampire plus Frog Ping. He passes. See, I think I would pass here. If you have a good side extra do, yeah, okay, nice play, Redentor. With the obvious advantage of having a Master Vampire in play to start off this round and resetting your books. It's going to be hard for the Echo to stick a threat this turn with the Lightbringer and the Master Vamp. Redentor in the tank a little bit. I think I'd probably just make a snake. Just give the snake the maximum amount of possible growth time. But I do think that the Echo is favored here the longer this game goes, which is weird to say about Maoni in general, because they're usually like the queen of charge up time.
Right.
But in this case, with one card left in the pile and behind on life, I think that the time is in favor of the Echo. But Maoni has a hell of a board right now, so
Yeah, I mean, you've got a really solid place to build from here, and in theory, Maoni doesn't have to play from hand at this point, right? Like it.
Applesith meditates and passes.
Uh,
I mean, I think this is like the world's most obvious meteor.
has to be right.
I don't know why else you'd make that play. Because all in essence, if Redentor passes, all you did was give him a Lioness for free. which I think he should do. I think I would just snap pass back. Unless you have a good side action, you should do that first, obviously, but he chooses to meditate, going to 0 cards in pile. So still pass.
I think that indicates to me he's got the golden veil, but
He wants to make a snake. Okay. But yeah, I mean that definitely indicates golden veil because he would not have meditated for the second snake if he
there's the meteor.
Yep, and like literally the fastest meteor he's ever put into play. Like he like passes the turn and Echo's like in play. Like
yeah. I think Apple says
because now he has the gravity flux whatever trick, false demon trick on the one of the X4s.
Right.
As well.
Which looks really good here to kill a snake. Or force a golden veil, which is like kind of the worst.
I mean, I think I would kill the master vampire, but yeah, I mean, I think you would get golden veiled on the false demon ping, which is still good. Like, because at this point, if he plays golden veil from hand, it does 2 damage to him, and it does 2 damage, or it does 1 damage to him, equal to like the number of turns remaining in the game.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot for Redentor to be in.
I'm interested in what happened in the early turns of this game that got us to this state. Yeah. I mean, I know that the Mayoni decks tend to be like very resource tradey decks.
So here's your Gravity Flux False Demon trick.
Yeah.
I do like False Demon and Echo together. I think they're like peas and carrots.
Right. As soon as Realmwalker was printed, then False Demon was like the best unit
there's the
that they could play. They just needed a reason to play Illusion to make False Demon the best.
Redentor just needed to play an Angelic Rescue in this deck. it would look insane here.
I find that statement to be kind of questionable, but it would have been very good there.
Yeah. Matt Bauer is adding into chat here. Hype plays from the Golden Veil on the False Demon. I'm sure this is going to turn into a Light Bringer. Force that demon attack. Get the Mayoni guard. Vamp gets to come back.
Yeah, it depends on what his additional things are. Like, I don't think what he really needs is like a crescendo.
Well, he doesn't need to do that either. He's got command strike, so he can command strike this demon down.
Oh, I'm talking about Echo. Like,
yeah,
there's no way. I'm trying to think of things the Echo could do that would finish off one of these X4s.
Crescendo would do it. He could have Seeds of Aggression. Seeds of Aggression would do it.
That's not really an Echo card. I mean, it's a good card. It definitely could be played, but yep. And there's exactly what you said: Lightbringer, attack, vamp, Mayoni guard.
Yeah. So I think Master Vampire needs to clear this demon before you risk it just getting crushed by any sort of potential.
Well, he has time now, right? So, I would let my opponent make their next X2 and attack the untapped one with it. If he had a crescendo or something that was going to kill that vamp.
Well, you don't have to. You can command strike that X2, right? So, I mean, I guess what I would do is probably. I mean, I don't think you can risk. I don't think you can risk a pass because I think it's really good for Appleset to pass here.
Well, I
So
definitely wouldn't pass.
yeah, so you have to have a main action, but what's that main action going to be? Because every main action you take now from
I
him,
would rather attack Echo for one with Peacock
sure.
than attack with Vamp, because I want to get an untapped unit with my Vamp now. That would be my goal
Well, you can command
as
strike the untapped
Redentor's
unit,
Seed.
and then you don't lose the vampire. You know what I'm saying? So you do see Master Vampire just go at this demon. This
I mean that line. I guess he has the Guilt Link charged up, so that's one extra kill.
right, and then the
You
Silver
essentially
Snake
are
is online.
saying you're saying here now that your opponent is not going to put any units into play the rest of the turn.
And there's an explosive
Ooh.
growth on the snake. That's spicy.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. So now you make Griffin and Mirror Spirit, and both of them
Well,
are dead.
so if he makes a unit, we have Command Strike attack or Guilt Link attack. Or just like Command Strike attack with Peacock, wait for him to make his next unit, then Guilt Link.
Title.
Oh, he's got Title Shift. Yes.
Oh my goodness. The best title shift
Absolutely,
we've ever seen.
absolutely insane.
The best title shift we've ever seen.
Because he untapped the False Demon book, which is lethal to either unit.
Oh.
Incredible.
And gets the Master Vampire. Now I think you got to Guilt Link this demon. You don't really have a choice. You got to Guilt Link the demon, and then you get Mirror Spirited for 1, which gets to kill the snake. So, yeah, that's tough. Tough place. Redentor, you can't really play around that title shift there. I don't think there's really a place where you can play around that.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah.
I think Redentor has played great this turn.
Yeah.
It just like I guess he has it all, right? Like it's,
sometimes your opponent does have it all. That's for sure.
With only 3 cards left, like no dice for any kind of meaningful reaction, that title shift is always going to hit hard. I'm glad that we got it on stream because that was bonkers.
Yeah, that was awesome. Title Shift is one of those cards that in a Mayoni matchup looks really, really good because of the tall units that Mayoni produces.
I love that. We haven't seen a lot of Echo since that card was printed.
Yeah.
But that card seems really cool in Echo.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the Echo decks tend to have Lightbringer, and I think Title Shift Lightbringer is like the best combo in general.
Right, because you can force force the attack if you want to in many cases. And
the Echo deck, you know, it likes having the ability to pile on blocker removal.
Right.
Which obviously Title Shift does.
There's the destruction. This will lead to a Mirror Spirit from Applesith, I'm sure. That Mirror Spirit will push the snake to dead. Yeah, I assume he's attacking snake here. It would be crazy to attack Mayoni. If there's a way that Redentor wins this game, which I think is, even if the snake survives, he's still low percentage to win, but the only way he does is with an explosive growth snake. So we're 2 minutes from we're 2 minutes from sudden death here. So I mean, I don't think Appleseth's going to generate enough board pressure to win on that. We will see a sudden death activate, and Mayoni having no cards in deck means that Mayoni's just going to take 2 damage every turn. Whereas I think it's very possible that Echo could do 3 damage here pretty quick. I mean, we might see it go to overtime, but we know the outcome of this game already pretty much. Yeah, it needs to be 5 damage to convert, otherwise the sun. Oh, right, she has 20. Yeah. So I'm most likely what you're going to see here is a potential Lightbringer play, but without making 2 units here, Gravity Flux is going to open the door for you to at least hit for 4. Right, because he can't Gravity Flux and Divine Power. Yeah, so there's a Lioness. This will get Gravity Fluxed, I'm sure. Yeah, it seems very unlikely that with 3 cards, the Mayoni will 13 the Echo. I mean, Depends if another one of
Just
those is a chaos gravity or a explosive growth. But again, with a minute left before we go into
there's a
death,
possibility that there's an explosive growth left, but I just don't think he has the time. Like there would be time for Echo to make his Mirror Spirit and his False Demon before that snake would be big enough to do 13. And oh my god. I hope Charlotte's here.
did we see a particle shield? Did
Yeah.
we see a particle shield there?
Charlotte, where are you? She's gone still. That's too bad.
She'll catch that on the VOD later potentially. Particle shielding.
I like
VOD
the
versus Griffin.
I actually like this better than using the gravity flex. Just like
It kills the Linus.
oh, he's got a crescendo, so this is actually lethal.
This is GG then. This is the 5 to win.
Because I don't think he he didn't have the Golden Veil last turn, so we know he doesn't have the Golden Veil this turn.
Yeah, he had Golden Veil last turn.
I mean like the additional Golden
Oh
Veil.
yeah.
But yeah. Well, maybe he does have a Golden Veil. Let me look at the discard pile.
They're trying to fix it, but they're in sudden death now. I don't know what they're doing.
I mean, it does. They're trying to fix the crescendo. Yeah, he doesn't have a Golden Veil. Left all 3 under the discard pile. I don't know if he like. I think he targeted his own unit, thinking that he had to put a damage on his guy or something.
Yeah.
Crescendo's a weird card. I don't know why it does a damage to your guy, but what happened here? He played Crescendo, didn't he? Or am I dumb?
I don't know. Something's going on with their game. I'm not sure what they're doing exactly.
There's didn't put the Crescendo in the discard pile. Oh, I guess it could have been Standstill as well. I think Aztec he screwed up the when they manual moded it. They missed the prompt. Okay, so Redentor scoops.
Yep.
GG's guys. Apple sits with the hyped title shift there at the end. But I think that is the last game.
Yeah, so we're waiting. I'm just waiting for the game to be reported, and then I will post round 2 pairings. So
can you report it? It's Redentor wins 6 blood points.
I don't want it to double.
Oh, okay.
In case they do it, so prefer to let the players do it.
Okay, so round 1 complete.
Yeah.
We had 1 game go to time. That's okay. We still finished in about an hour, and we're on track heading into round 2.
Yep.
Once they get this.
All right, so we're going to back out of that. All right.
Uh, my parents are coming next
Okay.
week.
Yeah.
To stay for a week, and they're gonna go stay with my sister. And my sister just texted me and she said, I asked Heidi, my niece Heidi, if she's excited to see Bubby and Papa, and she said she's excited for school, and then asked if Uncle Neil was coming over. So I
Winning the
got him.
day.
I got my parents.
Winning the day. You can just end your day today. It's all better now.
Yep,
Yeah.
I'm the Ashes World Champion.
That's awesome. All right. I am just waiting for that game to get reported here. Let me see. Trying to watch it. How fast it comes in. There it is. Okay. Let's get pairings up.
This is just like all I want to do is just do like full day coverage of
Ashes.
card games. Yeah.
Yeah. I wish I had more time to do it. It's tough with having little ones in the house.
I wish we had more games to comment on. Today we'll have plenty though, so
Chaos and Matt in round 2 here. Brian and No Such will be our matchup for round 2.
Okay.
We have Chaos Theory and Matt Bowers, Applesith and JK, the Cap and NIU Math, Bill and Josh, Killer and Redentor, Ninja Dance Matt Tim is on by this round, and Asterix and Tuxedo. So excited to watch these guys duke it out. Brian,
Yeah.
Brian, past Shufflebus champion as well.
Right. Obviously, every single person in this tournament is going to be like, I can't imagine a bad game happening. So,
They're making fun of No Such getting the buy into Carl.
or into Brian, yeah.
Yeah, or into Brian.
Yeah, yeah.
They're like, sorry, No Such.
See, I just don't think that there's like I don't know what table you're sitting down at that you're like, man, this is gonna be an easy game.
Yeah,
I don't think there
I'm
is
looking
one.
at this field
so like
going, yeah.
I mean, obviously if you get the buy, but like I think No Such has as good a chance as anybody.
Right.
So we will check out this table 1 once they get settled.
Post it. Yep. Once they post it here. So hang tight with us here on stream.
There's Brian B's table.
Right, where are we at? Okay, there we go. Just waiting for No Such to join there.
I like how Killer apparently always making his table casual. We have like I'm looking at the list here. There's like a bunch of competitives, and Killer both times has been.
Nope, I'm just here for the
casual. Just a casual world championship.
It's funny because Dijon is trying to aggregate data on the back end of this with these competitive events, and so that's why he's got the competitive tag.
Yeah.
Is to help
having the label is so good too if he can gather data from that as well.
Right.
Like imagine in the future this just sets the infrastructure for having like, you know, tournaments like this every week.
Mm-hmm.
And you could just pull by label like the results out without having to have somebody report it all.
Yeah, especially if you could build your own reporting / tournament software attached to it, right, as part of the API. You could just make it. I mean, it would be pretty
like
awesome.
just produce to a page on the website.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'd be wild. Still waiting on No Such here. Obviously, tournament round has started. We'll give No Such a few minutes here. Oh,
is everybody else in? Is it just him?
Yeah.
We should ping him because I know he was the buy in the first round. So like, he's paying attention. I'm going to tell everybody else to go ahead.
I did already.
Oh, okay, great.
When I posted the pairings
Wait,
in these rounds, I just tell them they can begin immediately.
okay.
Yeah. That way we keep everything moving.
Yep. Definitely want to keep the pace up. We got a lot of games to get in today.
Yep. This is round 2 of 4 of the Swiss. Once we get the Swiss rounds completed, if you're joining us on coverage today, um, we will. He says be back in a minute. Once we get the Swiss pairings in, we will take just a few minutes for me to aggregate the data and make sure we don't have any blood point tiebreaker issues, and then we'll go from there. If we do have, I mean, it'll be kind of funny if it happens. It has happened in one other tournament where we had to have a play-in game for 2 players that were tied in the Swiss.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen today. We
I
got
know,
enough rounds as it is,
I
but we'll
know.
see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, I planned our time in a way where I think like we'll finish up. We should finish up Swiss probably right around 12:30. Which should put us at the end of finals by with the 2 rounds of it should put us right at the end of finals right around 3 o'clock today. If we have a playing game that pushes us to 4, I really don't want that to happen because I know there are a number of players that need to exit by that
Yeah. Well, I
time.
mean, I we're still within the realm. We
Yep, yep.
we
That
gotta we gotta keep an eye on Applesith and Redentor though.
yeah. Pushing us to sudden death. We'll give him. I'll give him till 9:35, and we will call the game in favor of Brian if he's not back because we need to keep this thing moving. So um, I hate to do that to a player, but I can't
I
sit here indefinitely.
yeah. Let's
There he
Here he
is.
is.
All
We
right,
got it.
cool. Cool. So we'll get this game going here. Um,
All right, perfect. The old Cole off.
yeah, look at this. Hey. Brian bringing that slashing coal fest. No such bringing a slashing coal fest. We are ready to watch.
It's interesting. Obviously both these are going to be wishing wings, but no such must be on Time Hopper, whereas Brian is on
Probably
Crab.
crab and snapper. I mean, I imagine we had snapper in both. I haven't seen a new coal since the release of snapper. So,
Brian B is I can't imagine Brian B registering a list in any tournament for all eternity from now on that doesn't have Sally and Snapper
oh
in
yeah,
it.
always. I mean, at least Sally. He's. I don't think we've ever watched Brian in a finals
He
match or in any sort of match where he doesn't have a salamander.
he has been talking to me on Discord about the combination of Sally and Snapper for like 3 weeks. Like it's like it's just his favorite thing.
Yeah.
He told me he was going to register an Auric for this tournament.
Oh wow,
With Sally Snapper.
that's
Like
awesome.
um but and he's right. Like um Snapper like removes any downside that there is for Sally. The Salamander obviously has been a staple card going back to the beginning of, I mean, I guess all of Ashes, not even just Reborn, like Ashes 1.0. And the way that you mitigated it was by like exhausting it or like not killing it, just trying to get through round one without actually letting your opponent get 2 damage from 1 dice out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just not a thing anymore because Snapper.
No, you're right.
It's
You're right.
obviously the card is already incredibly powerful with a high floor and a high ceiling. Sally or Snapper has just raised the floor.
Yeah, it's an interesting. Uh, Snapper has been just such a monumental change to.
The card the card is incredible. It's just nonsense. Uh yep. Not good in the Cole v. Cole matchup, rolling 8 basics uh from
Yeah.
Brian there.
No, that's
Do meditating is
not
not
Cole's
something
friend.
I tell people to care about very much in most cases, but definitely in Cole it matters a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the immediate snapper, and then I assume we're just gonna mill a bunch of cards off the top.
Yeah. You
I
would.
doubt that he first five to call.
Yeah. I would imagine not either. So we'll see how many of these 8 he needs dice on.
He's got a crypt guy. Neat.
Yeah, I think Crypt Guardian is a good ad here with Cole.
Yeah, it's just a good card. It's
Yeah.
just like
Brian only going with 2 meds. What does he got in his hand that he only needs 2 meds?
I know he's also a big fan of the card. I don't know
Wishing
what it's
Wing and
called.
Fighting Spirit coming out of no such here.
Okay, Fighting Spirit's a card that like is passable in this kind of deck. There's the Wishing Wing from Brian, of course.
Yep.
What I was gonna say is Brian is a big fan of Ocean's Gift,
Oh,
though I don't know that that's a first fiveable card.
yeah. Yeah. So we are going to see another med from Brian here bring up that nature die. I wonder if Brian reserved his med just a little bit for fear that no such might med into illusion power or something. There's an ocean gift go by. See 2 more meds from Brian. So he's like chunking out this 8 basics 2 at a time.
That's interesting. He's being kind of greedy with his meditations, doing it in that way because the and his opponent hasn't forced him to do anything really, right? Like no such hasn't applied any pressure that needs him to slash.
Sure.
But these decks are side action hungry.
Right.
Like they have they have Time Hopper, they have Unburden, they have Slash, they have Ocean's Gift apparently, they have Fighting Spirit. Like they have all these side actions that really punish you if you meditate poorly early in the turn.
Yeah. Yeah. I do
There's the
think,
crab.
yeah, I do think you're going to see Brian go probably Salamander Monk first, but I don't know. I don't know who will be the first person to put a unit into play here.
I think he's gonna make a crab.
It makes sense because you can make Crab and then make Wing into Crab it, and then if somebody frog pings it, you can
Right. Crab is just like the card that's least likely to die to something weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not getting slashed to death.
So we will see probably on the opposite side a Wing
Right,
Hopper play from the Cole, which would make that Wing a 2 attacker.
I would bet a very large amount of money that no such as last card is a Gates.
It looks like it just based on the way this is set up.
Yeah, that's one. So I like the Title Crab version because I just think Title Crab is such a good card.
Uh-huh.
Um, oh, he chooses not to make a Time Hopper.
He must be wanting to hopper this Ember Root Lizard.
I don't know what to think about this.
Well, if you are on Gates, making a lower powered Wing here to start is not really a bad plan, right?
I just can't imagine not wanting to draw cards right now. Like you're Cole, so like actually like putting a counter on your Ember Root is only better than drawing an extra card off Wing if the Ember Root survives, which I don't think it's very likely to do so. But
Brian's making.
Oh, is he gonna time power? Oh, is he gonna time power?
I can't imagine he's gonna time power because he needs that die to make the crab, otherwise he's gonna meditate again.
So right, but yeah. Oh no, he frog pinged. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna snipe the counter off his opponent's wing and put it on his.
So it is interesting. That is an interesting sequence there from Brian. I'd be very curious to get his thoughts on that sequence because he is
I
in a
definitely,
position
I
to.
definitely would have killed it since my opponent gave me the option to do so
Oh no,
before
no,
he
no!
got that time.
But I mean, I think I'd have made the crab and killed it instead, and then been able to make a wing and pressure, pressure that wing kill, for two more cards, so to get an extra card out of the deal.
Sure, this play is greedier for sure because this play gives him the play of like
But
make crab,
you know
move
what
it, and
though,
then next turn move it and attack.
if Brian has him on Gates, just being really fair here,
Okay,
and
so no such has done the time thing.
if Brian has him on Gates though, then end of the day, like, oh, he pulls the wing. That's an interesting move on that wishing wing. This really does force Brian into crab on burden, right? And then the Ember Root gets to eat the wishing wing.
Yeah, he has to unburn here. Okay, yeah, he does. All right. We should have kept track of how many game actions are taken
It's
because
a lot.
because in decks like this, it's like infinity.
Yeah, I know. It's a lot.
They're gonna
Um,
play like a round and a half of Ashes, and they're gonna have taken 700 game actions.
right. Yeah, for sure. So there is the unburden. Um,
They
so
must have. I think he misclicked and decide like
put the
moved a
status back
token from the crab onto
onto the crab.
itself.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't actually. It's not allowed.
Yeah.
It's moved to another unit. I don't know
Uh,
what happened. Whatever. They fixed it. It's right now. But see, no such did the thing that I was saying where he he utilized that time power to snipe a counter off of a wishing wing.
mm-hmm.
And there we see him making the play that you were talking about, using the Ember Root to kill that wing. Ember Root is kind of spicy in this matchup. I have
Yeah,
to
yeah.
admit.
It's like a built-in slash, right? It saves you some
I still don't
cards.
understand what does it actually save you cards the first time because um if you're spending a status counter onto it, that's a status counter that could have gone onto a wishing wing
Mm-hmm.
and you would have been like card neutral. But it does save you an action because it gives you the play of like attack with Ember Root, deal one, then slash, or slash and then attack with it, like lets you kill an X2
Mm-hmm.
with the Ember Root.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of painted himself into a little bit of a corner with this first time hopper, though, because he can't.
He's not going to get value off of the well, maybe he will. So if he has gates, he needs 3 dice left. Um, yeah, so he's not going to get the time hopper counter value.
Brian adding a summon mirror spirit here on the back end of this.
Ooh, that's interesting. I thought for sure it'd be a snapper, but Mirror Spirit is something. I feel like Mirror Spirit's a little weaker in a match like this in Cole v. Cole because you know that both sides are going to be killing units all the time.
Right.
So here's the time hopper.
But will Brian just get extra value out of having beefier guys than?
Right, that's definitely a concern because um the spellboard suite from No Such is only 4
Yep.
life, and the spellboard suite from
Because
Brian is
this first mirror. Oh, he's got the
8.
focus mirror spirit off that draw.
Oh,
Wow.
that was a hell of a wishing wing draw.
Wow. That's a good way to start. If you're gonna try to slow things down, a focus mirror spirit is one way to do that. The interesting thing here is Brian's actually in a position now to make a 3/2 mirror spirit, and if your opponent gates, you still get to get in on Cole if you wanted to. I'm not sure you should, but you could, and you still got a 2/3 and a 3/2, so you could hit for 5 and then sort of roll with the punches because you know that this last wishing wing slash Ember Root isn't going to be all that impactful. It's going to have a little bit of impact, but not a ton. It's going to be like a 2/1 ping something. Right?
The issue with Mirror Spirit is the one I was just talking about with the Ember Root plus slash.
Right.
So he needs to set up a situation where he has a card in hand and a counter on the lizard so that he can like slash pay it. But I think this is just going to tap that lizard.
I think
This
so
mirror
too.
spirit.
I think you're going to use your focus mirror spirit to exhaust the lizard, then make a 1/2 mirror spirit out of the deal, and then start to try to pressure the game with a 1/2 mirror spirit. It's a much safer play for Brian. I wonder what his last card in hand is, because we haven't seen the 5th card. He's got 2 dice remaining.
Right. It is a first 5 card because he couldn't have.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just a Raptor herder.
Well, so his plan would have been to have these dice left over.
Right. But there's nothing in these 2 dice colors. Right? I mean, title shift? You could title shift.
Could have been title shift, could be status counter 1/3, standard bearer.
Oh, he does like standard bearer.
Yeah. I know that's a card that he's played in the past in this kind of deck.
There's the med. He is meditating here. So he is bringing up that time power.
Yeah, just medding to make sure he gets the counter there. See if Brian just slashes this. I would be tempted to, but I'm not sure I would, depending on like this. Like we said, this is a first 5 card, and now that you have the second Mirror Spirit book, you know you have a sink for those 2 dice.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, this wing gets to trade with something, but your opponent's on a main action, so like you can just make an.
I think I would attack. I think I would attack the Wishing Wing with the monk.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you have to get that cold guard down. Number 1. Oh, he's got 100.
Blades. Oh, he's got 100 blades.
That's a blow up.
Jesus,
ladies and gentlemen, that is a blow up. Woo. Oof.
You don't see a lot of first 500 blades, but it was good there. Oh my goodness.
It's definitely good in the cold mirror.
Did he take a side action?
He does get a summon.
His opponent drew second time over book. That's big.
That's big. That's really big. There is the Salamander Monk and the Ember Root. Will the cold guard this, or will he let it go?
I mean, I think you guard it. I don't know why you wouldn't.
He lets it go.
Oh,
I think he wants to guard this Time Hopper, because he make this Time Hopper, and that Time Hopper turns into a 4/1 with the Fighting Spirit.
I guess.
The only issue is
what's he gonna do? He's gonna pass main action here.
Yeah, Cole's just gonna slash it though. He's gonna have to, right? But Cole's just gonna slash it and get in for 3. Like, I'm not even gonna slash it. He's just gonna.
This is what I think I would do.
Now I'll slash it. No, he didn't. Why would
Brian just doesn't care about the Fighting Spirit attack? I guess.
I guess not. Wild.
He's not even attacking Cole. He's attacking things. So. I mean, I would honestly guard this. Probably.
Okay. He just traded. Okay,
that's fine. I mean, you're trading. If you guard it, you're trading 4 for 2 and leaving him with a 1/1.
The 1/2 Mirror Spirit is really nasty now, because he can make a big Mirror Spirit in a future round, and there's the slash on the Mirror Spirit, and then get the exhaustion off of it.
Right. I mean, it's still really good because it threatens that. Like, it's going to force Cole to
slash it,
or force No Such to slash it, or do something to try to get that Mirror Spirit off the table before the next Mirror Spirit book activation.
Who said big spellboards only happen in Hope? Everybody.
I mean, they happen in Wishing Wing decks is the other time, and Auric, I guess, but
I know. I think you got to make your hopper here.
He's playing another Fighting Spirit. I am interested into why these guys are not. I mean, I know that Brian's deck is less all in Wishing Wing,
right?
But they're not getting full. They're exposing their Wishing Wing to slash before getting the second counter on it, which I think is a little strange.
Yeah.
Brian actually did get 2 counters on his. One of them just got time powered off before it died, but he played it in a way that would have allowed it to get slashed.
Right.
If No Such had decided to.
So here's Salamander Monk Spirit at the wing.
The second fighting spirit is big though.
It is. It's huge. Huge. I guess he wants that Ember Root Time Hopper. I think he values that interaction more so. But the issue you're going to have here is you're going to have to pin slash this Mirror Spirit, right? Like
you have to slash the Mirror Spirit before you ever make an Ember Root.
Right.
Is he going to do it? Oh, side action god. This has to be slash or nature power or something, right?
I would assume so. I would assume it's a slash. There's the slash. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I was getting a little spooked for no such there.
Yeah. That would be a
and
big miss.
It's not like it's a huge dice loss. It's just like a tempo loss because, as far as I can tell, Ember Root is like his big threat. Yeah. Also, he's meditated away all 300 blades.
Oh, really?
No such as, yeah.
Oh man, that's a big
German here in spirit.
That's big. Yep, that's big.
Right. 100 blades, obviously a very good card in this matchup because we saw in round 1. It's better against no such than it is against Brian, but it's still very good against Brian.
Brian doing some additional meditation. Brian down 13. They're equal in cards. Ninja, yeah, we definitely got a Cole off matchup. But it's fun watching constructed Coles duke it out like this. These two have been going back and forth. I don't know who gets the advantage.
This has been a cool game so far for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's really hard to tell who's winning because these decks are so, like, you look at them and you're like, Wishing Wing Cole, these decks are the same. They're actually wildly different. Mm-hmm. Because No Such's deck is like a combo deck. Like No Such's deck is relying on like winning with Fighting Spirit essentially, because we haven't seen another threat of any real validity in the list.
Well, and I made the comment earlier that Brian just might win off of having bigger units, but Fighting Spirit sort of equalizes that here, especially with two of them.
To a certain extent, yeah. I think that if we're playing a more traditional swing style Ashes game, Brian's going to win because his units are more resilient. And like Time Hopper is not a unit. Like,
right. Well, the other side of Time Hopper is just this impact of not being able to block, right? So it's
right, exactly. That's why it's not a unit. It's like a bad frog ping that has a ton of synergy with the rest of his deck. Right. So, like I said, if we're playing just a battlefield, like conquer the battlefield type Ashes game, I think Brian's going to win because he has like 2/3s and mirror spirits and stuff. Whereas No Such
on the back here.
No Such is in on like trying to
Swifty into Swifty, folks. All right, let's go.
This is my dream.
Swifty into Swifty.
I've never wanted Ashes any more than I want it right now.
Let's go.
It's not even that hype. It's like very dumb, but it's still like sweet. This is just like how I imagine Ashes would be after they printed the Jericho expansion.
You're right. But, I mean, it's not like somebody's gonna like light up the world with these Swifties on Swifties, but you just don't see it, right? Like
this is actually really bad for No Such that happened.
I agree.
Because like I was trying to say before this ridiculousness is that No Such's goal is to just create an opening. He needs to get to a situation where he can slash a blocker or like Ember Root a blocker on a Fighting Spirit attack.
Well, the Ember Root's good here, right? I mean, kills his own Swifty, but I mean, you're right. I mean, I think it was worse for No Such, but I mean, Ember Root sort of equalizes that a little bit. I mean, what Ember Root's doing, I think, in my mind, is it's saving some cards for No Such. But No Such is down on cards. He's had to meditate.
Like I said, it doesn't actually save a card because if that token that you commit to Ember Root was committed to a Wishing Wing, you would draw an additional card, right? So sure. Like you would have a slash in that fashion. But what it does is it saves an action.
Yeah, I think where No Such is going to get in trouble now is the Fighting Spirits are not giving you card advantage. right? And
Right, you
so
have to put it on a wishing wing to get something out of it. Ooh, Fate Reflection. All right.
yeah,
Fate Reflection has to be a huge card in this matchup.
yeah, and that does take the monk's
Um,
spirit down.
which I assume that Brian has Fate Reflections as well. We just haven't seen him.
Right.
Um,
But I mean, right now as it sits, Brian's just got the dice to be able to make a wishing wing. He's got the dice to be able to make both mirror spirits and slash like 4 times, right? So as we're sitting here, and there's the first mirror spirit, which we're going to see exhaust something, I would imagine.
what's it gonna do? Ice the Swifty? No,
Ice the
ice the
hopper.
mirror.
You got to ice the
Okay.
hopper because of the focused hopper effect, right? Like, because he
Okay,
can,
sure. Yeah, that's a good point.
yeah, you got to ice that hopper.
Um, yeah, I mean, you're seeing what happens is like I said, Brian's going to win the battlefield every time because it takes multiple slashes to do his stuff. His guys have battlefield affecting attacks, like or affecting effects,
Right.
like Mirror Spirit, you know. Whereas no suches don't. Time Hopper is barely an ability, is barely a unit, and Wishing Wing and Ember Root. Ember Root to a certain extent affects the battlefield with this ability, but you're just not going to win the battlefield against the setup that Brian has.
Right.
So your goal needs to be get Brian tapped out, get Brian's blockers removed so you can crack with a giant fighting spirit.
Right.
And I'm having a hard time figuring out how that's going to happen.
Well, one of the weaknesses Cole generally has, and you kind of see it on No Such as side, is it's really soft to Nature's Wrath, which is a huge staple card in the meta. And Brian's deck is more resilient to that. Like we were talking about with those bigger life units in play. The Ember Root is kind of that way, but unfortunately, just Nature's Wrath and Slash will take care of an Ember Root. Title Crab, you can't, you know, you just can't see that. So I'll be curious. Here's a big Swift Messenger attack here into this crab.
Yep, he's trying to take the crab before it gets unburdened.
I,
While it's a 0 power guy, this is a
I
good
think
attack.
I think Brian's got it. Yeah, Brian takes that guard for sure. I said you kind of got to, right? Like
He needs the token generation.
yeah,
Um,
he's got to make his wing now. The problem is he's not. He's got a med to that wing.
and now that the larger fighting spirit is used, he's in a lot less danger of anything weird happening.
Right.
So I think you can safely take that guard.
Yeah.
These decks are not in a color, like I guess No Such could have Moltons, but I kind of doubt it since his he's so core on Ember Root.
Right.
Um,
So there's just going to try to put 1 damage on that Ember Root from the Monk Spirit. Be curious to see if Cole takes the guard here. I doubt it. I would imagine you're going to let this 1 damage.
well, it's going to die if he doesn't guard because of Slash, right?
Right.
Like,
But yeah, so he does.
and
He
there's
does
the
guard. Yeah. He does
I
guard.
I would again. It would just depend if I think I had a better threat to deploy this turn that I needed to guard for. If I don't, then I guard there.
See, I think Brian's so No Such is going to try to ping away something here, most likely a Monk Spirit. But I think Brian's going to make wing and try to draw 2 more cards. Brian currently has 15 cards in total between hand and deck, and No Such has 13. So Brian's winning the mill battle, that kind of the attrition that happens in a Cole matchup here.
Which we would expect from the deck that, like I said, is less combo.
Right. So this will turn into a new summon Time Hopper. No Such passing, not taking a main because he doesn't have a main to take probably. Seeing that starved
passing there is pretty safe. I think Brian still has things he wants to do this turn.
Oh, for sure.
So
for sure. I can't imagine. I don't see a world where Brian's not going to continue to press his advantage here.
Yeah. So because Brian's going to try to get farther ahead.
Yeah. I mean, you got to, right? You do risk, like, you would normally risk that your opponent has 100 blades, but you know that all 3 are gone. They're in the
that's a tough situation. Is that it's not so much that you don't have one to draw, it's just that your opponent knows they don't have to play around it.
Right, exactly. So we'll see Wishing Wing here probably get slashed or pinged, no doubt.
Yeah, I think I would try to kill it now because if the other Title Crab counter is there waiting, and Brian is not at a loss for
Makes a hopper, puts a counter on the hopper, trying to set up that future double hopper play, tacking into
yeah,
that wing.
because the guard is down, this is just as good as slashing it or pinging it. It's definitely better than slashing it. It's just as good as pinging it.
Brian gets to draw 2 cards off that wing. So, again, Brian just getting his deck into his hand with
right. The draw off that wing is like almost meaningless.
Right.
He already had plenty of slash fodder if he wanted it. Oh, he's gonna switch to snapper here. Yep.
He has made the decision now that
he doesn't need wishing wing anymore. He doesn't
need to draw any more cards. So snapper is essentially a cheaper version of the wing in that sense,
and a better version.
Yeah. And if you're trying to make 2/1s, then snapper is a better 2/1. Once you're starting to get low enough on cards that you don't want to draw your deck out.
Yeah, right. And I mean, like I said, the draw is pretty meaningless. He's got plenty of slash target. He doesn't want to deck himself. He doesn't have enough dice to play the cards in his hand for sure. So the number of cards he's going to draw next turn is smaller anyway. So you're losing out on the wishing wing value.
So I imagine we're going to see Brian make a 3/2. Oh, he plays a seeds. Oh no, he discards the seeds.
That's a standstill.
Oh yeah, no, he's slashing. He's slashing.
What did he do?
He slashed.
Brian slashed the.
Is there? Do you think there's a spicy Realm Walker in this no such list?
I'm not sure it would matter.
No, I don't think it does in this scenario, but it is interesting.
I think that Realm Walker is a card that a deck like no suches would play for sure.
Yeah, because it can get that extra value from a Fighting Spirit combo attack, where you turn your Realm Walker into a 5 attack.
Yeah, it's just a great card. Right. But it's not good here because of the Mirror Spirit book.
We're gonna watch Tidal Crab, Mirror Spirit, Seafoam clean up this board, and Brian's still got a new Mirror Spirit on the back end to make another 3/2, and then goes top of the round. Does he have lethal on top of round?
No, probably not.
Well, okay, so let's just do so. He's going early on this Mirror Spirit. He actually could have gotten another counter out of this.
I'm interested in if it was me, I would fear the Realm Walker and I would have saved that because he can unburden onto the 0 power Mirror Spirit.
Yeah.
So that he could make the
that's what I mean.
So he could use the focus ability.
Because the Mirror Spirit doesn't even need to be untapped. That's one of the things that's beautiful about it. Is like the focus effect just says take it off. So you could have made the 1 power Mirror Spirit and committed into an attack, and you would have been able to reverse that on a Realm Walker if this is a Realm Walker play from the no such. We don't see that.
Yeah, Brian is trying to win like top of round by making that play. He's saying like, I'm gonna make this Mirror Spirit. I'm gonna slash your guy. Now I think after the slash on the Mirror Spirit, I think he should attack the just use he did exactly that. Attack with Mirror Spirit onto the Ember Root. He is gonna unburden, which I think is a good play because he wants to be able to slash as a side action next turn, not move the thing as a side action next turn. And no such passes.
So no such not gonna slash this last Mirror Spirit away. Maybe he's just gonna wait for the final.
Well, it doesn't matter. Because he can still slash it before passing again. He knows that
so Brian's got a slow play here a little bit, right? Because
well, he's slashing face now.
Yeah.
You might be right about having lethal now, because if no such doesn't play a unit and he can slash face a bunch, then
he's got 5 attack on top of round. So he if he gets to continue to slash face here, he's going to take him up to 8, and if I would put him at 13, he'd be 2 away. The Mirror Spirit, if it would live, which we know it's not, because there's a slash still available from Cole here.
Well, he's got 3 damage left in units to put him at 9. He'll go to 10. I mean, this is lethal-ish.
He's got 5 damage in units, so he goes to 11, 12. He can go to 13 as it sits right now.
What? How does he have 5 damage in units?
Snapper, Mirror Spirit, and Tidal Crab.
The Snapper's exhausted.
You're right.
Snapper's already attacked. So a slash plus an attack will put him at 9. Then next turn, an attack and a slash would put him at 11.
Right.
If he chooses to attack aloud and slash here, then it would be 10, but 10 is enough. Okay, but Brian plays conservatively there and passes, because if he does have the Realm Walker,
He gets got pretty good.
He would get cracked for 7 off the fighting spirit.
Right. So now he's going to go 2, 4, 5, 7, 14, and a slash wins the game. Well, he doesn't need to do that.
Or an
just
explosive growth, that
wins.
too.
Explosive growth just finishes it as well.
But you're right that he had
the lethal waiting to top a round swing so he plays around that potential realm walk.
Right, but the explosive growth allows him to do it with just the one guy. So if something goes wrong, he has a squad left.
Right. Wow.
So
wild game. Wild game.
GG's, guys. I do think that in this, like, I would not call this a mirror match.
No.
I think in this matchup, the Brian deck was favored just because his books put out, so much more life than No Such could ever slash away.
Yeah, and he had more card advantage. I mean, just, if ready spells are card advantage in Ashes, Brian had 5 ready spells
well,
No Such as 4.
It's like hard to make that distinction because like he drew the second, his like one wing draw in round 1 was the book, so I think that's well above average.
Sure.
And No Such's deck had the capability to draw many more Wishing Ring cards than Brian's did.
Sure.
But I think that's the last match. So
yeah, yep. Is that the last match for the round?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh wow. Okay, we got everybody in. You can chat while I handle some pairings.
Make sure that everybody's in so that I'm not just
I've got 3 games. I've got 3 games reported so far. So I think Tuxedo Astro,
I guess there's
Chaos and Matt are still playing.
Okay, so they're just not in voice. Right. I was just looking at Discord.
Yeah.
So
it looks like Redentor and Killer are still playing as well.
Yeah, Tuxedo and Asterix, Chaos and Matt Bowers, and Killer and Redentor. Let's jump into, I don't know. What do you want to watch?
Let's watch Chaos. Well, we watch Chaos. We've
seen like all these people now.
Yeah.
It just, what do you want to?
Let's watch Chaos and Matt. This is a historic, like they're like historic. Matt playing Dreamlock Mage and Sunshield Sentries.
As we jump into this game, Chaos is ahead on life, but he is down to 2 cards in his hand, no cards in deck. And Matt Bowers has a squad and a pair of Dream Fractures. So
the Cap pulling out the win over Hope Creeper on NIU Math. Wow.
Good job. What was the Cap playing?
I don't know.
Cap playing Echo?
Yeah, I think so. Didn't we see that?
I'll look. I don't know. I'll look. Cap is on Brennan.
Okay. All right.
Brennan definitely a deck that can beat creepers for
sure. That's right. Good. Obviously, Hope Creeper is the big bugaboo, right? So watching Carl, one of the most decorated Ashes players, fall to a Brennan by another excellent player in the Cap is, it shows us that maybe Creeper isn't as big of an issue as everybody wants to.
Well, we know that like Brennan is also a top tier deck.
Oh yeah, for sure. But top tier decks should fight top tier decks, right? That's the way.
Right, and I don't think Brendan is an auto win against Hope either.
No, I don't either.
I think that I don't know. I haven't looked at the list or anything, so I don't know. But
Spear Burn's a real power, Bill, for sure. It's a powerhouse ability. If you just want to go fast, there's nobody that goes faster than Brennan. I still think that's true even without Widows. Bill saying he thinks if he faces it again, I have a better shot, but not 100% sure.
Brennan is like, when we say Brennan is good, all we're saying is that like the burn cards are good.
Mm-hmm.
Because as it turns out, just having Spirit Burn as your like essentially 6th card every turn, making sure you draw a 2 damage spell for 1 dice every turn, that's just the best PB to go in a burn deck.
Right.
So the burn deck is always going to be there, right? Like unless they get rid of all the burn cards for some reason, the burn deck will always exist and it's always going to be good. And until they print a Phoenix Born that somehow generates 2 damage for 1 dice.
Matt playing Generosity. Harold can't draw. Untapping Salamander Monk.
Yeah.
Matt gets to draw with the Generosity here.
He heals himself. Uh,
It's currently
I
7-6. This game is tight, but I think it's
well,
still
I feel like Cole is well in the driver's seat.
yeah. Well, for sure,
Um,
for sure.
like the life totals are close, but uh, I wonder how many of these. So he has 2 heals in discard pile. I wonder how many were milled and how many were played.
No,
All this consume souls are played.
yeah. So we got 2 cards left for in for Harold. So Harold's going to take 3 damage here, no matter what. Go to
Yeah,
12.
I mean, and it's not even really the fatigue.
Right.
It's like how are you going to win with your 3 spell board against his 3 spell board of like better dudes than you
And Dream
when you
Fracture just converting damage too.
right plus Dream Fracture plus slash and you only have 2 cards left to play. Like the fatigue might be the thing that literally does the less damage, but that's not what's killing him.
There's 100 blades, just pushing that. I mean, we'll see a slash here, I'm sure, from Matt now.
Jackson says that this deck is a different spin on Brennan uh
Yeah, there is a
than
Lost Sight
normal.
discard to crush that last Salamander Monk's Spirit. I think this is lethal here. The Cobra, Dreamlock Mage, Send Shield Sentry. Like, the Herald has to put a unit in
I mean
play,
that
but you just
right.
slash
He
clear
could
it,
make
and
a
that's lethal.
Lightbringer. Well, yeah, I guess you can slash Lightbringer. He'd have to make an X2
Yeah, he's gonna
or
make
better.
he's gonna make X2 or better, and he's got or a Raptor Herd or something that makes 2 bodies here. Only way to survive. Otherwise, this is a lethal attack from Matt. Yeah, saying I think that's game, so that would tell us that he probably doesn't have the card for it.
I mean, it would be difficult, right? Like it would mean one of these 2 cards has to be an X2 ally,
Right.
and it has to be able to play it on essentially only like it has to it has to. Oh, he can meditate his books away, so
Yeah.
it could be
So this is a Raptor. He's meditating up like it's a Raptor. That's a Lightbringer. Okay.
okay. Yeah, that's not good enough.
Yeah. So Lightbringer is going to get a slash, and then you're going to watch Cole convert all the units to damage face and win.
He's
He's
just
not. Matt's taking a slow play here. I guess you can. I mean, the Ruby Cobra is essentially the same as making a main action Dream Fracture win the game, right? So, um, yeah, that's interesting because the Lightbringer eats up 2 of those, but I guess he's still got False Demon to play. He's still got his own Lightbringer to play. I mean, Matt's got an infinite number of plays still left in him.
right,
And the
and
double
Chaos
attack from the Sun Shield is
going
going to
for the
shut
blood
those. Yeah, but
the blood points.
it's not even going to happen because Sun Shield's going to turn the other attacker off. Yeah, it's tough. You can't double attack in the Sun Shield. Sun Shield is
Well,
such a
it that
powerful
didn't
card.
change anything. I mean, I think it might have been better for like I think Matt would have won faster if he had just let that through.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
You're going to see Sun Shield block the Lightbringer.
because Chaos is just playing for blood points now. That's why he's making these attacks.
Yeah.
I was trying to block that, but I DC'd.
Give the man his blood point. Because you're going to finish him
I
off.
mean, so this is why I think blood points are so terrible. As a tiebreaker. I know we can't really do better because
Right.
we only play one game, but
there we go. That
it
is
just
the game.
it makes these plays like really tedious because if Matt's trying to increase his ability to win the tournament, he should be trying to
Because I don't want people thinking I was throwing you a blood point.
see he's saying the same thing that I was saying. Like
you guys are on the same page here. All right, let's jump into the Tuxedo Asterix match.
Sure.
I don't think we've seen Tuxedo yet. Playing a creeper deck, it looks like. With the crab and the snapper. This game is close.
Yep, Hope Creepers. Yeah, this game is interesting. This is Hope Creepers that has 3 flash strikes in it, apparently. Um, interesting. So obviously, both players very close to dead. But Asterix is currently out of dice, and it looks like Hope has the juice to make some men here and like maybe get the 5 through.
Okay, so we're about 14 minutes to the end of a round if we go to time. I don't think this game's going to go to time.
This game's not going to. I think this game's going to end this turn. 5 doesn't seem like something that just a Crypt Guardian can stop.
Yeah.
In this situation.
It's interesting that he chose to blow up. Tuxedo chose to blow up his title crab.
We don't have a choice.
Oh, because it's exhausted. Right.
So if he wants to make a snapper, he has to.
Right.
I guess he had the play of like attack with Salamander Monk first.
He could go straight to the dome because that would have exhausted the Crypt Guardian. And then made that play.
Yeah, you just that is a potential that he could have done. He could have taken Salamander Monk, attack Odette as his main action. The Crypt Guardian would not have blocked that for sure because he knows that there's going to be a larger unit than a 1/1. But then you would have been able to keep a crab. But if he's planning on winning this turn, it doesn't actually matter whether he has a crab or not. So he can make a Sally. He can make a title crab. So we see an enter the fray. Oh no.
Fate reflection.
That is a weird interact. Did you see what happened? So he enter the frayed it, and then the tough happened first.
Yeah.
So then it only reflected 1 into the Crypt Guardian.
That's probably how that works, though. No, it shouldn't. I think that's probably wrong.
Abscess dealt damage. If there are any damage. What does this say?
Is dealt damage. They're both after triggers.
So you should be able to, like, as the player. Well, it depends on. Actually, Asterix would get to choose the order.
Yeah.
Because they're both triggered by the same event, so he would choose it to happen in that way because it's slightly better for him. But all right, so it looks like Asterix has conceded after not being able to kill that snapper. Oh, right, because he'll die to duplicate next turn.
Right.
After taking 2 from the thing. Let's take a look at the killer game.
Yep, that sounds good.
Oh, and it just ended as well.
Okay, so
there's a molten gold on the stack and 20 damage on the Mayoni.
So Redentor getting eaten up by a title crash Aerodel list here, it looks like.
All right, I'm going to use the restroom while you make the pairings.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I will be right back.
Waiting for these last 2 games to get reported here. While those are coming in. 2 rounds down, 2 to go in Shufflebus World Finals. We've had quite a couple of games to watch so far. I hope you're all enjoying the coverage. Sound off. Let us know where you're coming from. You know, let us know what state you're in or what country you're in watching this today. We'd love to know who's all out there and who's watching and enjoying the coverage. So when the final game reports get in here, I will update those here. Okay. Maryland representing. What's up, Jackson? Get new pairings going here just shortly. I've got all the reports in. Game reports are in. Thank you for everybody for doing that. We're going to stay moving with expediency. So we're not going to dilly-dally or wait or put round timers up that are specifically based on that. Once each round is done, we move on, trying to get this tournament completed in a timely fashion for everybody. obviously we would love to spend all day, but everybody's got obligations, and so we know that, and we're trying to be conscious of that. We're going to get the games matched up here shortly. Working on it now. All right. I'm posting round 3 pairings now into the Discord. So round 3 pairings are up. We've got Brian B and the Cap on table 1. We'll be watching that game. JK and Matt Bowers at table 2. Ninja Tim and Bill Perosa's table 3. Tuxedo and Killer Cactus table 4. Applesmith and Chaos Theory table 5. Nayu and No Such table 6. Redentor and Josh table 7. And Asterix is on the bye.
I am back.
All right, and I just posted round 3 pairings. So the Discord,
Okay,
we're going to be watching Brian B and the Cap here in round 3.
That's exciting. We get to see that Brennan deck we were talking about.
That's right. That's right. And I'm working on. What's what I need to do here? There's something. Brain, work, brain, get it going today.
Okay. Matt Bowers is restarting. So he's having some connection issues during that game.
Okay. Got
We're watching Cap and Brian. That's what.
Yeah, we're watching Cap and Brian.
Okay.
I need to report Asterix's game. Who had the bye last round? Was that Ninja Tim? Okay. Yeah, Ninja Tim. Just make sure Ninja shows up to his match here. If not, I'll ping him on the Discord and send the reminder.
Yep. Ninja Tim, if you are in chat, we're starting the next round.
Yep. Yep. Asterix on the bye, getting that bye win.
And Brian and Cap are here.
Okay. So let's jump into their match here.
We're a little bit ahead this round. That one wasn't as long as the first round.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get this going as fast as quick possible.
Right, we definitely shouldn't slow down. It just
I'm going to do the same thing.
That's good.
Step away for a quick bathroom break. You can start the coverage of this game. Be right back.
I am here.
We will.
I'm going to eat my cheese stick.
I didn't eat anything this morning. It's going to be a long day. So, all right, we'll see you later. Be right back.
I'm going to give them the go ahead here. All right, so Brennan versus Cole. This is the dreaded matchup for Cole that we always talk about. But in a major tournament in recent memory, not super recent memory, but maybe the last season long, we had this Brian B piloting Cole Wishing Wing against Brendan and win, because the deck definitely has the combo-y type aspect, though this one isn't quite as combo-y as then. It still has the potential to like make a giant mirror spirit or something when it's not interacted with.
Ninja asking who he's playing. I think we got him answered, but it's Redentor.
I don't know. I didn't see.
It was in the chat.
Okay.
All right. You all are doing that. I gotta do one other thing here.
So this Brendan list has an illusion dice. which is a little interesting. It's very low on ceremonial. It has the minimum number of ceremonial required to do a Spirit Burn Widows. So it can never do Spirit Burn Widows and Final Cry in the same turn. I think that's most likely to be the only thing that would lock it up, I guess.
Yeah, I mean it. It's interesting because I don't know. Um, I don't know uh, what the outcomes are here, but
Okay, so he has a Rising Horde in the bin that's meditated. Final Cry. Generosity. Just a ton of meditation. Obviously, Brennan doesn't care about meditating, really. Their game is going to end one way or the other before it ever goes to fatigue.
yeah.
He just puts a Realm Walker into play. Oh, and he gets Swifty. Okay.
That's it. I mean, that's a good way to absorb the Realmwalker isolate.
Right. You want to just have bodies in play.
Is this a hunting weapons open from the Brennan?
That'd be kind of dope.
I mean, we've seen hunting weapons be very effective. I mean, that's not a
That's really interesting, actually. Because it's a combo that's so easy to slot. And Brennan is a deck that doesn't need its like spellboard really, so it can afford to like spend 4 dice on some nonsense.
right.
But Brian has managed to counter the Realmwalker Isolate thing by having 3 dudes in play
That's true.
on his first main.
Must have seen it coming. Maybe knows it's out there.
I mean, it's still like this is interesting actually. Like he guns down a 1/1. The Raptor gets isolated, but then it can either be blocked or he can take 4.
Did Brian start the slash fester?
I don't know. I think we're far enough in the tournament that I'm going to start talking about deck lists here because I want to know what's going on in this list.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you one bit.
So Brian does have a Fester, so that's a potential. He doesn't need the slash even because he had the 3-unit start.
Yeah.
He puts a Wishing Wing in play, okay. The Brennan has a call to action. But that's it to combo with the thing.
Okay.
Oh no, I lied. Apparently he has a Flute Mage. This is really interesting. Like Brian definitely has the ability though to kill the Realm Walker before it gets to activate its own attack ability. He'll just have to take 4 from it then.
Uh-huh.
If he goes like slash book slash, but I don't think he wants to do that. Like these are all his first 5 cards because this isn't a hyper Wishing Wing deck. He can't really slash until after he has a Wishing Wing in play,
Sure.
which you like don't want to do into the Realm Walker hunting weapons. Jackson said took 12 to Odette last night, first round, not expecting this open. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that like this is what closed list ashes is like, right? You can sneak stuff like this. And a significant amount of damage on the coal, though not as much. I mean, we'll see what his last couple cards are, I guess, but not as much as I think he would have thought off of the double realm walker attack. Brian with the clutch Swifty. So he's got 2 cards left on 3 dice. So it's like a salamander book and a I don't know, an Anchornaut. That's assuming that he wants to Spirit Burn. I don't know if he does or not. I don't know. I'm gonna see. We'll see. I'm gonna be interested to see how much damage the Brennan takes back this turn because Brian still has the full suite of guys. Uh, Brian just playing his books. He's under no pressure now, really, to do much. The Wishing Wing pretty safe against a basic, a goat, and a snake. Plays Adrenaline Rush. All right, 10 on the coal already. Is his last card a Sympathy Pain? Man, what can you imagine if Cole would have just slashed that thing once?
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah, Jackson, it probably is a Golden Veil.
I'm trying to fix the blood point sheet right now.
Oh,
I apologize.
I thought you were just muted,
No, I'm
but
here.
that's okay. Yeah, treatment hopes that it's a call to action so he can have to have it again, but I agree with Jackson. I think it's probably a Golden Veil. Um, Cap bringing some nonsense at its finest. Uh, Manual and something here. I don't know what's going on. They added an exhaustion to summon Title Crab, and I removed it, but oh, there he's trying to just kill it so that he can back it up, I guess. Yeah, so we're just backing up the main action. You decided you didn't want to make a crab. Okay, so he's making a snapper. All right. I feel like he should have a time dice if he made a crab. But maybe he meditated and they just uh Brian B frogs the Realm Walker into a Golden Veil. And attacks Brennan directly. Yeah, this is gonna be tough for sure. Like 5 is not very many against Spirit Burn. Yeah, passes again. Brian in the tank a little bit. Just sequencing his cards. Obviously, he can make a title crab. Probably has a mirror spirit as well. Uh, I don't think that there's a way he can get the full damage if his last two cards are, well, I guess it depends on what his literal final card is. Because he could summon Mirror Spirit, move a counter, attack. Yeah, okay, so he could do it. He's got to play book now though, and then make the Mirror Spirit first. Oh, but then you lose out on the exhaustion from the crab. Yeah, so you can't get the literal maximum, but all right, he meditates to make a turtle, makes a crab. Okay. I'm assuming that his last oh, he moved a counter from crab onto snapper there. So he doesn't want to put it on the mirror spirit, I guess. If he had made like a 5-power mirror spirit, could he have won the game? It'd be like 7 and then 9. I'm not sure that counter move was good. I think he might have been able to win top around if he has a mirror spirit book. But I guess he probably would have played it already. Yeah, and he's attacking Realm Walker, so I think he doesn't have it because his first 5 was a little different. It was these 3 books plus Herder plus Swifty. So his last 2 cards are random. All right, he's getting back the Raptor. Why did he attack with the crab then? Because he could have slashed the. Maybe he needed the main action. Attack for 1. I think he could have gotten in for an additional 4 damage this turn if he had, instead of moving the token onto the crab, if he had done ceremonial power then, and then slash the thing, played a Raptor Herder, then moved a counter and attack for 5. But this is what we normally see, the Brennan way up on life, way down on battlefield, but 4 is even worse than 5. 5 only has a few specific plays that allow you to do it. 4 has a lot more. Brian only threatening 7 damage here. It's almost not even worth it.
So Brian can win. Yeah, if he threatens 7, but he's got a slash. Oh, he's threatening more than 7 because he can do 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. He can do 8, so you can take him to 12. But 6 away. Yeah, it looks. You can slash him to
Yeah,
12.
he really needed to draw a Mirror Spirit Book with one of his draws in that round.
Yeah. Yeah. I think anytime you're up against fast Brennans, you have to play Mirror Spirit. I think it's better for you than the because if you think about the Wishing Wing, like how much value you're going to get out of the Wishing Wing in terms of your card draw. It's not like this game's going to go 4 rounds or something. So I think
Yeah, but Wishing Wing is one of the cards that goes big.
yeah,
And I think it's better to start the Wishing Wing than the Mirror Spirit Book because you increase the ceiling of your draw
sure,
by allowing yourself to have the draw into the other book off of it. This Generosity is good. Brennan choosing to draw, maybe it wasn't that good. It buys him a little bit of time, because we can probably assume that the Brennan drew a burn spell in those 3 cards to even out the life gain, but it will take him longer to deploy said burn.
sure.
So I don't know if the 1 additional main action is enough, but maybe. He just moltens him. So any unit kills him now? No, because he gained the life, it doesn't. So has to be a unit plus a burn spell. Though with with the old 8 cards in it or 7 cards, and not very many burn spells in the discard pile. Actually, none. No, sorry, there's 1 Final Cry. Seems very likely that he is going to get there with a Sympathy Pain or a Final Cry. Brian doing it though, he's going to go for the 7 once those blood points. And if somehow the Brennan doesn't have it, then he still has cards to play. There's a Sympathy Pain. Sympathy Pain to shoot a unit. I question the validity of that action. I guess he's just denying blood points. You have a Fire Archer in hand to win here. Yep. Fire Archer to 13, Spirit Burn to dead. Oh, whatever. Run up to score.
Yeah, I mean that hunting weapons Realm Walker is a nice
I
addition to
mean,
Brennan.
it's something, right? Like it's essentially just Hydra combo, right? Like that's what we watched.
Right.
You make like a large-ish unblockable man,
Right.
and then you win the rest of the game with 5 or 6 burn damage. And it's a very powerful interaction that Schmendrick's brought, a couple seasons ago for the first time, that like I mean, it's essentially just the same as Hydra combo or any of those other random combo decks that they don't want floating around
Right.
because it's so hard to interact with. Like you watch Brian do it. He had like the specific cards to do it where he had a free guy that didn't take an action
Hmm.
and then a unit that was two guys. Um, but it's pretty impressive if you don't start a removal spell, like double removal.
Right.
Which I'm not sure that Brian even had a start that could be double removal.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess he could have started Excavate Fester. Uh and that would have done it, but he would have taken a bunch of damage anyway. He would have taken 8 damage anyway, so um
Yeah. I mean, I think these kinds of things. I mean, you have to have a plan for them. You start double removal.
it's Jackson agrees with me that he thinks it's the Hydra combo, but now that I think about it, it's actually worse than Hydra because Hydra limited you to Aerodel or Odette, so you couldn't have. I was like, why didn't we have Brandon Hydra before? Oh yeah, you don't because that's not how it works.
You have to ping the Hydra to get the heads.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's just like Hydra with more reliable burn as the backup.
Mhm.
Um,
All right. Well, we got games we can cover. We got a
yeah, let's jump
Tristan
into
with Bill. We could watch. We haven't seen Bill
yeah,
or
let's
Ninja.
watch it. Let's watch
Let's get
Tristan. I
Koji
like
and
Tristan.
Yeah. So we
Oh,
got
Koji and Tristan?
yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. We got Koji here with creepers and
This is
Tetris.
just a battlefield measuring contest.
Who's got the bigger battlefield? I got the spreadsheet working. I was like, man, it was giving me fits, but I figured out what the problem was. So,
Okay, I'm glad you got it fixed.
yeah,
So we see Tristan here with a large battlefield advantage. Life total is pretty close to the same.
I gotta stay that way though. Bill's gonna connect here for another 3.
Yeah, this Tristan doesn't look like a magnified deck at all. All of the tsunami shots are in the discard pile. That might account for some of the battlefield disparity there.
For sure.
This looks like fish of some kind on the. Oh, it's creeper with fish on the Koji. Is this what Ninja was playing before? I remember casting one of his games in the pod thing, and
I don't remember if he was on this or not.
I know he was on fish plus stuff. Maybe that was fish and mirror spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this has mirror spirit also. Okay. Unfortunately, with Bill being the active player here, it looks like this top around swing is probably going to kill him.
Yeah, it's got to be right. Got to be.
Can't block the bear. Only got to take a few others. So smash.
It was fish and creeper. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it like this is cool. Like I think it's a cool idea.
The combination of mirror spirit and Tetra is interesting to me. I mean, everybody knows how I feel about Tetra. Like, I just don't think it's very good. But it does have synergy with the mirror spirit because obviously it puts a lot of bodies in play to pump your mirror spirit. And they're both very aggressive. So
should we watch Killer and Tuxedo?
Sure. Aerodel, huh?
Aerodel versus Hope. With a Hope on
So-
a root armored Sonic. You don't see
All
that
right.
a lot on Hope. Sure. With 2 status counters.
I mean, having a fallback Sonic in your deck is probably fine, and having a root armor is probably fine.
Sure.
It's interesting to me that he chose to play root armor, I guess.
Well, you have a Divine Die when you don't even have. Maybe he has a Lightbringer in the deck and just didn't start it, but.
I do like Lightbringer and Hope, obviously. This is Tuxedo.
I would imagine you're going to see Killer make another Mirror Spirit, pop that token off the other Mirror Spirit, and exhaust out the Sonic completely, right?
Maybe. It depends on how the rest of the turn goes. I'm trying to find the deck list. There it is. Okay. I guess if you think your opponent's on Gilder, starting the Rearmor is good. Or maybe he just drew it later. I don't know what round this is.
Yeah, we'll
It is
see.
round
Oh, he values taking the snapper. Wonder
round
why.
two.
I guess you always have the mirror spirit sort of on, but you're sort of
Right. That's the thing, is that like you have two activations of this make an O2 tap the Sonic that it's not necessary to do it. So you just like get to
interesting.
kill
Interesting
the
thing about the mirror spirit there exhausting the snapper is that one damage does it because it's an exhaustible ability. What's up,
right.
Chaos?
I think that's an excellent play
Killer
from
here.
Killer
Yeah.
there.
Watching Aerodel, we she's sort of. I'm sorry, Ninja. That's too bad when that happens, man. That's at least it's a 1 day event. You don't have to deal with it for weeks on end. Um,
I'm glad you're here, Ninja.
yeah, it's been awesome, dude. I want you to keep iterating on that, Koji.
All right. So how many
We
dogs
did
are
pop in
there?
stream for just a bit, Anya, and got to watch you get ran over by Bill there and his big attack at the end. But
I don't know that I've ever seen a game where we've hit the like maximum number of um
donut dogs.
yeah, where we've seen like the conjuration limit matter.
Yeah, this one might matter. 3 is the number. Yeah, it's just gonna turn into a. Oh, there's a. What happened? Oh, it's a flash strike. So this is gonna turn into a 5 attack here. Sonic getting flash striked. Those 2 tokens on it mattering here.
Yeah.
I'm becoming more and more prone to liking flash strike with all the status tokens flowing around and fate reflection being what it is.
It's definitely more
Oh,
playable than
big
it was
crackback,
before.
big crackback, explosive growth, mirror
Yeah,
spirit, salamander.
this is what you pay for by doing that.
We know there's burn in this Aerodel list, right? We know that there's a secondary plan here. That's a big crackback here. How do you get status on without a crab, though? How do you like guarantee status on these mirror spirits? Like once you have a mirror spirit in play, what are you gonna do? I guess you can make your own Gilder blow up your other mirror spirit that's got 1 damage on it.
I mean, there's so much time left in this round that I wouldn't commit anything like that yet.
Sure.
Because the mirror spirit is also essentially a removal spell.
Right.
Uh
Well, you can Gilder the Creeper and then you can Aerodel Water
because
Blast the seed.
you can actually, even if all the mirror spirits in play, you can still do the focus ability by activating the book, it looks like.
He's just going straight into seed because he knows the counterplay is that Gilder Water Blast. I think he definitely Water Blasts the seed now. You got a million
Uh,
you got a million other ways to deal with that creeper. You don't want him to bring that crab online next round and take it to 3.
right. Well, the window is open now to do it. You're just worried about fate reflection.
Yeah, you're holding the dice for your own fate reflection, though. You assume you're playing the counter fate here. I mean, I don't think you can put fate reflection in the bin. You got to keep fate reflections in your deck. It's just that important.
Yeah, he's got 1 in the discard pile. There's 2 in the discard pile for Tuxedo. So he's the Aerodel's actually more likely to have the fate reflection than the Tuxedo is, but obviously from Aerodel's seat, if you don't have it, then the Tuxedo is much more likely to have it than you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just, you really have to figure out what the rest of your turn looks like, because you may not care about trees.
Oh, he's just got Molten. I bet he's got Molten Sympathy to win the game.
Yeah, burn spells are good too.
makes a Salamander Monk in its exchange, but which I think is fine. You kind of want this creeper to attack, but the creeper's probably going to try to take out that 6/2 mirror spirit here.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, he's still got Snapper, he's still got Crab, he's still got Salamander. Like these random X2s of any variety, I think from both players' seats here, they're both kind of playing peekaboo where they just want to do like the least risk play right now and
Right.
see how the rest of the turn rolls out. Yeah, Jackson. Blammo.
Yep.
I missed the blammo because I was kind of not paying attention, but
That's what happens when you're like
I was getting DM'd on the side of other
3 hours in
tournaments,
the
so I had to
stream.
answer.
Yeah.
And as much as I love the blammo, like I don't remember what game it was that I was casting solo that night, and somebody played an explosive growth, and I got all excited, and everybody made fun of me for saying blammo. But like even if that happened now, it can't possibly beat the hype of that title shift we watched in round 1.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The best title ship ever.
That's Void Pulse is also a good card, Jesse. I didn't know if you knew that, but
Neil, I had heard, but here we are watching it play out.
I would say that this means Killer does not have a Fate Reflection, but
yeah, I would think so too. Although he's still maybe holding it for his own, water blast here.
I don't think you want your opponent to draw 2 cards. Like when you can Fate Reflect a Void Pulse, I think you do it. But
it depends if he's got the win in hand, in some way. I don't know if he does. I'm just
right. I agree. Yeah, there's definitely more justifiable lines in this current Void state to not reflecting that Void Pulse than a normal Void state, I think. But in general, it feels pretty good. And plus, he could have, if he had it, I think the biggest draw to doing so is that you reflect the Void Pulse, you stop him from drawing 2 cards, and you kill the attacking creeper, so you save your Mirror Spirit as well.
Right. Going straight to face here. See,
or you end up saving both Donut Dogs in that play.
Going to 3.
I actually like this attack a lot because you put your opponent in molten range or they exhaust their seed.
Well, he's not in actual molten range yet, because he's 1 away.
Yeah, because Hope has 17 for some reason.
everybody's maiming you on the chat right now over Blamos and Lamos.
Yeah, get your Blamos and Whamos straight.
So we do see the numbers come back up. I do think this indicates there's a sympathy pain. He's just really hard on that horse die. He's going for that horsepower.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of lines that deal 4, so
right.
And
because if he moltens here, then he, like, any damage he takes, whether that be from a thorn or whether that be from a crab or a monk or whatever, is gonna sympathy pain trigger the win. So unless the Hope has heals, which we know is not a traditional Hope process, there's no butterfly monk on this board. You can kind of do what Killer's doing, and you don't have to.
Oh, that's really awesome! Commit. Now he's in molten range. Wave Crash to the face.
Yep.
How many people knew that Wave Crash goes to the face?
They
added some text to this card. No, seriously. I bet this card was printed as deal 2 damage to a unit, and then when they looked at the precon, they were like, "Oh wait, we have no way to cheat our Deepwater Hunter in, so we have to add this text to this card in the precon so that Deepwater Hunter does something."
This makes a molten gold win for Killer. Aerodel beating down the Hope Creeper.
The old Wave Crash to the face.
That's right. Wave Crash doing some work here.
It was pretty cool that he like got to make the snapper, get the counter, 1 to the face, and then molten him. Yeah, that was a good little line there.
Yep.
Congrats, Killer. Like, Killer working his way into the winner's bracket for sure. Right. On Aerodel.
Late register and making his way up the ranks. One game at a time here.
I agree, Cass. I think Wave Crash is very good.
I think that's the end of the round. There are no games. Wow. You guys are playing fast. Fast. All right. Let me...
Yeah, Redentor must have had the bye.
Asterix had the bye.
Oh, I was just calling Redentor out for playing slow because he was the last game in the last 2 rounds.
Oh
I
my
just
god. Sorry, Redentor.
I'm not sorry.
He's not.
Uh,
But I am for you. How's that?
yeah, let's fire off another round here.
Working on it. I gotta get the pairings updated.
I'm gonna make a little announcement um in the Discord here that we're gonna be starting soon because this was a short round.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
Cap getting Brian B. Yep, yep, yep. Okay. Redentor getting Josh.
That was round 3, right?
Yeah, this is round 3. This is our last Swiss round here.
Yeah, so I mean, if people have stepped away or whatever, I think we give them a little buffer time here before.
Oh yeah, we're fine.
I mean, we should pair it and just let whoever start can start, but I don't think we need to worry about like table game losses or whatever.
PS3 getting Apple Sith. Bill getting Ninja.
Yes, Cass. This is the last round of
Swiss.
um Swiss. Oh, Cass says I'm absolutely right about the wave crash Darkwater Hunter thing.
What is it?
What?
The Darkwater Hunter thing? What's the Darkwater Hunter thing?
Oh, that wave crash was originally just two damage to a unit, but they added that additional 1 damage to a PB so that there was some support for Darkwater Hunter in the precon.
Got it. I see what you're saying. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to post the round 4 pairings here. Give me just a second.
Yeah, Carl putting in tournaments peak ashes, people like calling out PBs. I think this is close to representative of the meta where we have several of the top PBs, which I would call Hope. We have one Mayoni. I think Cole should be on that list as a very powerful one. Maybe not tier 1, but like tier 1.2 or whatever. So the majority of players are on those top lists. And then we have some others that are, Tristan's very good.
Here we go. This is round 4 pairing. So our top table match we're watching is Matt Bowers and the Cap. We got NIU Math and Chaos Theory.
Oh boy.
JK and Killer. Brian B and Bill No Such and Tuxedo Asterix and Apple Sith. Tim and Redentor, and Josh is on the bye. So Josh, your tournament is done. Thank you so much for playing today.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Okay, so let me get the Josh report in. Josh is beating up on that guy that nobody likes named BYE.
All right. So we have Matt Bowers, whose list we only got a little glimpse of in round 2 or something. And it looked like it was some kind of like Cole's small spin down theme, like Cole control or something. Might have difficulty with the hunting weapons combo.
So Neil, if you want a little extra hype for this final round, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players on the bubble for top 4. 6.
Yeah, I mean that sounds about right for a 4-round tournament.
Yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot. So of the 3 that'll win, because I'm pretty sure those are all paired, they should be. There might be a pair down in there, but I'm not. I wasn't paying that much attention. If they all win, one of those 3 will not make it.
Well, are Cap and Matt B undefeateds?
Yes.
Is that
yes?
So they're essentially guaranteed. Whoever
Yes.
loses like has a small chance of falling below 4th, I guess, but it's very unlikely.
Right.
So we're playing for the other 2 spots. Mostly. Well, I guess I guess in a tournament of this size, it could happen that they would fall to fifth. So the winner of the match we're about to watch uh will be in for sure. And then all the X1s are playing for
I,
X1 essentially.
I'll tell you this: I've never seen this happen before, but because of the High Life Phoenix Borns that we have in this tournament, one player who's a 1-2 player is almost tied in blood points. He's 7 blood points away from tying with a 2-1 player. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's the first breaker is opponent win record though, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It won't
Yeah.
matter, but it's just very interesting, right? Like we have not seen that happen, just because generally the Phoenix Born Life pools and the blood points have been not as tight. But
Yeah,
that's a
and I
testament
think, I mean, and this is nothing better. I think in other tournaments in general, people don't play for blood points as aggressively as we've seen it today.
sure.
Which, I mean, you should. You should aggressively play for your own blood points and play to deny your opponent's blood points, because it, like Jesse just mentioned, it does matter a lot. But the first breaker is opponent wins, so I would just try your best to win first. But I'm looking at the list here.
We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait on Matt because he may have stepped away. Like we said, we ended so quickly there. We're just trying to get
Yeah.
ahead of the game here. So just to add some additional hype into this whole thing, because who doesn't want hype on a world championship? The blood point separators on all the 2-1s is within 9. So every point's going to matter here for these players.
Yep. It's going to be close. I mean, how could it not be?
Right. You put 14 of the best, 15, I guess, is where we ended up. 15 of the best Ashes players in the world in one tournament, and say go win a world championship. You're gonna see it happen, right? That's exactly what you're gonna see happen here. Clue: the standings are they can't really be checked in the traditional sense because of the way the reporting spreadsheet works. So I'm just looking at it based on the results, and Josh's buy is the only information we have right now. There's too much other at work here, so the blood points don't guarantee the standings. Strength of schedule will matter first, and so I have to check that against Smash first before we use blood points as the final tiebreaker. So while I can look at the blood points as a way of determining separation on players, it's not anywhere near the final standings, because any one of those players that has lower blood points could have a stronger strength of schedule. So until I know that number on the strength of schedule side, and then I use tied strength of schedule to go over to blood points at that point. So yeah. So it's hard for me to say yes to that. I mean, the Smash page, I'm happy to share that with you.
Apparently, we have hand cams this game, but that's okay.
Oh yeah. I guess that's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. We don't need them to remake or anything for it.
No.
So with the hand cams, we know that the dice roll is going to be super huge because they're both on Realm Walker.
Right.
And Realm Walker, so if Matt Bowers goes first, he slams a Realm Walker. That's going to screw up Cap's plan because you can't GV the isolate, right?
Right.
I mean, it doesn't 100% screw it up because he can like play, like if Matt Bowers goes Realm Walker, Cap goes Realm Walker, he goes attack, isolate Realm Walker, then Cap can Flute Mage, but you lose a full attack.
Right.
So we'll see what happens. And the 2 shadows in Matt's hand is going to trade with the Golden Veil here. And the Golden Veil in Matt's hand is going to blank, I think. Well, I guess I could stop 100 weapons, but
yeah. Yep.
You can GV isolate. How is it worded?
When this unit declares an attack or choose an opponent to place one. No, you can't. It's not targeting the unit. You're choosing the opponent.
Yeah, you target the player. That's
Yeah.
the
So
issue.
the hunting weapons would be GVable. Just going all in on that Realm Walker Rush strategy.
So there's the Realm Walker. Now
You know what's interesting is what's really
things are going
interesting
to get
here
interesting.
is the two shadows. The two shadows here is more interesting than people are giving it probably credit for right now. It's going to get GV'd, of course, but it's a real like opposing Realm Walkers is a real opportunity here to pressure this thing down. The
So
Sunshield Sentry is also just very good at blocking it as long as you have units in play. But Matt didn't start a ton of units, so
right. So this is kind of funny because he's going to go hunting weapons and attack, I think. Oh, he's
no,
not.
he's just going to attack right out.
I would have definitely hunting weapons because if you put the hunting weapons on it and then you attack the sun shield, uh the sun shield actually, like, if he chooses to isolate the
He wanted to block. Matt's saying he's wanting to block there for
yeah.
sure. You definitely want to block here because it turns off the adrenaline rush. Matt may not even know adrenaline rush exists, but it does turn off this adrenaline rush because you can't adrenaline rush the Realm Walker essentially.
Yeah, if he's watched any other games, it seems like Adrenaline Rush has been for first five in the matches that he's played. So they're gonna manual up here and do some stuff. But I think he should have hunting weapons because if you attack, you let Matt isolate. He chooses to isolate Dreamlock Mage, and you hunting weapons the Sun Shield. Then the Sun Shield can't block it without dying.
Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, clues correcting me. He didn't roll a frog, so he couldn't make that play. He would have had to meditate. No, he could have meditated turn one though. That's what should have happened. He should have meditated to frog turn one in preparation for the hunting weapons.
And there should be one more damage on that Realm Walker, right?
Yeah, they're doing
There
it.
you go. Okay.
So now the Realm Walker is slashable, which is huge because he only has the one GV.
Right.
And we'll see if he plays around the like. You can't slash and two shadows. So he's gonna slash it. It's gonna get GV'd, and then Cap will have an opportunity if he like considers the thing, the two shadows, to untap it.
Yeah, but if you're staring at your opponent's board, you don't necessarily expect that wolf to be at two shadows. I don't.
Well, it's also, it might not even be good to untap it at all because you can't adrenaline rush it anymore, right?
Right. But you definitely want to because you want to try to get that Sunshield Sentry exhausted or gone.
But even if he GVs the slash, then he'll just get slashed again, right? Like,
right.
Adrenaline Rush is the only one that would be able to untap it in time to not get slashed a second time.
Right. Matt had to Jackson. Matt had to take their mage and get exhausted.
Oh, he actually. So you're 100% right, Jackson. I missed this. Actually, what I said did happen. He meditated to frog, and then Matt did use the Dreamlock to lower the frog.
Okay. So here's the Flute Mage untap. And you definitely, this is just going to let Matt's Realm Walker eat up the Realm Walker, though, right?
I'm not sure what this does. It feels like Cap is a long ways behind here.
Yeah, he's just putting a body in for the isolate from Matt's Realm Walker is what he's doing. But you're in trouble, I think. Yeah, because here's the attack Realm Walker on the Flute Mage. This is going to exhaust the Flute Mage. Yep. Will Brennan guard this? That's the real question here.
So the way that Cap could have played this turn to get the job done is he could have uh double meditated uh um in round one to frog, because looking back in the Ashteki log here, um he meditated to just a single frog, and then Matt Bowers turned down the single frog. So if he had anticipated the dream lock, he could have meditated to frog, and then made the hunting weapons play still.
So Cap using he's using that power to bring back an anchor knot. What do we get out of anchor knot here? Guess she can hunting weapons the anchor knot to kill the sun shield. Well, he didn't. He put it on the realm walker, so I guess he's gonna try to hunting weapons the anchor.
He thinks
knot.
he can. He thinks he's going to get double attack hunting weapons. Anchor Knot can't get adrenaline rushed. I guess he just has. He needs main actions if he wants to double frog.
Well, he's going to hunting weapons as anchor knot and kill the realm walker is what he's going to do, or kill the sun shield. He could do one or the other, but I guess the guard's still up, so you really don't get that either. So I don't know what you get out of that anchor knot play.
He should play the hunting weapons because it's slightly better than just a frog ping, I think.
Right. The frog pings there.
Maybe he's just going to frog ping the thing to death. He needs to attack with anchor knot though, so that he can.
Well, if he frogs him, yeah, he's got to attack because he needs the main action, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like hunting weapons on the thing is not that much better, because it could get slashed.
Realm walker.
Oh god, this frog ping is not going to kill it.
Nope, because of golden veil.
He has a GV. Oh my god.
It does keep the anchor knot alive. Not that that matters going into top of round, but
yeah, Matt Bowers just up by 7 dice.
Yeah.
and
put no damage on the coal.
No damage on the coal.
And I think if you're Cap, you probably got to discard your hand, right? Because that whole hand was built about on the realm walker. I don't think you want to.
Yeah, those cards are all bad.
Yeah,
and he does.
So.
The draw from Matt Bowers is not great, but I think he's up by so much.
The law of sight's pretty good if you expect burn damage from Brennan.
I guess it's funny that he drew law of sight, and the Brennan drew 3 reactions.
Yeah, I mean the law of sight is really good for Matt. Just if you're playing against Brennan, playing a law of sight here gets you 2 cards to slash, and gets you.
Well, yeah, in this hand, it's really good because he doesn't have any dice sinks at all.
So he just immediately destroys the anchor knot to put 2 damage on the coal. And I think that's fine. Matt playing call, this is a good call in general. Getting the
it's fine. It doesn't.
Double call here is not great for Cole, but
yeah, I would think that hand is not what Matt Bowers wanted to see, but the law of sight gives him some stuff to do. Both law of sight draws were incredible, so
that was a good draw. Yeah,
the Lightbringer book not activatable this turn because he spent his divine,
right?
But it's still just like that's what he wanted to see, right? Was like business spells,
right?
So, and he's so far ahead that
yeah, he's not in any hurry to do that, but he can definitely do that, Jackson.
Matt Bowers is in so much in the driver's seat here. He can do whatever he wants, essentially. Like he his guys, like when your opponent has no books and you have a realm walker, I would sit on it. I don't think you're very scared of a 2/3.
Right.
You're definitely not scared of Panther because of slash. So I would just save the isolate in case your opponent has drawn a big threat. And, especially having drawn the 100 blades, that you can clear this this 2/3 before you would ever attack with the Huntmaster or with the Realm Walker.
Yeah.
And it's really, really unlikely that your opponent has drawn double like threat you care about.
So we are going to see the slash. That was the correct call, using his last call, and then he's going to attack the Huntmaster, which gets exhausted. Probably going to eat the Brennan guard here. That puts this realm or the Swamp Master just in a world of trouble. Although Call to Action does look like a decent gotcha, but the Law of Sight stops
I'm,
it.
I'm even if he could play the call to action, it like doesn't do anything because it can't profitably block either of the other guys.
Right, but it would be reasonable. Cap say this is not gone well. Yeah, no, it's not. Matt is in a position here. The only thing Matt's got to.
It feels really bad when your opponent 4-for-1s or 5-for-1s you, right? Like he plays Law of Sight, he draws 2, you discard 3.
Yeah.
Like
the interesting thing now is the Dreamlock's
when you're already behind.
The Dreamlock's just going to start rolling this stuff down, right? So he brings the Realm Walker back. We you have to, because that's kind of your best threat, right? He's got to take that point of damage and make a Realm Walker. He's got to be worried that Matt, only on 2 dice spent, has other power plays in hand. But the really interesting thing here now is why pull the guard there? I don't know. That's a tough call.
So the reason to guard there is because
Matt draws a Realm Walker. How did Matt draw a Realm Walker? 100 Blades draws him a Realm Walker.
Blades, yeah.
When it rains, it pours, chat. When it rains, it pours.
I mean, his first 5 cards were just very like bleh, right?
Right. Yeah.
So his 3 additional draws were much more likely to be impactful. Though obviously, I don't think he would choose to draw Lightbringer of one of those 3 cards, but he definitely would choose to draw Realm Walker.
Dreamlock gets locked here. Sunshine blocks the Realm Walker, kills it.
Yeah, and Ooh. Matt Bowers again so far ahead that he definitely feels ready to trade, and he's just gonna start.
He's gonna start Dream Fracturing for damage.
Start just applying this pressure that he's got. He can play the Dream Fracture and still play the other Realm Walker.
Yep.
When you have 2 Realm Walkers in play, and you're gonna have top around,
you feel pretty good about it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got 8 damage. He's got lethal. Matt's got lethal already. He's actually
looking at your opponent's basic charm dice, basic nature dice, that there's like literally nothing in the game that could kill the Realm Walker on.
Right. Yep.
I'm trying to think of literally anything.
Yeah, Matt is. I would guess this Realm Walker is going to clear the Hunt Master out. You don't have to do it, but you can. And then, then you have double Realm Walker at the top of the round. So Cap just concedes, calls it a game.
Well, yeah, he had 1 playable spell. It was a Nature's Wrath that does nothing, and Matt Bowers had lethal. So,
all right, that was fun to watch.
This is the nature of combo decks, right? Like,
right.
So and I don't know if this Brennan version has like a regular Brennan start, or if it's always supposed to be on the Realm Walker start. But when you're playing a combo deck, it's designed to win by a lot or lose by a lot. So because Matt Bowers was able to first winning the dice roll was absolutely insane. Like right. that was really big to how this game went. So he was able to put an X5 in play, and then having another better than X1 unit to play as his second main before the Realm Walker could attack was really big. Yep. And it was even better because it had the roll down so that the hunting weapons couldn't come in. Like I said, I would really like to see this game run back if Cap had decided to meditate both frogs in round 1 in anticipation of the spin down.
Yeah.
And see what happens if he makes the 4-power Realm Walker that's lethal to the blocking Sun Shield.
Yeah. It's a big deal.
I mean, Matt could have. I think probably what happens in that case is that Matt either takes it or isolates the Dreamlock instead, or I'm sorry, isolates the Sun Shield instead and chumps with the Dreamlock.
Right.
And just leaves his Sun Shield there with 1 damage on it. But
yeah, it's an interesting. I mean, I don't know how that plays out, Neil.
Right. It really changes it, just that 1 meditate. But that's the kind of things we want to see.
Right.
So It looks like there's still a million games going on.
Yeah, I would imagine so. That was a pretty quick one. Should we drop in on Brian and Bill? They were, I think, table 2 if I remember right.
All right. It says table 4, but I'm in for Brian and Bill.
Otherwise, we got Carl and Chaos, and that would definitely be a bubble match. We want to watch those guys play it out.
Well, I'm watching Brian and Bill, so
all right, we're going to go Brian Bill. Let's watch Brian and Bill.
Bill has apparently resolved to generosity because he got 9,000 cards in hand. This is the beginning of round 2.
Killer, they want Killer and JK. That's what everybody wants. Killer and JK. Should we go to Killer and JK?
I guess. Yeah, sure.
All right. We'll do Killer and JK. Here you go. JK on Brennan.
Looks like this game has ended. They're saying GG.
Yep, that's the end for Airedale. So let's go back to Brian and Bill. JK gets the win. Yeah, so Brian,
find the game. Okay,
playing his advantage engine here.
Yep. It looks like both players kept some stuff from round 1. The battlefield did not empty. A tsunami shot was played. No, not much damage on PBs. It must have just been real grindy so far. Which is kind of what I would expect in a round 1 for this. This coal deck is not meant to slash like a bunch of times in a turn. It just has it as like a utility. And Tsunami Shot obviously places the board, so we're just seeing like just resources traded back and forth. I would say that it looks like Brian is a little bit ahead, having come out of round 1 with 1 damage, and he has an extra book, he has an extra guy. So this is the issue with Tristan Control, which I think Tristan Control is still very good. But Tristan as a package himself is very dependent upon drawing your tsunami shots. So he's got a tsunami shot now. Of course, it'll be insane because it's always insane. If he doesn't have a round 2 tsunami shot, he might fall behind on the battlefield here a little bit.
Yeah. String Mage. String Mage is a really good counter card to these.
String Mage obviously insane in this matchup. Yeah. Absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, really hard to fight it profitably.
I don't think that Brian has a lot of good ways with the Fester and the Excavate both already in the discard pile.
Nick giving subs out like candy over here. What's up, Nick? Welcome, man.
Nick, thank you so much for the sub gifts.
Yeah, man. Dropping 2 subs. Chaos Theory and Oxrator getting gifted subs from Nick here.
Happy early Christmas. Clue, you didn't even give him. Oh, Saint Nick. Yeah, okay.
Saint Nick. This wing's gonna have to commit into. Man, I think you can't put it into mage, right? So, but the mage is gonna pull the wounds off the bear. Man, Brian's got a challenge in front of him.
Well, he can slash it here if this attack connects, he can slash it. I am surprised that he didn't go after the string mage.
Well, the issue going after I think you go after the string mage just to force the guard, right? Like at this point, I mean, Bill doesn't have to guard this.
Right. If I'm attacking an X3 with my Wishing Wing.
Right.
And he chose not to counter either. If I'm attacking an X3 with my Wishing Wing, I would pick the string mage. And he didn't even slash or ping, so that bear is still there.
Yeah.
Interesting, because this gives Tristan the attack with this bear, steal a counter with string mage, and essentially still get full use out of the bear, right? Like, oh, even better than full use because he stole a counter off the mirror spirit, so now the bear can attack it at 0 power.
Right. It also takes away the mirror spirit focus if Brian drew it, right? Like if Brian is on focus mirror spirit here, we know one of the books is in the discard for sure.
Thanks, Nick. We love having you in chat. Thanks for coming in, and definitely thanks for those gift subs. That's very, very generous.
Yes. Here comes Salamander Monk from Brian, just staying on his value engine.
Yeah, he just spends his dice very, very efficiently in all these books. The Mirror Spirit is like the least efficient of all the books, but it's still good. Obviously Salamander is going to be worth some stuff here, but that String Mage,
If Bill has a root armor for the String Mage, I think it's GG. I just don't see how
well,
Brian.
I don't know that I don't think the String Mage by itself literally wins you the game, but it really disrupts the plan, right? Like,
Right.
especially this deck, like Brian's version of the deck is so, it's like less combo-y than
Right.
most versions. Like the String Mage is just death to the combo versions.
Right.
But because this version is grindy and like more battlefield oriented than most, it the String Mage is less like auto loss. Here we see a Nature's Wrath from the Tristan. It's pretty good. It's not like an
Yeah.
amazing Nature's Wrath.
Yeah, I think it's all right. He gets Nature's Wrath. He gets to clear. He gets to clear out all the 1/1s. He gets the String Mage over the wound token on the String Mage to the Salamander Monk Spirit, so he gets to clear the back half of that Monk Spirit. I think it's pretty good.
It feels like he could have done better. Oh,
There's
and the
a
Fate
Fate
Reflection is
Reflection
definitely
coming.
good.
Yeah, Fate Reflection going to come in
Um,
here. I imagine that's going to go to the String Mage. Yes, it does. Okay.
I'm just a little confused because Bill didn't use the first half of his Sally before doing this, so that first half of Salamander Monk was just wasted.
So I think if I'm, yeah, definitely take that String Mage. We're
Right,
gonna
and
get
he
a
heals the String Mage.
yeah, you're gonna get a unit guard here from, uh, or a PB guard from this Title Crab attack. It's outside of the range of the Cole Slash here. Although Cole gets to eat up the bear if he chooses to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, this is insane.
100 Blades is
Because
very good
now
here.
he gets to kill the String Mage
Correct.
with 100 blades plus slash.
Yep.
So that Fate Reflection was so important.
Yep.
Um,
Yep. Made all the difference in the math.
to lead to get the String Mage to 2, have the String Mage save itself back to 1, but leave it within range of 100 blades plus slash there.
Right. Big one there. There's the String Mage down.
And with basic goat showing, he knows that it's live, no defense reactions in the tank for Bill. And
You see
Fester on the crab.
crab. Yeah, that's a good Fester on that crab.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're like,
you're gonna lose the bear no matter what here, right? Like,
right. The thing about Fester is like, you
meditates the
want it to hit
molten.
something big,
Mm-hmm.
but it it's okay to trade it for a 2 dice unit like that because he didn't like spend a frog or anything to get that damage on the crab to begin with, so it's still like an up trade.
Right.
And when you look at this kind of deck, you're pretty sure that your opponent doesn't really have a big boy you need to worry about.
There's the 1/2 Mirror Spirit. It's interesting that he meditated the molten gold from hand.
It's getting ice trapped. All right. Yeah, I mean, the molten gold doesn't seem very good. Like, the life totals are still both really high. This game is getting really grindy. You're not going to want to spend 2 dice to do nothing to the battlefield.
Right.
And again, as I was talking about, it doesn't seem like Brian's deck has any one big guy that you want to fester, you want a molten gold or do something like that. So
right. Here's the butterfly monk. I'm sure this is going to slash, but that's going to heal Tristan and take a card away.
He might not slash it. He might just like let it deal 1 to him. Or he can draw 2 off the wing. if Tristan decides to attack the wing. I would think that Tristan would attack face here. He actually chooses to slash it.
Yep. I think that's the correct
I'm
play.
surprised. I'm surprised by that. I feel like a card in hand, regardless of what it is better than.
Well, if you're Carl, he tells you that you gotta slash everything. Don't hold any cards back. A missed slash is a missed opportunity with Cole. I don't claim to be the best Cole player, so in fact, I know I'm.
I mean, it's defensible, right? Because you weren't going to draw a card,
Right.
so like you weren't actually saving yourself a card. But and he drew an Ocean's Gift anyway. I was going to say Ocean's Gift specifically, which is a card it was, makes a big attack here. So he gets to crack for 4 with this Wishing Wing, and the Wishing Wing obviously still provides value by having 3 counters on it. But he drew the Ocean's Gift anyway, so attack, Wishing Wing. Bill rolled a lot of basics. Oh boy. 1 horse, 1 knife, 1 note, and a bunch of basics. Oh, and a leaf, I guess. Sally from Tristan. Just safe plays. Tristan very likely to have a tsunami shot this round. Sally from Cole. Safe plays. Probably just going to see this kind of trading for a little while until one of the players gets resource strangled.
Yeah. The question is, and I wonder if Bill's plan is to outlast the Cole at this point.
I don't know how you do that.
Well,
like
he's still only got 4 books in play to your 3, of course, but I mean, Brian's down to 10 cards total deck, right? And you're still at 14, so you're still up 4 cards on the Cole at this point.
Right,
and,
but I mean, like, let's say neither player plays any cards for the rest of the game.
Right.
Like, Brian's going to win for sure if that happens.
Sure.
The Tristan has a little more leeway to play with that, and the Tristan has tsunami shots, which have of any card in the 60 cards total that we're looking at here, either deck. The tsunami shot has the most impact.
Agreed.
So having 2 of those remaining allows him to, play a very high impact spell from his hand without going low. But I'm not convinced that Brian needs to play more than 5 cards yet this game and be able to win. Because I think Bill needs to play both tsunami shots for sure before the end of the game, and 1 or 2 ally threats to win this board back over what I assume would be like 3 or 4 rounds.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
And what's rough is that we know that Brian has like the explosive win type stuff in his deck too, because I don't see any explosive growths in the discard pile from Brian. So it feels kind of, I guess there's only 1 explosive growth in the deck, but it feels like this is a great start.
Master Vamp is really good here.
So this is one of those things I was saying. Like I said, he needs a tsunami shot and he needs 1 or 2 big ally threats.
Yep.
To absorb the pressure from the additional books and value that Cole has on the battlefield.
Yep. This crab is gonna get crushed by that vampire. I think here's an ice trap.
Ice trap is really good here.
Yeah, it's huge.
He does it before the Unburden goes off. So good.
Yeah. Ice trap is still a monster in this game.
Yeah, the card's bonkers. Like it is. It's just so good. They would never print a card like that again.
No. So the crab does unburden to the Wishing Wing, which I think is fine.
Yeah, now it's very important that the crab has some power, I think.
right.
Um,
But Bill can make
but
this
the
butterfly monk and actually heal the vampire if he chooses to, which is
right, and the fester's gone, so this vampire is a long ways from dead.
although Bill doesn't
Um,
know probably there's only one fester, right? Like he can,
Probably not.
yeah, he's got to play around the fact that there's potentially another fester here.
So we
If
have Mirror Spirit left from Brian, but Bill has done a great job of winning the battlefield back here.
yeah,
If his last plays are Butterfly Monk and Tsunami Shot, he will have just crushed Brian this round.
yeah, and
Okay, try Brian trading Wishing Wing for Snapper there is a big change. Obviously the Wishing Wing is much less good now, but Snapper is great. Having an additional unit is great. Having an outlet to draw these 4 cards or making the other half of your sally is great. So I think just that play alone of meditate away, tapped Wishing Wing book, put Snapper in play has really like caught him up a great deal this round specifically.
it puts a lot of momentum back on Brian's side, no doubt about
Yeah. It just gives him stuff to do, which he was kind of running out of, it seemed like.
it. Mm-hmm.
All right. So it looks like the only big hitter that Brian has in his deck is a Crypt Guy, which is not in his discard pile. Um, if Brian can put a Crypt Guy into play this round, that would also be very big because that's going to eliminate the Master Vampire for next round.
Right. Yeah, Crypt Guy would be. Now the risk is if you drop a Crypt Guy and there is a Tsunami Shot on the back end of this, and if that's what Bill is thinking, Tsunami
Right. I mean,
Shot.
obviously that would be in Bill's favor, but it would still shore up Brian because if Bill has a Tsunami Shot, like and he has to put 4 damage into a Crypt Guy, that still leaves Brian with some stuff.
Right.
If Brian doesn't have a Crypt Guy to play and Bill just gets to like fire off his arrows willy-nilly, Brian's going to be way behind.
There's Salamander pressuring that guard. Be interesting to see how this plays out here for Brian now. Just going straight to the face, going to try to put some damage in with the Salamander.
This indicates to me that he really just wants to make a Snapper. So he doesn't want to kill his 5 power Wishing Wing.
Which will tell you he does not have the Crypt Guardian then because he can't play it. So once he makes the Snapper, he's out of time dice.
Yeah, I mean, potentially he could also have the Crypt Guy and he's just like trying to punt a little bit, trying to get Bill to pull the trigger on
well, each one of these
here.
Each one of these activations from Bill makes the Mirror Spirit more powerful too, right? So
yeah.
You want to try to slow play the Mirror Spirit and the Snapper and or Crypt Guy, depending on what your
I mean,
plan is.
I think the best sequence for Brian ending this turn is probably Crypt Guy plus Mirror Spirit if he has the Crypt Guy.
If you build, you just pass him.
No.
Yeah. I mean, you could ping the Wishing Wing and pass.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's what he's doing. He's pinging something.
He's the Salamander Monk takes away the Snapper play.
Yeah, I kind of like that actually. Because you're gonna use that frog for something.
Mm-hmm.
That makes me believe he doesn't have the Tsunami Shot, or he's trying to convince Brian that he doesn't have the Tsunami Shot.
Right.
Because now he doesn't make a Butterfly Monk and Tsunami Shot together.
Right.
Which he says that was dumb. Okay, I was gonna say in conventional thinking, I would think that having the butterfly is better than frog ping because the butterfly can still take that.
He can't attack. He forgot he can't attack it.
Weird. Whatever.
Huh.
That is weird text on that card, by the way. I've always thought that it was strange that you can't attack Salamander Monk Spirit. Like, I understand why it can't block because it needs to have a downside.
Right.
But it's weird that you can't attack it.
Yeah, it's like untouchable unless it's
Was
going
that
to be
card
tapped.
reprinted?
I don't know.
Because that's definitely like Ash's 1.0 type text where it just it just like makes no sense.
Yeah, what's happening here?
I mean,
um,
the words make sense. It's just like, why does it have that ability? There's a
no,
lot of cards in 1.0 like
Bill
that.
could also have on the back end of this a Raptor Herder. I mean, that's possible. One of those 3 cards is a Raptor Herder. You
Yeah,
know,
he could have. I mean, he could have a number of things in the like one sympathy slot and still make this uh butterfly. He have like a crescendo. He could have a. I don't know. Let's see. I'll bring up the bill deck.
Ninja says, "Have you tried attacking a ghost, Neil?" And Chet coming in and saying it's 1.0 text. Nick coming in and saying it's 1.0 text. Uh,
Okay.
Brian converting
Have
more
I tried
damage.
to? I have not, Ninja, but I have seen the movie Ghostbusters many times.
You're gonna get slimed.
He has like sympathy pain and crescendo, uh and obviously this is Bill, so he has raptor herders as things he could play off a single
meant to
sympathy if
meant to
he
block. He said so. He's gonna let the PB needs to go back to 6.
oh, okay, so he just wanted to eat the Sally there with
Yeah,
his bear. That's what happened. Okay.
I think he just wanted to take away the snapper play or force the snapper into killing the wishing wing. You need to throw the guard up on. Oh no, he didn't guard. He
He
didn't
didn't
guard.
guard it.
Yeah, yeah.
Just, um
So we are going to get a butterfly monk here. I think he's moving away from that. If he was on the tsunami shot, he's moving away from that.
yeah, Jackson. A lot of the 1.0 cards just have words on them, which is so funny to me. Like they just like do weird stuff. Uh I kind of miss that though. There's like it's the same with like magic cards. Like when you look at old magic cards, like how they were worded, it has a certain charm to it that like oh, they tried so hard. Like uh but obviously they've been Magic has reworded all those. But if you still like, you get yourself like alpha beta revised versions of like Birds of Paradise or whatever, it says like tap to add 1 mana to your like tap this to add 1 mana to your pool or whatever. Or they had like mono artifacts, and you're just supposed to know in the game, in the rules of the game, that if it's a mono artifact, you have to tap it to do whatever it does. And if it's a poly artifact, you it does its stuff all the time. All right, so here's the best card in the game.
Mirror Spirit?
Um,
Donut
no,
Dog?
tsunami shot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Fires off the best card in the game. Completely dominates the battlefield. I think he could have had a butterfly monk, but it didn't work out that way. This card is messed up. And Brian no longer has the dice for the crypt guy. He can make a
Snapper, but it'll be just a
snapper.
basic snapper.
He has
Brian has his whole deck in his hand except for one.
and no allies to play, unfortunately. All allies in the deck are currently in the discard pile.
Nami Shot is so good. There are very few sources of
I love
2-for-1
I
in
love
Ashes.
the what?
There's very few sources of 2-for-1s in Ashes, and Tsunami Shot is one of them.
Like
Another
a
Mirror
4 for
Spirit.
1.
Yeah, it can be a
Yeah.
4-for-1.
The picture of Tsunami Shot always reminds me of Robin Hood Men in Tights. When he loads the bow with 5 arrows at once, and they just like it's like a like shutters on a window that's like roll down.
Yeah.
Here's a slash.
Well, and you got to remember here, he's got another Mirror Spirit book here.
Mirror Spirit book is good. Yeah. it will unfortunately not kill the Master Vampire.
No.
I don't think, because Brian obviously sees it coming. He has enough dice exactly for 2-1 and 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
But it is also a lot of main actions, and he has like 1,000 cards in hand, so he's going to have to slash a bunch of times. Is he going to be able to slash the vampire to dead to one of these attacks? I think he will.
Yeah, I think I think he's able to. He needs to make the Mirror Spirit before he kills the bear or the vamp. So he's got to be a little careful here with his main actions. But and Brian knows this. He's, I mean, a seasoned veteran player. So
yeah, he needs to slash vampire now, I think, is what
Yeah.
needs to happen.
Yeah, and then he
And
can
then make
pressure
Mirror
with
Spirit, and then he can finish the bear off.
Yeah. And then he gets the pressure vampire dead.
Knowing your opponent on 0 dice really gives you just like, he gets to do it every once, and yeah, and that's what Brian does. He chooses to slash Master Vamp.
Just spreading that love around. Brian has got one more slash before he gets into fatigue damage.
Slash is the same as Tsunami Shot, right? He's just firing them off.
Yeah.
No, it's not at all.
I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt.
I was trying to put some sarcasm in my voice, and you just like jumped on there like all excited about it. I want people to understand that I was being facetious.
Someone did make an alt-art version with Robin Hood art, Jackson.
Oh, I would like to see that.
If that's true, I want to see it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a wonderful movie. Like, I love that movie when I was
Robin
a kid.
Hood Men in Tights?
Yeah.
I don't know if wonderful is the word I'd use for it. It's funny.
It's so good.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's so good.
I think you're a little more fond.
It has Dave Chappelle in it.
I know.
He goes.
So let me ask you a question.
He goes, time out, bad guys. And then he pumps his Air Jordans like,
yeah. They're Reebok pumps, dude, not Air Jordans.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah. Dude, I had Reebok pumps. Come on, you gotta know this stuff, man. You gotta know your references. So.
I never had Reebok pumps. The coolest thing that I had when I was a kid was like when the heels lit up when you stepped. That was like the coolest shoes when I was in elementary school.
Yeah, you should, Jackson. Find out who that is.
What is it? Oh, he goes, you haven't seen The Last of Us. And he like shoots those 5 arrows, and they like make like the silhouette of the guy around him. He's like, you've seen The Last of Us.
Is that a Mel Brooks movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You can always tell a Mel Brooks movie.
At the very beginning, the townspeople yell at him.
Oh yeah.
Because they do the intro sequence to the movie, and like the arrows with fire on them are shooting the thatch buildings, and they like write the names of the actors and stuff, like the opening credits.
Right.
And the villagers are like, every time they make a Robin Hood movie, they burn our village down. Leave us alone, Mel Brooks. That was also that was also like what the intro to Prince of Thieves was, like the Kevin Costner one.
So
Brian, I think it was Kevin Costner.
Brian's got a lot of life to play with here. Can he get a little loosey goosey and kind of go for it here and slash the monk and then just go straight to the face for 5 and close the gap down to 3 life?
Is Tristan 17? Yeah. Man, that's tough.
I know it's a really tough decision. Obviously, Bill gets to go first here, so he's going to probably put a unit in.
Oh, not having top around, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
I think it's very likely that Bill makes a unit for 1. I do think that Brian needs to be cognizant of the last tsunami shot, so he needs to make sure that he doesn't like try to build up a big board and swing at once. He needs to like swing incrementally,
right?
So that when he gets tsunami shots, at least he's like getting the value of the guys that are killed.
Yeah, this Mirror Spirit actually does a lot of work here, because if he makes a bear, the Mirror Spirit gets to pressure the guard, so then you get your 3 damage that way.
Right. Having
Uh,
having the knowing that your opponent is going to make a bear sometimes this turn would make me not want to do anything with Mirror Spirit yet. But like I said, it's going to get to a tilting point where it'll become pretty apparent whether Bill has the tee shot or not.
mm-hmm.
And then you kind of have to just like go for it. Oh, we're seeing a crescendo actually.
Oh, big crescendo here.
Well, it's not as good because it stops the attack. So he
Right.
traded 1 dice and a card in hand for the 3/2.
Yeah.
Which is not terrible, but it's tough when that 3/2 was left over from last round, right?
Yep.
So you see again Brian winning the resource trades here. And the number of cards remaining as a deck resource for both players is very affected by the crescendo play, right? Like
right,
that
absolutely.
catches Brian up in the fatigue race greatly.
Yeah, I mean he's still down a couple of cards, obviously, and Cole likes to slash, so he's got to be cautious and be a little more judicious with his slashing. Plus, he really needs to meditate here. He's in a bit of trouble with these Mirror Spirits not being able to be summoned with the 3 basics on the sympathy dice here. And then again, gotta make that meditation for the crab too. That so you see the Salamander Monk book get meditated to be able to make the title crab, but
yeah, I wonder if he has an Ocean's Gift left. Nope, they're all gone. Okay.
So it's a little precarious right now for Brian.
The dice roll was bad for Brian. You're right.
Yeah,
That's definitely big.
This is dice rolls. We talk a lot about meditation and how it doesn't really matter unless the game goes to this state. And this is now where you're at a state where each med is going to matter.
And yeah, absolutely. And it's double so for Cole. Just like we talked about when we watched Brian. And I think it was No Such. Was that who it was in round 2 when it was the Cole v Cole match? Mm-hmm. The meditates for Cole are much more important than the meditates for any other PB.
Absolutely. So we'll be wrapping up this round here shortly. Obviously, once this game completes, I think we're getting pretty close.
I feel like this has to be the last game because this is really grindy.
I think we still got a couple.
Fine, I'm gonna go look.
We've got Bill and Carl and Chaos are still playing.
Carl and Chaos are still playing, but I bet they'll be done before this. We'll see what Brian is in the tank here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Does he have the explosive growth? Yeah, he does. He has explosive growth for this turn.
Brian does?
Yeah.
Got a med for it. That's the issue.
Right. But, I mean, if he thinks he's going to win this round, he's got 4 meds and books he can fire off. Or, the cards in hand don't matter.
Well, so if the only card in hand that matters is the explosive growth, here's what I was saying. Like,
well, I think the other cards do matter. I'm trying to figure out what they are. But yeah, go ahead.
What I'm getting at is in order for him to get double Mirror Spirit, Crab, and explosive growth off this round, which he can't do because he doesn't have enough sympathy dice for it. He's actually in a position right now where, he's going to have to med his whole hand away to do that, short of the explosive growth. And
I think his hand is explosive growth, fate reflection, 100 blades, 100 blades.
That's tough. But the fate reflection might be meaningful. We've seen that have play earlier in an earlier round.
I think 100 blades is also kind of important.
It definitely looks really good now where your output from Bill, your known output from Bill for sure, Salamander Monk, Butterfly Monk.
Right.
And so your 100 blades cleans this whole board up, right? Like it says, and it's basic cost, so you don't have to sink any dice into it.
Right. That's another big reason that those are good is because
so he
doesn't have to meditate for him.
You can maybe get out of this round and take 1 fatigue damage just off of being the last unit you play, right? Like the Seafoam Snapper and Monk Spirit being like the last. We're going to get an ice trap.
The ice trapping the Snapper there. Oh wait,
did he ice trap the Monk Spirit?
Why didn't he ice trap the Snapper?
I think that's probably a mistake. We'll see if they back that up.
I feel like he wanted to ice trap the Snapper.
I mean,
yeah, okay. Yeah.
Makes a lot more sense to ice trap that snapper.
Yeah, that
Ice trap reaction, especially, is kind of awkward with in Asheki when somebody plays a Raptor herder because it's not clear which. It is clear, but you have to really be paying attention as to which unit you're ice trapping.
yeah.
So I think if I'm Brian, we're just trying to outlast, right? Like the other issue is he got rid of the snapper book, so no bringing snappers back after this. They are locked and loaded from this point forward. It looks to
Yeah.
me. It looks to me like what is gonna happen is I think Salamander Monk's gonna go in for one here, and then we're gonna watch Bill make Butterfly Monk Salamander Monk, right? And then you're going to watch Brian 100 Blades. You're going to watch a Mirror Spirit get made that's 2 or 3 power, whatever it is, and then you're going to watch 100 Blades come clear the board and Mirror Spirit get an explosive growth for the win. I think that's Brian's most logical path.
Right, I think that's his plan.
But Hammer Knight throws a huge wrench in that.
Hammer Knight is going to be very difficult for him to beat with the cards that I mentioned.
Huge play for Bill here.
So now Bill is down to
Bill's in fatigue. Just an FYI now. Bill's now in fatigue.
Right. His last 3 cards are Fester, Tsunami Shot, and Raptor Herder.
Mm-hmm.
So one of those 3 cards is in his hand.
So Brian's going to have to almost explosive growth to kill this Hammer Knight, right?
No, he's going to do that. He's going to mirror exhaust it.
Yeah, that's a good play. He is going to have to med up here. So, but the exhaustion still gives you that path to victory with the second Mirror Spirit.
Right.
You're not going to play Tidal Crab. So I actually think I would have, if I was Brian, I think I'd have gotten rid of the Tidal Crab because I don't think you're going to play it this turn. Because you have to have a sympathy die for the explosive growth, and you need the nature die.
Yeah, Brian really wants this last card to not be a Tsunami Shot.
Right. It really has to be, right?
Well, it's like I said, it's Fester or Tsunami Shot or Raptor Herder. Those are the things. So if it's Fester or Raptor Herder, I think Brian is very likely to win.
Yeah. The only card that really beats him this round is Tsunami Shot, for sure.
And he doesn't necessarily lose to Tsunami Shot, but he probably loses to Tsunami Shot.
Bill says forgot about the exhaust. I actually think the exhaust play, like the pressure of Hammer Knight, still keeps Bill in this game. But
right, that's the is that
whether the Hammer Knight does anything or not, I think. I just think I would have dumped the crab personally. I just don't think you're going to make Mirror Spirit Crab here. So we see the Salamander Monk. He's still holding 2 dice like it's a Tsunami Shot. I guess at this point, if you're Brian, you make the crab and pump that spirit up, right?
You can. I mean,
yeah.
I definitely would summon crab. Like
this forces the Tsunami Shot, I think.
I don't know about forces it, but it tempts him anyway because now there's full value of Tsunami Shot on the table.
Right.
But if I think Bill is savvy enough to know that there's an explosive growth in his deck. Oh no,
he's thinking about it. Oh yeah, he went for it. He went for it here. Oh, here we go. This is the moment we've all been waiting for, right?
So can he do 7 though?
Well, he's got top around. He's going to clear the board other than the Hammer Knight. So if you he's got him. So the issue he's got now, and this is what I was talking about before.
But I think he can just do 7 though, right? Like if he, so let's say he attacks Salamander with this Mirror Spirit.
He hundreds blades. He clears all the blockers because the Hammer Knight's exhausted. So the
right, he has a bunch of, he could slash it. He has a bunch of ways to remove that Sally.
But you just remove the whole board. You remove the whole board except for Yeah. Yeah. See.
And you deal 1 to Tristan also. That's
Right. So when
but
you
he's gonna. But see, now his Mirror Spirit's small. He needed to make Mirror Spirit first.
no. He puts an explosive growth on the mirror spirit for 6 and wins. He's got the lethal. He's exactly as lethal.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it didn't matter because explosive growth is just
He needed to
weird.
med there though. That's the issue. He didn't
I
med
I
it.
was trying to figure out if he doesn't need to med. He can med now.
Yeah,
Oh
but
wait, no, he
explosive
can't.
growth is a side action. So
Yeah, he shouldn't have slashed that. Uh, he should not have slashed that.
no,
Whatever it is.
should have med it there. Should have med it there. If he has explosive
Whoops.
growth in hand, you're supposed to med there. He's totally in trouble now. Now I guess the only thing going for him here, I think he just lost because of that.
Well, I don't know about lost. He's way ahead in the fatigue race, right? Because he has a million more life than.
Well, okay, so
The,
okay. Here's a question. He's gonna take 3, so that take him to 14. He's got to do another 3. So he's gonna connect 2 top of round with explosive growth.
oh,
Right?
if he plays explosive growth top around, the Hammer Knight's going to have to block and die.
Right. That's what I was saying.
Though his opponent still has 3 books in play.
Yeah, but he goes first here. So with Brian going first here, I think he still has it as long as he rolls the explosive growth dice. But with a single nature dice, it's not guaranteed.
You're saying? How does he have it? There's going to be a Hammer Knight to block, right?
Right, but there's going to be 2 mirror spirits in play. He's going to make a mirror spirit here for 1. He's going to have another 1/2 mirror spirit. So see, he makes the mirror spirit. He now makes another mirror spirit, connects and goes to 13. Bill's going to take 3, go to 16, and then double mirror spirit attack wins the game. Because Hammer Knight can only block 1.
This seems. I mean, you're right. I think. But this seems really convoluted when Brian had a lot of.
I agree. I think
a lot of other plays.
I think he ended up playing himself out of his. Yeah, he says not sure if that was the right move. Bill does, but he plays.
He's talking about guarding. Yeah.
He plays himself out of. If he has explosive growth in his hand, he played himself out of it. He had the opportunity to win, I think, with explosive growth. Whether he saw it or not, that'll be something that'll be interesting.
Maybe I'm just dumb and maybe he doesn't have. Maybe I missed it in his discard pile. Let me double check. I still don't see it in the discard pile, so
no. Bill going, yeah, whammo. For the memes. Blammo. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think Brian got there, but man, I think he made it harder on himself than he maybe needed to. And maybe he has a reason for it that we're not thinking of. I don't know. But Bill's
right. So I had failed to take into account the fatigue. So him going to 1, then yeah, this definitely
yeah
does it. Because there's no figures in the fog dice, no.
Yeah, so
just in case.
He rolled the explosive growth. I mean, if he didn't roll it, he wins either way, but again, he had
but you're like 1 in 200 or something to not roll these 2 class dice, right?
I don't know.
You have to hit exactly Snake Eyes to miss.
No, how many class sides are on a die? 2?
Well, there are 5 possibles on the dice that can play explosive growth, right? You just have to not roll basic.
But the biggest issue is the nature die because there's only 1 nature die. So the nature die could have rolled basic there.
Is it 1? What is it? 1 in 36?
I don't know.
I think it's 1 in 36 is.
Yep.
But it's better than that because he has 4. So it's like 4 in 36.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
Bill,
even though we spent a bunch of time speculating on it last round, Brian did come away with it. So congrats, Brian, on the victory there.
It was fun. It was a fun match to watch. I think we
He
still
won. He won through all 4 tee shots, right? Like, or all 3 tee shots. Crazy.
right. Yeah, he did. He did get all the way through all of them. So we just got Chaos Theory and NIU Math. Let's go check that game out.
All right. I don't see that game.
I don't either, so maybe they just need to report it.
Yeah.
Just waiting on them to report, and then I will see how our top cuts shake up. NIU Math and Chaos 3 just came in. I'm waiting for Bill and Brian's report. And we'll see how the seeding worked out. We have a clean cut with strength of schedule. No blood points were required.
That's good. Yeah. It would be, I mean, as long as there's a clean cut with blood points, that'd be fine too. I'm glad we have a clean cut though.
Yep, clean cut. You're welcome, Carl. Congratulations,
Carl. This is the most fun I've had involved in Ashes in months, so yes. I'm right there with you.
All right. I am curious how the blood points shook up, just for the sake of curiosity. We had no ties.
I'm not. They suck.
I know. Yeah, Carl missed my strength of schedule. Would have made it by blood points if blood points was the only breaker. All right, here we go. It's top 4 standings. Y'all ready for this?
Well, we know Matt Bowers, right? Because he was the only undefeated.
Yep. So strength of schedule is a calculation. Strength of schedule is a calculation based upon your opponent's win rate. So every opponent you play and how they finish in the tournament has an impact on your win percentage. So the harder your schedule is, the more likely you are to make a cut.
Tim, it's just saying, like, if you and I are tied when we calculate the cut, if we're both 3-1, then whichever one of us has more wins among our opponents. So like if you played 3 1-3s and I played 3 2-2s, I would beat you in the tie because my schedule is better.
Yep. All right, so we've got first place going to Matt for the Swiss, Cap coming in second, JK coming in third, and Brian coming in fourth. We have an all-star studded top 4 here.
So no hopes in the top, huh?
No hopes in the top.
2 Brennans though.
2 Brennans, 2 Coles. Yeah. 2 Brennans and 2 Coles. Something about this. All right, so let's finalize these placements. Let's move on to top 4. We are going to cover just one of the 2 matches in top 4. I apologize. We're not going to drag out.
If the other one's going on when the first one ends, we'll jump over to it, obviously. But
right, yeah, we're not going to do this. So here are our top 4 matches: Matt Bowers and Brian B kicking off. That'll be our table 1, and then Cap and JK on table 2. Good luck.
Well, we should watch Cap and JK because I bet that one finishes first.
Probably. Cole beat a burn deck just recently, Ninja. So in this tournament, so we'll see how it works out. Some people argue that Cole is really capable against Brennan. So for no final meal, I didn't do it, Carl. I promise you. It's just the way the system works. It doesn't even know. It's all seeding. It's all seeding based on those strength of schedules and their overalls. So,
I mean, what chat? What game do you want to see? That's what we should do.
Yeah, let's do that.
You guys can like just say if you want to see the Cole off or the Brennan off, and that's what we'll cover.
Yeah, Cole beat a Brennan already this tournament. Already happened. Matt beat JK. Exactly. So JK and Matt would be a rematch in the finals. I don't know.
Matt beat JK and Cap, actually.
Yeah, he did. So, Matt's deck looking like the meta odds-on strange meta response, but Matt is very good at doing this kind of thing with Cole. We saw him do it in season 2 and win a whole tournament, and nobody's been able to replicate that Cole deck into a tournament win since then. So we got Brennan on Brennan. We've got Cole
We got
on
a couple
Cole.
votes.
Ninja wants to see the Brennan off. Tuxedo says Brennan versus Brennan. Creve, I don't know. You want to see Cole? I'm sure
She wants to see Cole, of course.
Yeah,
Let,
yeah.
Let's we've got a few votes for Brennan in
we're
there.
gonna go
So let's watch the Brennan. It'll be over quick. We'll move to the Cole game when it's done.
That makes sense to me. All right. So Cap is getting his game fired up here. We're gonna go watch that to start. Matt and Brian will kick off their match, and then we will join them as soon as this game is finished up.
Yes.
I need to set a reminder. No time limits.
I don't think that will be a problem in this.
No, I know, but I just want people to remember there are no time limits in Top Cats and Shufflebus. So, I think you've got that right, Ninja. I think that's a
Ninja predicts Cole versus Brennan.
Yeah, I think you got that right. Cole versus Brennan for World Championship. Will Brennan continue their dominance, or will Cole play the role of spoiler? Cole off versus Matt.
Back into the game here.
Yep.
Do they know that there's no timer?
I don't see a timer on their game settings, so it looks
I'll look. Yeah, they don't have a timer. Yep. Perfect.
All right. Shufflebus World Championship.
Yep.
Top.
Good luck to our top 4 guys.
Yes.
JK just diving into his first 5. Obviously, no stranger to playing Brennan at the top tables.
Right.
Having many wins with this Phoenix Born.
So this is a good question because these are 2 very different like Brennans, right?
I don't actually know that. I'm gonna look at the cap deck here.
The cap deck's the one that's got the Realm Walker hunting weapons, right? Like that's
right, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have a regular Brennan start as
that's
well,
fair.
right?
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
So I'm gonna look at JK's. To me, looks like just the same thing he has been playing.
Yeah.
With the like Law of Fear Lightbringer tech.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, JK's is just the JK deck. This one has a Magic Siphon, a Salamander Monk, a bunch of different allies, but part of that is the like 1 Realm Walker, 1 Flute Mage stuff. Yeah, it looks like this deck could have a Brennan start, though it'll be slightly weaker than the JK Brennan start because his additional draws would be diluted by the combo pieces.
Right. So I think if we had to make a guess, I think having that 4th ceremonial die might have real impact. I think JK did add a meteor in. He and I had been talking about that on the back end as a possible.
Yeah, there is 1 meteor.
A response to a creeper start, like a hope duplicate double down creeper start, and sort of being able to.
One thing to take into account is that JK is on the full set of widows, and there are no widows in the cap deck.
Right. I think the widows matters. Not in round 1, obviously, because it's chained. Can't do that. But we do see the Rising Horde start. JK's been talking about this with me as well. He thinks the Rising Horde gives you great battlefield value.
It's also spicy against the Realm Walker start.
Right.
Because he can especially he won the dice roll, so he's already less susceptible to the Realm Walker start anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And now he has the play of make a unit Spirit Burn with the Rising Horde, and he'll have 3 guys in play to be able to deal with that Realm Walker.
We've seen this. I don't know if JK knows any data on this or not, but he's just going to make the commitment to the Rising Horde directly at Brennan. Makes sense. You're going to plan to Spirit Burn this Rising Horde and make a couple of Fallen.
Yeah, if he meditates, so
Oh,
he's left himself.
he's thinking about Meteor here. It looks like either that or he's on Law of Fear. He might be on Law of Fear. Would be decent here.
Interesting. We'll see what Cap does here. The hunting weapons I think is actively bad. Is it a May or not?
I think it's required. Maybe.
uh oh, it's May. So he doesn't want to ping this, obviously. He just wants to get in for 4.
Yep. Oh, he does ping it.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, all right. I guess that seems weird to me, but
Well, again, he's on this like rebuild plan, right? Like he's gonna rebuild this Realm Walker again. Um, you know, we do see the spear burn into Salamander Monk. Okay, what?
sorry, Jackson put the tsunami shot with Carrie Elwes on it in the general chat, and it made me giggle.
We do need that, dude.
I told you it looks just like it.
It does. That's awesome. That's so awesome. All right, there was the meteor kills the Realm Walker and the Flute Mage. Big play.
Yeah, that's big. That's big.
Big play here.
And he could still have like, what's he got? He's got a Sally, so he could have like Huntmaster plus Fire Archer or something.
Yeah,
as his last.
You could go Huntmaster, Fire Archer. You could
No, he saw a spear burn up, so he probably wants a spear burn. No, he doesn't. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong Brennan.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think Huntmaster, Fire Archer.
There's a Sally.
It could be Huntmaster, Raptor Herder.
Also would be good.
Huntmaster Raptor would actually be better. Didn't want to get into a classic Predator with a more tuned deck. Apparently should have.
Cap is out of actions here. We know that
the meteor's awesome. That's super cool. Yeah. So, oh,
I think it's going to be a Molten Gold,
Master Vampire
or a Molten Gold. No, it could be a hunt. It could be a.
It's not a Master Vampire. It must be a Molten Gold. It's not. He doesn't have a knight. He just has the one Hunt Master.
Carl says Meteor's GG, cool game. Obviously joking, but possibly is. The Cap says I have no outs, so they might as well watch the other game. Great first 5. The Cap is conceding. Okay.
All right.
He is.
That was cool. The Meteor first 5 was cool for sure.
That is 100% accurate, Carl. Apparently that Meteor is GG for the Cap. So we will go over to the Matt and Brian game.
All right. In the Matt and Brian game, to catch us up, Brian plays Sally. Matt plays Lightbringer. Brian plays Wishing Wing. Matt plays False Demon. Brian plays Tidal Crab. Matt does some meditating and plays a Sun Shield. Brian makes a Salamander, and that's where we're at.
That honestly, that result from the Cap doesn't surprise me. He doesn't have a lot of options once the Realm Walker is down.
And that's what I was saying, is like he could have started just like he said in chat, he could have started the normal Brennan start, but I think he would have been behind in the future turns.
Mm-hmm.
As it turned out, JK had a great first 5, so it made it, essentially impossible for the combo start to win. So he should have at least, like, he would have been better off rolling the dice on the Brennan off, but in general, he's going to lose that game more often than not. And if JK does not have a first 5 for the Realm Walker thing, then you get got. So here's an Excavate targeting Realm Walker.
Brian B is his Excavate. There is the Golden Veil to bring back.
Gets Golden Veiled. And he drew a Mirror Spirit book, which is really big.
Yes.
Off the Excavate. It looks like his top 3 were 100 Blades, Mirror Spirit.
Yeah, he loses 200 blades.
Yeah, so I mean, that sucks because obviously 100 Blades is great, but the Mirror Spirit book, especially against this double night start from Matt, is going to be much more impactful. So he definitely made the right choice. But
Matt goes, let's see that Swifty. Yeah, yeah.
Nope, no
No
Swifty.
Swifty. Oh, this is tough. This is tough for Brian now.
Well, I mean, it's isolate sucks to deal with, right? Like,
Mhm.
but if all he does is like make a wishing wing, do you attack and isolate the wishing wing? I mean, you probably do because it's never going to get better. And then you know you're going to run into mirror spirit, mirror spirit.
I mean, it's
See,
possible.
Matt passes.
Well, yeah, because you if you're
Yeah, Matt wants to save his isolate for whatever.
Cole frantically rummaged through 200 blades only to snag a book from his closet.
Yeah, that's a I like that. That's a good image. Like
all these blades. I just wanted my books.
cartoonishly digging through a pile of swords.
Swords,
Like,
yeah, yeah. That's awesome. There's the Mirror Spirit. We will see the Realm Walker get exhausted, I'm sure of that.
yeah, yep. And there's the focus ability.
Yep. Interestingly, this actually turns on the wing crab for Brian here because there's no slashes from the Cole, right? So
That's why I paid. Yeah, Brian is the same page as
as chat here. This is what I paid 200 blades for. I don't know how impactful 100 blades is in this matchup. Maybe it is.
Right. I think the mirror. I mean, 100 blades is always impactful, right? Like it's always going to be a good card. Specifically against the night start, it's a lot worse than normal. Not that it's bad because it does kill Realm Walker pretty reasonably, but Mirror Spirit does that, and it sets you up so much better going to the rest of the game. Because like we're gonna go into round 2 with a 5v2 spellboard differential.
Right. So he's gonna attack the Lightbringer. That's interesting. Oh, and the Lightbringer tried to attack it.
No.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was like, that makes more sense. I'm like, to me,
right.
this
So Brian guards for it so he can get some more cards out of it.
Right. And he's gonna try to pump this wing up, I imagine, to pressure that Realm Walker. Because the False Demon's got no target until that wing does something.
Yeah, he's not gonna want to False Demon that that Sally, obviously.
No, but the Wishing Wing can now just crush the Realm Walker, right? Oh, he did.
Okay, maybe he does want to hit the Sally. He just wants to have a guy in play to attack back.
Oh, he didn't shoot it. Didn't shoot it.
Okay, so yeah, that's fine too. Again, like I said, I don't think he wants to shoot the Sally, so he just wants a 2/2. That's interesting, Carl. Maybe you should double exhaust the Walker, but
if you're gonna kill the Walker, it doesn't matter, right?
So that right there, that is so much value for the cost of that Wishing Wing. Like we're in a position where if he frog pings his own Wishing Wing, he might have enough main actions to like wipe most of the board. And I think that's why Matt did that. I think Matt knew that he needed to deny main actions, so he needed the guy to attack that dog.
Right. And now Brian just gets the frog ping the Lightbringer. He goes up 1 dice, maybe like a dice and a half when you factor the Sally.
Well, I would call the Wishing Wing worth at least 2 dice right now.
Sure.
It may trade for only 1 dice as we go into the next round, but the 3 power Wishing Wing is a big deal for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
But I think one of the biggest things, like his whole job, even if he left the other random things in play, he had to get that Realm Walker off the table because while the Sunshield is a big unit, it's not a big threat.
Right.
And so now Brian is up on battlefield. He's way up on spellboard, which is great for Cole because Cole obviously digs through the deck resource a lot faster.
Right.
And and that's going to be Matt's like line of attack now, I think, is clog up the battlefield and try and get his like Dream Fractures in play, his Dreamlock Mage in play, whatever, to get those side actions from Cole and potentially mill him a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, we don't know what Matt drew, so have no idea.
Yeah, and unless Matt drew like a lot of knights, I think he's just always going to be behind on board to this 5 spell board.
If you're Brian here, do you take this wing and try to smash the Sun Shield? Because then you're a double slash kill range. Oh, he's got Ocean's Gift.
He's just going to do it with an Ocean's Gift.
That's even better. I mean, you just go straight at it for 5.
Now you definitely attack it.
Yeah. Because at this juncture, it's either deal 5 damage to Cole, which means this Ocean's Gift is just insane, or you kill the Sunshield Sentry, which also means this Ocean's Gift is insane. So
yeah, that was a really good Ocean's Gift, and I mean, I guess Matt is not holding up a figures or something, so let's see if he even has something like that. I haven't actually opened the Matt Bowers.
Could be a stasis if he's got a stasis. But he does take the guard. He just takes it on the chin.
I think you have to. I don't think you can let your dice investment go like that at this point in the game.
Sure. But now Brian can just exhaust. I mean, kind of ad nauseum here, right? Like,
well, he could do that anyway, right? Like,
yeah. There's the demon going to kill the wing. Cole going to get a grip of cards.
Yeah, that was an insane wishing wing. That's one of the best wishing wings I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like,
Ocean's Gift does seem pretty good with Wishing Wing. I would say Cole is also another good value engine for that.
Ocean's Gift is better than I gave it credit for when I reviewed it, because I thought it was trash. I still don't think it's great, but because of Tidal Crab specifically and the way that the status token decks have like gotten so good, obviously the status token synergy cards are all going to be much better than I had originally reviewed them as.
Brian makes wing and then he meditates the wing away, so we're seeing the
Brian
we're going to
have the snapper replacement. Yep.
Snapper coming in to continue the job now that he's got the grip of cards. He doesn't want to draw much more out of the deck. Makes sense.
So there's some spicy stuff in this Matt Bowers list, man.
Oh yeah,
he's got 2 crystal armors.
Oh yeah.
I guess there's one in the discard pile. I wonder if Brian sees that and is gonna like play into it or not.
Try to play around it, maybe. I would assume Matt's got another Realm Walker loaded up here somewhere, but
he does have the full set of Realm Walkers. He has 2 Dreamlocks, 2 Sentinels, and 2 Iron Workers.
Cole does love free meditations. That is true waves, even though it's not a true meditation.
The small like dice fixing that Ocean's Gift provides is a little better in Cole than it is normally, though I think that is like 5% of the card's value at best.
Yeah.
Especially since it doesn't make power sides. I mean, it does, I guess, but the difference between upgrading a basic to a class and a class to a power is not that big. It's too bad that it's not like a full call upon the realms.
There is the other 100 blades.
So he got the last 100 blades. He went back to the pile to get some more.
So draw another card. Does a point of damage to Cole. Matt down to 8.
Is he going to slash this demon? I think he is.
Yeah, you got it, right? You got 8 cards in hand. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yep, there is the slash to destroy the demon. Slashing a Swift Messenger. Matt gonna commit to attacking the Wishing Wing. That's interesting.
I think that's fine. I think that indicates that he doesn't have another large dice play.
I think he's got to be thinking, Mirror Spirit's going to exhaust the Sun Shield anyway, so I might as well get some value out of it before he gets locked down. But that's a tough place to be.
So there's a snapper book. Brian's just kind of punting back to to Matt there to see what he's got in the tank. He's showing the dice for Realm Walker. He's showing the dice for Sunshield. He is showing the dice for Dreamlock, but he can't play Dreamlock and either of those two now.
Right.
He could play both knights. He could play a knight and
He can
an
play
Iron
Sunshield
Worker.
and Drainlock. There's the Realm Walker. There we go. This is going to turn
Right,
into
sorry, he could have played Sunshield and Dreamlock.
This is going to turn into Mirror Spirit Exhaust Realm Walker.
I assume Brian will do that as soon as possible.
Yeah. He did meditate up like he had a Fester. That's something. I mean, he drew enough cards. He could very easily have the Fester.
Did he meditate or did he raise it with the Ocean's Gift? No, he did meditate.
No, he meditated. He meditated it. He meditated some Wishing Wing 4.
Is there? He's only kind of swifty to get back. That could be Crypt Guy.
Could be.
I think Crypt Guy is the only thing that makes any sense that he would meditate that for, because I don't think he cares about getting Swifty back.
No, but
maybe he's gonna Fester one of these.
He could
guys.
Fester the Sunshield Sentry. Yeah.
Yeah. So Fester is. Yeah, I think Fester's equally as likely as Crypt Guy.
Second Sunshield.
All right, second Sunshield. Matt's all in on the Knights. No more Sunshields left in the pile. One Realm Walker left in the pile. So he's got a Dreamlock Mage and a Realm Walker left in the deck as units, and then these two books.
So he can't go Snapper and play Crab and second Mirror Spirit. These Sunshield Sentries pose a pretty big problem. There is the Slash Fester. Let's see if he's got the Golden Veil here. Nope. Golden Veil. Okay.
Well, or he chose not to do it. I think he would Golden Veil that, but
yeah, because that Sunshield was able to eat the Mirror Spirit. Now the Mirror Spirit can get crabbed up to a 2/2, and you can pressure that.
Yeah, unfortunately, he can't make. I mean, he's probably just going to make a Mirror Spirit and a Snapper, or yeah. I guess he'll make a Sally and a Crab. Sally and the Crab's probably better.
Yeah, I would assume Sally and Crab will get you there,
unless you want to double exhaust something. If you think that that's better, I'm not sure. Matt
Jackson, try it again. Give it another shot. Double Shield's big save with that feeder. Fooder. Give it another go.
What is
Jackson.
going on?
Yeah, he can't type Fester. He's trying to type Fester, but it didn't work out for him twice.
Double Shields, big save with that feeder. Feuder. I like Feuder better.
I do too. All right, there's a Raptor. There it is, Jackson. All right, Fester.
No, Jackson. I like Feuder.
I like the Raptor Herder over Salamander Monk in this scenario. Although you probably
so he's slashing. He has a lot of mains. He could kill this Realm Walker for sure. Yeah, he's gonna like attack with his Piddly guys one at a time to get these slashes off, and then make a big Mirror Spirit, I think.
Yep.
But obviously, Matt Bowers has the slashing power too.
I mean, you just make Crab here, right? Like you just make Crab and slash.
I mean, I think I would rather have Snapper and Sally, or I would try to make a 3-power Mirror Spirit. But I guess Crab makes more power because you have the Mirror Spirit in play already. We'll see what he decides. He's got an Ocean's Gift. Okay. That's all right.
It kills the Realm Walker. Kills the Realm Walker.
Yeah, it kills the Realm. It's essentially like 2 slashes, and the Coal gains a life or something. The opposing Coal.
Yeah, return to soil.
Okay, neat. Take that, Swift Messenger.
No more Swifties for you.
Yeah. Being the only ally in the discard pile, that's the most impactful. I mean, there's like some non-zero chance that if you don't know the deck list, you could have a Shared Sorrow, but that seems very unlikely.
Probably should have slashed that. He said.
Right, because then he could pass
Yeah.
and but
I mean, Brian's still got main action, make a salamander, right? So he could just go Sally attack, Sunshield slash, new Sally attack, Sunshield slash, and then you go top of the round with.
yeah, the other thing that he could use a snake power if he slashed
Right. But I'm sure
to gain
Brian's just going
one.
to slash the Sunshield here.
Is this Sunshield dead?
It is.
Yeah, with a slash and
With a slash and two attacks,
Sallies.
and then you get a slash on Cole if you want to take your last card out.
I think he probably does. I mean,
It
if it's
depends
a
if-
good card, you
If
don't.
it's explosive growth, then you don't, because you're going to have top around, and you just go like 8 with Mirror Spirit, win the game.
That would be pretty bonkers.
Nope, it's a Crypt Guardian, so.
All right. So Brian B taking full control of this game.
There is 7 life remaining. Brian currently possesses 4 on the board. Will be 5 with the Ocean's Gift attack. So 5 takes it to within 3. So he could slash, get it within 2. If he has explosive growth, it wins the game.
Does additional Ocean's Gift win the game?
It's a good question. It might. Because it'd be double. It'd make it 3 plus 2 would be 5, 6, 7. Yes. Addition to Ocean Gift wins the game. That's the game. Right there.
So
an odds. Yeah.
With Matt Bowers,
I'm in trouble. Yeah, he needs the little. What's the kid from Simpsons? That's
you're talking about the Ralph Wiggum meme.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. Good game.
And not rolling a snake means no sympathy pain save. So GG's. Ocean Gift showing its power in that game, I guess, because all 3 Ocean's Gifts were very impactful.
Yeah.
One killing the Realmwalker, one killing the Sun Shield, and one killing the one killed the Realmwalker, one killed the other Realmwalker, and then one for exactly lethal on the last attack.
Brian says, I think your deck might be better suited for Brennan, though. All right. That gets us to a final. Here it is. Shufflebus World Championship Final. We've got a Brennan versus a Cole.
JK on Brennan.
JK.
Brian B on Cole.
Brian B, Shufflebus champion. JK 2 or 3 times Shufflebus champion plus Gen Con champion?
I think 2-time plus Gen Con.
Yeah. So I mean, these guys are no strangers to this scenario, right? Like at all. Like they know everything that it needs to be to get to this point.
Cole looks like Santa, they said.
Santa Cole. What is the news? There's a new Santa movie out, right? Like just came out.
There's probably like 30 new Santa movies out. It's Christmas time. Are you talking about Violent Night starring David Hayter?
That's it. Thank you.
It's like a slasher movie.
You got me there.
I'm sure it's going to be bad, but I kind of want to see the Will Ferrell, Ryan Reynolds Scrooge movie.
I don't know if I've seen
it. I don't know if it's out yet. Maybe it is, but it's a musical. It's a musical version of like the Ebenezer Scrooge story.
Okay.
But Ryan Reynolds is Scrooge and Will Ferrell is like the ghost of Christmas past.
Huh. Okay, give me just a second because I've got to prep a few files before we get this party started.
Yeah, Carl, I agree. Either JK or Brian are both very deserving of a world champion title. It's too bad that Kyla was not able to play in this. Because obviously I would have liked to have seen the previous world champion, but obviously Brian B has a decorated career going back to 1.0. JK, the up and coming, I don't even know, young upstart,
he's
young
got it, Chad. He'll
upstart.
get there. He'll get there. Give him a second.
Yeah, who has won everything in the last 6 months.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't even know how to predict this game.
I think that so this is going to be more the traditional Brennan, which we've seen Brian himself beat playing Cole Wing.
Sure.
But that Cole Wing deck was a lot higher ceiling than this one. So because this one is wound back a little bit to be more grindy, I think that the Brennan has the advantage. Like it feels that way to me.
Sure.
But that doesn't mean that the ceiling on the Cole deck is low. It definitely has the potential to do some bonkers stuff, which is, that's what you have to do. You have to be able to race. So you have to be able to like make a wishing wing, make it large, attack at the end of round 1, attack at the beginning of round 2 for the win. Because Cole's life total is small, and in the Brennan, in the JK Brennan deck, it has all of the burn tools. Though this will be the last time we watched Brian playing Cole, Brennan had widows, and this time they won't. So that'll be a little different.
We want to give these guys just a few minutes to collect their things
Yeah.
before they start.
Yeah. We can take a little break. I could use a rest for break too, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna step away for a minute, and then we'll give Brian and JK a minute, and everybody.
Yeah, I'm just gonna call it a 15-minute break. We'll.
How do we? Can we run a bunch of ads right now during the break so that no ads happen during the?
I do not know because I don't know anything
during
about
the finals game
this anymore. It will not let me run a 1-minute ad break right now, so I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, so we're gonna take a small 15-minute break. I'm gonna go get some water. Neil's gonna take a quick bio. We will be back here a few minutes, probably give us about 5-10 minutes, and then we will be ready to rock at 1 o'clock Central to kick off the finals.
Yep.
So, yeah, Brian said I need 10 minutes, so that works out perfect.
Yeah,
so,
that's perfect.
All right, so we will be back here to start at 1 o'clock with the finals. We've got Cole piloted by Brian B, JK piloting his classic Brennan list, and we are fit for a doozy of a match here, I think. So it won't be a long one, but it'll be a doozy. So, all right.
Well, for anyone that is back, I'm back, and you'll get um a bonus 5 minutes of Koloff coverage here between Waves and Redentor. Uh, Jesse is munching on some food. Oh my god, Waves is 80% to win. I'm convinced that if you play a summon Gilder in Koloff, you're 80% to win. It just like invalidates so many cards in the game. Because like look at this Ember Root Lizard. Oh, I'm gonna play an Ember Root Lizard. Oh wait, it gets Gilder slashed. Though I think it's a little crazy that he chose not to put Celestial Knight in his first 5. Like Celestial Knight also very close to unbeatable in this mode.
All right, I'm
like
done eating.
he could have started Celestial Knight Gilder. He has the dice for it. I can see him right here.
I can my one summon book is Ember Lizard.
But instead he decided to play Ghostly Mount. This is wrong. Waves, you're not playing Koloff correctly when the Celestial Knight's in your discard pile. But Ghostly Mount is probably good enough to beat only Ember Root game from Redentor. These Koloff games are so funny because sometimes it's totally unplayable. Like I played one last week in this Slash Fest that Charlotte's been putting on. Shout out to Charlotte, by the way, because this event has been great and seems to be running very smoothly.
Not the final, Charlotte. We're just giving a little Koloff action for you. No, we got a few minutes until that game.
Charlotte's like, I must be dreaming. Pinch me. I played a Koloff in this event last week where my start was extremely awkward. I couldn't make 10 dice. I had a Rhino in my first 5 and also a blood transfer.
Rhino's got to be pretty good in this format.
It's good only if you have the untap, because if you don't get him close to dead, it doesn't matter.
Sure.
But my opponent, his first 5 was Hammer Knight, Hydra, Salamander Monk, Raptor Herder, and what was the last card? Oh, and Generosity. So turn 1 Generosity going to 8 cards. I get nothing out of it because Generosity is not fair on turn 1. And then my opponent's first 5 was actually better than a constructed first 5 because he played a banned card, as well as a bunch of like tier 1 constructed playable cards.
Waves not only gets Gilder, but Winged Lioness in his Koloff.
Lioness is fine. Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's a removal.
All of the 2/2s are essentially the same in this format. What does he have to Ghostly Mount though? This is I'm still flabbergasted because he's still showing the dice that he could have played the Celestial Knight with.
I'm gonna guess he's got a Fire Archer or a Hollow, potentially.
This is 2 dice and this is 2 dice, so that leaves him with 3 dice.
Could be a Master Vampire. Or
we don't want to mount a Master Vampire. He needs like a little crappy guy to mount. So he hopefully has a 2-drop and a 1-drop in his hand. And the 2-drop can be a unit or a spell, but he needs an ally that he can hit with the Ghostly Mount.
Mm-hmm. You want to check and see if our game's up yet?
You check.
No, I can't.
Because you got this.
Finals game is up.
They're up. Okay. So good luck, Redentor Waves. You're off the stream.
Kicked off.
We're gonna go watch the Shufflebus World Championship 2022.
Yep, that's
finals.
Right. JK and Brian B.
Unless chat would rather watch the one-sided Redentor waves Koloff. I don't think they would.
No, I don't think so either. So, all right. Yeah, this will be. I mean, JK he's all in on his plan. Imagine we're going to see the Rising Horde start again. Bill says, "Go back to Koloff."
No, Bill,
No.
you go watch Koloff on your own time. Yeah. So I don't think that this deck requires any special start from JK.
Does it require one from Brian though?
Yes, I don't know. I mean, he can't just go a bunch of books, right? I mean, he needs.
He's got to go faster than that, right?
Right. So he needs Wishing Wing. He needs Mirror Spirit.
I would imagine there's going to
also...
be a Swifty in this first 5 potentially for Brian.
I don't think that's good here anymore. The only reason Swifty was good was because
of Widows.
Because of Widows. So he needs the 2 scaling guys. Wishing Wing, there's the Wishing Wing, and Mirror Spirit, which means he also needs Crab. In his list, he has...
Does he have a Huntmaster?
No, that's what I was looking for, to see if he had a Huntmaster. He has a Crypt Guardian, a Raptor Herder, a String Mage, and a Switch Messenger. String Mage, no good. Raptor Herder, maybe. Swifty, probably not good. Crypt Guy is interesting, but I feel like
I don't think it's probably slow. Good enough. Yeah, I don't think it's probably good
like it doesn't. Either. One thing to I was just gonna say, one thing to note is that this deck has multiple Law of Fears in it. This Brennan deck,
right?
He meditated 2 of them. I don't know if Law of Fear is actually good against.
There's the Swifty.
He did start the Swifty. Interesting.
I thought he might start the Swifty because it gives him the a slash option, which has got some value in this match.
It is like an anchor knot kind of.
Yeah.
And when you're not worried about I kind of thought he might start a Generosity, honestly.
That's an interesting decision.
Which there is still one in the deck. I think he runs 2. Yeah. So he could still, but he would have played it like before.
Right.
I guess it's still good to play now. Like if he Generosity now and drew 3.
Yeah, because it doesn't do anything for your opponent. Then you just it's just a draw 3 card at that point. Because there's no untaps on the opponent's side and there's no
right, and I think that's good in general,
right?
Because obviously you just get a million slashes. You're not worried about decking yourself in the Brennan matchup, and you're likely when you draw a bunch of extra cards, you're likely to hit like the additional Mirror Spirit or an Ocean's Gift. One of the bigger impact cards that you can't or wouldn't first 5.
Yeah, so we've got switch over.
We're doing some manualing here. He must have decided he wanted to spend a different dice for the
crab or something. So here's the strict attack up from the Rising Horde onto the coal.
And this is what we've seen JK do a bunch of times, right? Is
right.
Like just get in there for 1.
Yep, get your first point of damage. It's sort of like playing a Fire Archer, but then you get this backup of these 2 fallen on the backside.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely correct for Brian to block there. He gains a life,
and he sets up that meteor play again.
He trades a small amount for like a body is important to the Brennan.
It's interesting. Yeah, I think you're just going to start trying to trade dudes here.
JK sending the men.
Yeah. Well, does guard that. It's an interesting choice. Yeah, I think I would have let the hatchling go. But I guess if you're trying to race, having the group tactics from the hatchling may be valuable.
And it's pretty unlikely that the
thing
Brennan is going to have like a higher value unit attack than that.
Right.
Because you have to take into account that if you're using your PB guard, you want it to save something that's meaningful, which it kind of did, depending on how this Raptor converts. And also you want it to deal the least amount of damage to you.
Absolutely.
Because your life total is very much in danger against the Brennan thing. So guarding a 1 power guy is good. Guarding the Raptor is probably fine. There may not even be a card in the first 5 that even threatens this crab.
So here's the question: if you're, I mean, JK meditated up like he's got the meteor, and here is the meteor. Yeah, he's just gonna go for it. I wondered if he would wait for the wing to get summoned to try
Well,
to pressure.
this way he doesn't get the because if wing summon, then Cold draws 2
Right.
by killing the crab there.
Yep.
The wing is worse. The potential mirror spirit's much worse. I think that's a good meteor.
Yep.
Carl and I have been talking back and forth about how like first 5 meteor has been slept on in a lot of decks, and we've seen it in 2 games here in the top 4 of world champs that JK has shown it's definitely very good.
Right. That's what I thought, Carl. I mean, it looked like a meteor was coming. I mean, he could have bluffed you into it, I guess, but like the 5% bluff there didn't feel like it was as impactful as like saving your life. So JK is just going to smash that with a frog. This to me looks like he's ready to set up a Huntmaster Raptor Herder on the back of this.
Well, he's got Sally Book. So he can't play Huntmaster and Raptor Herder. It would be Huntmaster and a ceremonial card.
Wonder what that would be.
Fire Archer, Fester, Choke. I think he would have choked already.
Yeah, I don't think
Final Cry. Those are the only options.
It may be a Final Cry. Final Cry
could be, yeah.
Would be pretty decent.
Oh no, of course it's Spirit Burn.
Oh yeah. You're right.
Of course, yeah. So that means it's probably not a Huntmaster.
Cole slashing face with an Ocean's Gift from the first 5. Does put down the Lightbringer book. So he's
okay. So now it is a Huntmaster because, obviously he doesn't have the Divine Dice.
Right.
He's just setting up the Lightbringer for next turn, assuming that the Lightbringer isn't needed if you're going to meteor the board.
Yeah, it's interesting to Brian may not have started Mirror Spirit. It may be the best thing he didn't start if he anticipated that first 5 meteor, because
I think he still needs it. I think he needs to get a Mirror Spirit book in play. Whether he makes the Mirror Spirit or not is kind of neither here nor there. But maybe Crypt Guy would be better. Like, what if he has Mirror Spirit Crypt Guy as his last 2 cards?
Well, he couldn't play them both.
Well, you put the Mirror Spirit book in play in
Sure.
preparation for next turn,
yeah,
and then you have a Crypt Guy.
There's the Hunt
but there's a Huntmaster.
I think if he's got Crypt Guy, he's in trouble because the Huntmaster and Sally can now pressure the death of the Crypt Guardian.
Yeah. Yeah, Crypt Guy would not be good now. What did he do? Okay, he got a Raptor Herder back with his ceremony.
I think that's pretty good here to save your life.
Yeah, it's not ideal, right? Like, why did he pump it and then attack Raptor?
I don't know. That's interesting. He could have saved a token there. I think he's going to Spirit Burn this.
There was no guard, we know, because sometimes you pump it just to like get him to bet guard, but
you got to. That seemed like you definitely got to. Well, maybe he wants to Spirit Burn the Salamander Monk. But the issue you have with Spirit Burning Salamander Monk is with Cold Slash, you're not.
I just don't know why you'd use the token. Like, you could just have 2 tokens still in the same outcome.
Right. I think he's got a Spirit Burn here, and he didn't. He gave it back to Brian.
Well, he couldn't because he guided.
That's true. Yeah. And he didn't need to. But he didn't need to.
He has plenty of main actions to still Spirit Burn though. Like.
Yeah, but what's he going to Spirit Burn? A Salamander Monk?
Sure.
Okay, he's got a
generosity. or the Panther.
There's the generosity from Cole for his last. Draws 3 cards. Sure, we're gonna see Brennan heal.
Yeah. Too bad that there's no dice left for one of these books on tap. This game has been weird. I feel like with the generosity in the first 5, which maybe he didn't have, maybe he drew the generosity off the Swifty,
right,
or the Wishing Wing. That
well, Huntmaster dies to Slash now. You got enough main actions for it between your opponent and yourself.
Yeah, I mean, if you think the Huntmaster is probably the threat here.
I think you just commit the salamander at the raptor herder.
He drew a snapper book.
Yep. Slash the salamander monk would be my guess.
If he's planning on killing the Huntmaster, you need to slash the Huntmaster. He can't waste his slashes on
That's true.
Sally.
Gets rid of the Panther Spirit. Doesn't want to give him the free Spirit Burn, I guess.
I don't think I
Salamander.
like that very much because the Sally's just going to attack and get sacked anyway. But maybe Brian thinks he wanted to save the Sally body. I would.
JK now has the Spirit Burn.
He doesn't have to. I think you should, but
why wouldn't you? Otherwise, you get open to slash.
Because you think,
yeah, I guess Raptor can't attack the spirit. So
you think that that Brian still has stuff to do, which I believe he does, and you want to do it the turn that you attack with the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
So he slashes there, gets a monk spirit.
Monk spirit's just going to go to face here, I think.
And he doesn't even attack. He just wants to pass, I guess. No, he wants to attack with this.
I don't know why you wouldn't have just attacked like monk spirit and then.
Well, because
because the raptor
would have blocked, and then if he wanted to spirit burn, he would have had to sack the Huntmaster. So I like that play. That's smart.
No, I agree. That you're right. I was wrong.
And you have to take that.
Do you?
Yeah, I think you need the Raptor in play
for top round.
Well, just to have a guy for next turn, like the putting a damage on the.
But doesn't JK just get to make Raptor, and then Lightbringer force the Raptor herder to attack? You don't have a side action.
Yeah, but then you made him use his Lightbringer, so he doesn't Lightbringer your first unit this turn. Like that's a big reason why you need the Raptor.
But then you get to crack back for 4, taking Cole to 11. I think you're firmly in the driver's seat if you just make a Lightbringer here and force the Raptor herder to attack.
Right, but that doesn't change. It's only worse for Brian if he had blocked with Raptor herder.
He's setting up Widows, Lightbringer to Widows. Here we go. This is going to be. Does Cole have the 100 blades if he does this? I guess it won't matter because he'll get to go. He gets to just punish that. You know what?
He has to attack. So
Cole slashes the Lightbringer out of the way.
It'd be kind of neat if he like slashed his own Raptor and then made a unit.
Didn't have the Widows. He acted like he had the Widows. Didn't Final Cry off it either.
That's good for Brian.
There's the Sympathy Pain. Why met up 3 dice if you didn't have the Widows?
Because he wanted to play the Sympathy Pain and he wasn't sure he'd get another chance this turn. Maybe.
Yeah, but he met it up 3. He met
like Widows is essentially like always on for Brennan, so it's not like a big deal they didn't do it immediately.
Sure.
Connects for 2 with the Huntmaster.
Four health away. This is we could be on like a Fire Archer, Final Cry, Spirit Burn, Final Cry finish here.
There's 1,000 ways that Brennan wins now because Spirit Burn is still up. Like, he literally could just like Molten Spirit Burn right now as one of the options.
That's very true. He doesn't have the Molten.
No, he can't. He can't because he has to meditate. But Brian's still in it to win it, I guess. But it seems pretty hopeless at this point.
It looks that way.
Yeah, the meteor just like took all the wind out of his sails.
It does that. I'm telling you, it's such a strong play from Brennan in round one, and I think other Phoenix Borns can benefit from it as well. But Brennan, especially,
I think it's an extremely strong play in round one under many circumstances.
yeah,
Like the only deck it's bad against is Brennan. I don't think there's another deck that it's not good against.
yeah, I agree. There's a Raptor on the backside here. Does this indicate he doesn't have? I guess this could get into Spirit Burn Final Cry for the win, right?
Yeah, I mean it. Like I said, there's 30,000 things he can do that'll deal 2 damage.
Right.
Essentially, Cole is at 13 because it would be really really difficult for Brian to figure out some way to not let Brendan have a body this turn.
Right. Carl adding in chat that Meteor round one is the most underplayed thing in Ashes. Yes, Carl, we agree with you. What was the other first five? No, there was it was Huntmaster Sally, Meteor, Lightbringer, and I don't remember if he had a Raptor in first five.
He had 2 books, Huntmaster,
Meteor and Rising
Huntmaster,
Horde.
Meteor,
And Rising and Risen Horde.
And Rising Horde, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So there is a Sympathy Pain.
And that should do it.
Yep, because this will be Spirit Burn into the win.
As Brennan does, she will win the World Championships in 15 dice.
yeah.
And two of those dice was a meteor.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, is there anything? No, both generosities are gone. No.
He discards a Fate Reflection to slash the Huntmaster. That is a concession. Yeah, there we go. Congratulations, JK, on winning the Shufflebus World Championship. I've got
JK on Brennan is just unstoppable.
For sure.
Obviously, congratulations to Brian as well. Had an amazing tournament. Has an amazing career in Ashes all over, but JK is just, this is the year of JK.
Yeah, 2022. JK has solidified himself as one of the top, if not the top,
2 seasonal first places, Gen Con first place, and
World Champions.
World Championship.
Yep. Absolutely amazing performance from JK here. Yeah.
What did he lose to? He had a loss in the Swiss, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. We should look that up. Let me go back and grab the results from the Swiss. Let's give credit where credit is due to JK on one of, if not the most, stunning years, obviously in general from Ashes for him, and well deserved. I mean, he is.
I mean, I know that our community is very different from most card games, like just essentially because of the size of it.
He lost to Matt.
It would have been, oh, okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Matt's deck is probably really good against this, actually.
Yep.
It would be just like absolutely unheard of for a single player to get that many first places in any other game.
Absolutely.
Just insane.
Absolutely.
So Brennan, congratulations, JK.
This has been the year for Brennan, no doubt. There's been a lot of conversation around Hope and Creepers, but Brennan has consistently brought home results this year, so much so that it led to a chain of one of the cards that was thought to be enabling her to be even more powerful. Just turns out that Brennan can still win without Widows, and I don't think there's any denying that. Obviously, Matt Bauer's deck today was extremely interesting from that perspective, because his deck was really off meta from what we have seen in other tournaments.
Yeah, it was full of good cards.
Oh, for sure.
And that's the kind of thing you see, right? Is like like the first level is what's the proactive meta deck, the second level is what's the reactive meta deck, which I think that Matt Bauer's list is closer to. But yeah, Jackson says fittingly, Brendan also beat Hope Creepers in the Swiss.
Yep.
So he didn't. There's no arguments about like, well, Brendan just dodged all the creepers. Like, no, didn't happen. So yeah,
where do you think we go from here, Neil? Do you think there's? I mean, obviously we've got a ways before we get.
Where do I think we should go, or where do you think we are going to go?
Where do you think we are going to go?
Tomorrow the Discord will erupt with Ban Brennan.
All right, maybe
expand the chain list.
Maybe I should rephrase that.
Like,
I love you, man. You crack me up so much.
Where should we go?
Yeah. Where should we go?
I mean, I think that yeah, Jackson. I mean, Cole, I think, was close to tier 1 anyway because we'd seen the Wishing Wing deck do so well lately. I think that, like Carl said, and like I said at the beginning of the game, the Meteor as a first 5 option, which is not good against Brennan, so don't think that. But in general, like, many decks should have been at least trying the first 5 Meteor, but I know most people don't like reactive cards in their first 5. Because it is, right? Like, you have Meteor as a possible first 5 option as answers, not as plan. And but like Carl said, it's one of the most powerful things that no one, like, in the time that I have been casting Ashes, at the very beginning when we started doing this 2.5 years ago or whenever it was, Matt Bowers had a Maoni with first 5 Meteor. But since then, we barely even see Meteor in lists.
Right.
And it's always been one of the most powerful cards in the game. And it's in that niche of extreme power and uniqueness. But in general, where we should go, I mean, Hope is still good. Just because Hope didn't top 4 doesn't mean Hope isn't still good.
No, I think I think they are extremely good.
Carl was playing Hope Creepers and got 5th by like one game of opponent win schedule.
Right. It's right there.
So it's very close. I mean, no surprise that Cole's there. No surprise that Brennan's there. I was surprised that the Maoni didn't fare better. Because we've, kind of decided as a community that is very, very good. But I don't know honest, how Redentor ended up.
I didn't do a lot of testing because I sort of decided about a week and a half ago that I wasn't going to, 1, have time to prepare, and 2, participate because I really wanted to be involved with you today in the commentary component. And because I even talked to you a couple of weeks ago and said, hey, I think I might play. And I had been testing some Maoni for the last, leading up to that, a few games, maybe like 5 games, and honestly was not faring very well even in random Ash Techie games. I think
she's still really strong.
I think she's been hurt a lot by the advent of these really powerful 2/1s like Wishing Wing and Snapper, and it's really hard to stabilize and win the board. And if your opponent just doesn't,
it's just all these decks, like all the decks we saw today. I mean, I guess Maoni would probably be good against Matt Bauer's deck because it was kind of like taller stuff,
right?
And Maoni has a lot of just taller stuff. But the thing that is currently in the meta that is good against Maoni is just the massive amount of wide decks. So like, obviously the snake gets big if you go wide, but if like Mirror Spirit being a staple in these wide decks now. The focus Mirror Spirit is good against Snake.
Yeah,
Like I said, Carl says she's great. I agree. I think she's still strong. But her 4 battlefield in in like a world of Sally Snapper it's easy to get around, I guess. But
yeah.
maybe that
I played a test match with Brian B, and we played it back twice, and I went 1-1 on his against his Hope Creepers list with it. And in that scenario, it really came down to whether or not I drew a Nature's Wrath in round 1 or round 2 or round 3. If you drew the Nature's Wrath, you could clear the board up, make your snake huge, command strike yourself into a one punch kill kind of scenario. But
the other thing to take into account here when you're talking about where we go, it's hard to say because they've started the Red Rains previews, right?
right,
So like we're gonna have another batch of cards added, and so I mean these decks are still gonna be decks, but who knows what they're gonna look like. Like Old Salt seems like a card that's absolutely insane.
I honestly have not been following any of these, so
So Old Salt it was previewed last week sometime. It's 1 in a ceremonial class for a 2/3. When it comes into play, you put a wound on it, so it's like a 2/2. But it's actually better than a 2/2 because of the 2/3 with a wound on it, so you can heal it. And then it also has throw, so it's like a big anchor knot.
right,
So it's like a 2/2 anchor knot.
yeah. I mean, I think that's
The card's just good. Like
yeah,
it's just very efficient. It's it's the downside of having a wound on it. I mean, you're already okay playing 2/2s for 2. It has throw, which is like coming to play deal 1 is great. And if it gets to like a recovery phase, I think it has recover 1. But so you just get a 2/3 eventually out of it.
right,
And if it has a wound on it and they fester or whatever, you just don't care because it's just a 2/2 for 2.
right.
And you already got your ping out of it. So I think that card's really good. And if cards are of that type of power level or that type of efficiency, then the rest of the set will definitely have impact on what the meta will look like. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Is Brendan going to continue to be good? Yes. Is Hope still going to be good? Yes.
Yeah.
Is Cole Wing still going to be good? Yes.
Yes.
Is Mayoni still going to be good? Well,
I would say Matt really showed another avenue to playing Cole today as well, very successfully. I might add. I think he's particularly weak to Brian.
I think it's interesting that he chose Cole. I think that kind of deck could be any number of PBs. Like since it only used like maximum 3 spell slots, really, I guess it can draw into the Dream Fractures that maybe it needs for, but like it could be Tristan,
yeah,
and it would have a similar PB card, and obviously the Tsunami Shot's bonkers. You lose out on the slash ability,
right.
But it could be Odette, it could be
yeah, I don't know if it could be Odette because I think Matt does have a 4-book plan there, right? Like if you look at the deck list.
Yeah, Carl says he played it in Echo and Odette before. So
yeah, because he's got the Dream Fracture plan and then bringing the other 3 books online with the Cobra Lightbringer and Demon potentially. So
right, but we didn't. We only saw a tail end of one game where he had 4 books in play. In the games that we cast,
yeah,
he started no books.
Right.
So if you're starting no books, then it doesn't matter at all.
Right.
But yeah, so I mean.
But I would imagine that the Realmwalker Sunshield Sentry package is probably really good still at stopping the Hope Creeper. I'm sure that's what Matt was building this for, was to be, on that plan. And
yeah, I mean that deck to me doesn't seem like the kind of deck that you can just slot anywhere, because that feels to me like a deck that Matt has said like these are cards I like, these are cards that I think are good currently. And it's more of like an answer to what he expects to see than it is like a proactive plan.
Sure.
So I don't know that that's like a shell that you can just build. You have to like go in with the mindset of like, okay, well, this tournament is going to be these things,
Right.
and um, so I want these elements in my deck.
Yep.
But obviously, showing off the power of Realmwalker, showing off the power of Sunshield, showing off the power of Dreamlock Mage a lot in one of those games we watched.
Right.
Um, which Dreamlock Mage is just like another version of Beast Tamer, where the card itself is just incredibly good, but it's only playable if you have 4 dice of that color. So like the rest of your deck has to want to play that color for it to be good.
Um, I will say, Jackson, in my latest testing, Odette has been able to win first rounds against Hope, but has generally fallen off before she could convert to a win in third or fourth round on the creeper deck. So if you expected creepers, which I think there was, I think Odette has struggled to maintain that battlefield control to a point where she can win. And being 3 spellboard is a big issue for her with a deck like what Matt's built here. I think you can't convert this deck so well for. I mean, False Demon and Lightbringer are fine books to start in Odette. I think they're really, really good, and the rest of the stuff is also just good in here as well. But a lot of this package for Matt is built around this like slash control, like where you're like, okay, I'm gonna Lightbringer, I'm gonna do a point of damage to a seed or whatever, and then slash kill it. And
and Matt just likes to play a game where he I mean, at least traditionally I've seen, and maybe he can correct me or whatever, but it seems like all the decks I've ever seen him really play, he has liked to have like a core threat or 2 core threats that he likes to sit behind and have some inevitability. Which this deck is very much like that.
Right.
Uh,
so
and he likes to give himself the opportunity to out sequence his opponents,
right.
which he's very, very, very good at that. Like of all the players in Ashes, and I think there's many, many great players in purely the like sequencing aspect. I think Matt Bowers is the best.
So here is the new
very
version.
good at crafting a turn.
Yeah, and here's a new version of JK's Brennan list. So we see the Law of Fear count gets upped. We see, and I'm sure that Law of Fear is just to slow down the tide of creepers to give you enough time to win.
It is interesting that he has 3 of them in there now, because the version that went to Gen Con had 1, I think. And so it was just like you had an Oops All Burn start, and you could have the Law of Fear as part of that because it gained you a bunch of life.
Right.
And you had the Lightbringer, because it only had 1 Divine Dice then. And you had the Lightbringer start alongside the like dude start to affect the battlefield, and specifically to beat Sunshield.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly right. The Meteor ad again. I won't take a ton of credit for it, but I definitely was asking him after the Gen Con win if he thought a first 5 Meteor would be powerful. This was even previous to the Sleeping Widows ban. I just said, let's say...
Was Widows allowed in Gen Con? I didn't remember.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't changed for Gen Con. So I said, I told him, I said, sometimes I think it might be in your best interest, especially when everybody's trying to answer the Widows, to not do Widows and actually just Meteor the board clear and just have Widows as a backup. And he and I were talking about it, and he started testing it. I didn't know what his results were on it. Obviously, we didn't really continue the conversation after that, but I guess it worked out. Right at the end of the day, it turned out to be, and I think it was even more heavily telegraphed or pointed towards once Widows got changed.
JK has done with Brennan what I think that like not a lot of Ashes players do with their deck, because nobody really stays on the same deck for a long time.
Right.
And Brian is in Discord right now, like saying the same thing about this. What impressed him about JK is that JK understands this deck to a point that like it doesn't matter really what cards are in it.
Right.
Like there's obviously a certain number of effects he needs to continue it in the way that that it needs to run. But these silver bullets and these first 5 options that he has added to it over the course of the last 6 months are all very intelligent. They're all very tested, like proven to be good in his testing.
Right.
And he's always like, you know, like a month or two ahead of the meta.
Right.
He stays ahead of what's good by testing against what's good and just converting this deck to continue to win that way. And you know, potentially it'll hit a point where this isn't good anymore. But I think he, you know, what really has always boggled my mind about Brennan is that when Brennan won with it the first time in the season of all the Brennans, there were like a million Brennans that season. All the cards in that deck had been available since Reborn was out.
Right.
Like literally you could have played that deck in every Shufflebus up to that point.
Right.
And just nobody did. And so Brandon started bringing it, or JK started bringing it, and just he did well, plays tight, he's practiced on it, and to a point now where he just iterates on it to be good against everything, or at least good against what is currently good, and he has a good grasp of what is currently good and what will be at whatever tournament he attends.
Right, and I think it's a testament. He's got a really good testing partner in Tuxedo, who's his brother, and you know, Tuxedo.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that makes a big difference.
Yeah, Tuxedo has been at top tables in competitive events over and over and over again. You know, and
including one finals between them, right?
That's right, exactly. So you know, when you look at it and you look at how do you get to an upper echelon like that, obviously a testing partner helps. Somebody that's like-minded and
play a lot of games with the intent of increasing your skill.
Exactly. And yeah, that's where I was going with that. So I just think, I mean, it's a testament to him. It's a testament to JK. I mean, he took time off after Gen Con, right? We didn't see him play in any Shufflebuses. Kind of didn't really, get really involved in playing a lot of different tournament type settings. Maybe that's burnout. Maybe that was just, you know, where he was at in his headspace. Maybe that was just, I want to take some time away. I don't know, you know, at the end of the day, but, you know, so to come back here 3 months later, essentially bring the same deck and say, I think it's good enough. You got to beat me. You know, I mean, kudos to him on that for sure. Cause it's, he's also got that guy JK bot to test against. Yeah, Jackson. We all got the bots. We all got the bots we can test against. Some of our bots are less skilled than others.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I'm very happy with this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I think we saw the best of Ashes come out today.
The meta was close. I think we had a number of Hopes. We had a number of Brennans. Yep. We had a number of Coles.
Yep.
We had one Mayoni.
Yep.
And
we had then one Odette.
Yeah, Asterisk was on Odette. And then, you know, after that line, then there are like kind of the next tier of PBs, all with good cards in their deck.
Right.
And we had one combo deck that did what a combo deck does. It wins out of nowhere and spikes it way into the top 4.
Yep.
Like,
I mean, I think that's a, you know, yeah, the only thing Carl says he didn't see was Rowan. It's interesting. I think Rowan's a tough nut to crack, Carl. I know you have probably more experience with him than most. I don't find my results with him all that great.
I mean, Carl, I agree with you that I think Rowan is very powerful, but you kind of answer your own question by not picking him to play, because of the people we've seen play him, you're the one that has the results and has what I think is like the best version. And if you didn't think that was the best deck to bring, then, you know, that's kind of the answer to the question. Is it actually top tier? Is it the next tier down? I don't know, but like, I think you not bringing it is a big tell that it's not quite there with the.
I mean, look,
the other ones,
and we've seen this before too, right? Like we've seen decks that were just on the bubble of being really good, and you know, it just takes a few tweaks to push it into the top.
And Rowan is for sure like the least explored of all the PBs, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's the most recent. right? Tied with Tristan. Tristan, I think, a lot easier to figure out. So Tristan is, several steps ahead in the overall community understanding of the PB that to Rowan.
Right.
So maybe there is something there, but Rowan feels like not quite there on the level of the Hopes or the Brennans or the Coles
Right.
that we saw today. I didn't have Cole in this grouping before. I had him at like the top of the next tier.
Yep.
But obviously that has been shown to be false.
Yeah,
That he should be in the top.
Cole is definitely becoming a force to be reckoned with, but I think some of that is a product of where the meta is at. Like I think when we were much taller, when the meta was much taller many seasons ago, where everybody was just slamming as many knights as they could, Cole was challenged by that. I think.
Yeah, I mean, two things happened to Cole, right? Like, Hope was printed.
Yep.
People moved to more X1s,
Right.
increasing the power level of Cole. Wishing Wing was printed in that set also,
Yep.
drastically increasing the power level of Cole.
Right. Agreed. Yeah. I mean, I mean, Cole's awesome, and
not that Cole was bad before.
Yeah, no. He won
both
a
of those
Shufflebus
items
prior
are
to
what
that.
really shot him into the stratosphere.
Yeah, he won a Shufflebus, I think, season 2 or 3. Before this. So
yeah,
it's not
season
like,
2.
It's not like he hasn't been at the top of tables. I mean, we've seen that happen. He's only been at the top of tables with some of the best pilots in Ashes, but I think Cole is extremely difficult to play. I want to be really clear about that because the decision points are not always clear and easy. I mean, I took a Cole deck into a Shufflebus season, and it was my worst Shufflebus season ever. So I want to preface that I think one of the big things that happens in Cole is related to the testament of the skills. He's about to win a Cole off this week. Yes, he is about to win a Cole off. He almost won World Finals. But at the end of the day, like he is a Phoenix Born that if you are interested in his play style, I think he's got a learning curve and he has a decision tree that really is difficult at a high level.
I think that the advent of Wishing Wing has made it much easier.
That's possibly true.
Like the old Cole decks, I agree with, like Matt Bauer's Cole deck from season 2, I think would be very hard to play. There's a lot of like that sequencing that I was talking about that Matt Bowers loves.
Yeah.
As well as like resource, like control over your own amount of resources.
Right.
But the Wishing Wing decks in particular become much easier to pilot, I think, because the Wishing Wing pieces, they have a very like specific order that you do them in.
Right.
And as long as you understand that, it's kind of hard to screw up. Like Cole will always have a side action economy problem. So it's important that you know like exactly how much you need to meditate at the beginning so you don't waste your side actions later, that kind of thing. But in general, like the actual sequencing of like playing units, playing books, whatever, the wing hopper obviously has to go exactly one way, and crab wing, can go one of two ways, but you still have to do those things at the beginning of the turn to get the rest of the turn going.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, Neil, we have successfully completed another competitive season of Shufflebus.
Another year of Ashes.
I know, a whole year. Been insane. So,
I guess it hasn't been. I guess it hasn't been an entire year since the last World Champs because I got pushed back, but 11 months since the last World Championships.
Yes. Yep.
Something like 5 seasons.
Yeah, it's been a lot of tournaments. Combined AIL, you got 6 or 7. Did we run 2 AILs this year? I think there was 2.
I don't know. We didn't run AILs.
But they did. I think they ran
somebody
2.
Did.
And they were partnered. We partnered with the AIL on that to get the invites going.
Yep.
We'll. I think we probably got one more stream in store for us this year. And then I think we're gonna check out for the year and come back in January. And then we will we'll go from there. So I want to again give a huge congratulations to JK007 for a fantastic 2022 season leading up to a world champion. Obviously, I want to give tons of props to all of our past Shufflebus champions. You guys continue to be, inspirational to me and to many other players in terms of competitive ashes. And
Obviously, everybody that was registered for the tournament today
absolutely
had a great 2022 in Ashes to just get here.
right. You have to. It's
and
not an easy task.
And we had a great tournament today. All the games were awesome. We had Cole, Brennan in top 4. All 4 players, obviously big names. And JK on top, like that.
Just like it was drew up, right?
Right. This I had a great time last year when we did the World Champs, and Kylo was an excellent world champion. He had been real hot at that time in the career as well, kind of like JK. Not to the extent that JK is this season, because JK just wins everything, but Kyla had been in a bunch of top states, won a couple things, and then became world champion. But this one, for the first time since we started doing Shufflebus, really has culminated in a way that, like, I always imagined it would, where we had the best players playing the best decks, playing the best cards, and giving us a real look at what competitive Ashes looks like.
Yeah, I agree completely. It was it was fantastic, and I just had a ton of fun with you today on it. And well, let's sign off for now, Neil. We'll be back later this week, probably Thursday, for our final stream of the year, just kind of a send off stream for the year, and then we'll get some much needed time away and rest. So, anything else you want to add before we close out tonight?
No, just congrats to JK, congrats to all the competitors. Thank you guys for being around today. We had something like 20 viewers at one point.
That's so awesome.
Incredible. So thanks everyone.
Yep. We will see you all on Thursday. Take care.